Hi guys, welcome to part 3 of the Digital Marketing Full Course video by Simplilearn. In this video, we'll be covering everything you need to know about digital marketing. We'll do this with the help of our instructor, Rob Sanders. In this video, we'll learn about content marketing strategy, how to get traffic to your website, email marketing, how you can work with MailChimp, and about affiliate marketing. Finally, I'll tell you how you can become a digital marketer, and Rob will help you learn about digital marketing career and jobs. He'll also be covering 50 important interview questions that you might encounter in your next interview. Now, let's get started.
Content marketing strategy. So buckle up and let's get right to it. And we're going to get right into some of the best practices, some tips, some methodologies, some things you should be doing with content marketing. So right out of the gate, let's start talking about knowing your audience. Okay, so content is all about writing for a particular audience. So it's just like speaking, except when we're speaking to somebody, we're speaking directly to them. Content is very similar. And so we have to be able to know our audience ahead of time. So what you can do is collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website. So you can get that data in Google Analytics under audience. Email subscribers. Who is subscribing to your emails? Who do you already have in your email database? And you can look at social media. You look at Facebook. You can look at the people who are already connected to you. Okay, these are just some three of many examples you could be doing to gather data on your audience. Okay, you have to know who your audience is before you start writing. For a successful content marketing strategy, you really just need to know your audience. And basically, you're going to segment them based on their interests. So that content is going to be catered to that audience. Okay, so if it's an audience that likes a specific, product that you offer or feature that's part of that product that you offer, then that's the segment you're going to be writing about. So you need to collect your data on your audience ahead of time. And then you're going to segment that audience, okay? So you're not going to write content for everyone because the shoe doesn't necessarily fit for everyone, okay? The shoe has to fit for a specific foot. And in this case, we're talking about an audience. We need to be able to segment our audience out. And you could certainly segment them out by age, by gender, by education level, by income, by interest. These are just some of the examples. Again, it could be new returning or new users versus returning users. It could be users who have purchased from you in the past versus users who haven't purchased from you in the past. It could certainly be an age range, or it could be even going further on interest level, or a combination thereof. Okay, so for example, you can get that demographic information using Google Analytics. You just got to go into Analytics, under Audience, under Demographics. You're going to see age, and age is broken out by age range, and then you're going to see gender. So you're going to see a breakdown of gender. And use that to your advantage. So if you're going to, write some content and 99% of your traffic is female, the age of 18 to 24, then, that content's going to be catered accordingly. So you could certainly go to Facebook Page Insights and get some really good demographic data there because Facebook is all about demographics. Okay, so you could see exactly, how many fans you have broken out by men versus women. And then you could see, again, same thing as Google Analytics, you could see an age range breakout. You could use Twitter Analytics. Twitter shares some really good insights into education level. So, if you're dealing with highly sophisticated people who have master's degrees or even higher, or let's just say even on LinkedIn, that the majority of the people you're trying to target are C-level, meaning CEOs or CFOs or CMOs, chief marketing officers or chief executive officers, then you're going to cater your message a little bit different than, say, mid-range managers or even high-range managers or even VPs. So use your audience information that you collect on these various platforms to your advantage. Okay, so let's jump into number 2. We want to create high-quality content. Now, I know this sounds like a given, but And I say but heavily, there's not a lot of high quality content out there on the internet. So separate yourself first and foremost. Always, always, always create high quality content. It's going to result in a lot of things that are going to benefit you. One, you're going to come across as, somebody who knows what they're talking about, and that's going to help increase your brand awareness. Okay, when you increase your brand awareness, people know about you, so it's likely going to increase traffic to your website. Or if you're on social media, if you produce good high quality content, people are going to share that content. Okay, so from an SEO perspective, it can improve website ranking, meaning if you have good quality content, and it's really focused in on a specific topic or a certain set of core words, keywords, then you're going to rank. Improves website dwell time, meaning, hey, you got good content. People are going to hang around to see what else you have to offer. Okay, so it's no secret that, good content usually leads to, quality engagement. And then certainly last but not least, you can gain a lot of leads here, meaning, hey, somebody likes what you have to say, whether it's a video or blog post or infographic, people are going to become more interested, more engaged, spend more time, and that's all going to funnel through to somebody taking that next step in the funnel and becoming more interested in your service or even purchasing one of your products. So creating high quality content involves brainstorming topics and terms. You got to do the upfront work. Due diligence is at work here. So brainstorm some topics. Use a keyword research tool to gather results. So if you have a topic, one of the benefits of quality content is rankings. Go to Google's keyword planner. Understand how much quality and understand how much competition each keyword has, or understand how much volume each keyword has. That's what's available in Google's keyword planner or any keyword planning tool. You always want to create original content. Okay, so you don't want to plagiarize or take somebody else's content, and then you want to support that content with compelling headlines. So if you have a piece of content, you got to get somebody's attention, write a nice headline that's going to grab their attention. Okay, so give valuable content to your readers and add resources from well-known sites. So if you do borrow, say, a data point from another source, then, cite that source. You also want to create engaging and thought-provoking content. Get somebody to think. People are going to read your content because they don't know the subject matter. They're interested in the subject matter, and they want to be able to spend the time taking something away from that content. Follow a logical structure and use relevant images. I can't stress this one enough. Just throw things on a web page, put some structure to it. And if you have to, break it out. If you feel like you have too much content, there's no harm in breaking it into part 1 versus part 2. Get people, tease them a bit. Get them to come back and read part 2. Okay, use different content forms in case somebody's interested. Maybe you want to capture some data. Prefer short paragraphs to make the content readable. Remember, if you're talking to C-level folks, maybe you don't have to dummy down the content, so to speak, but if you're dealing with, folks or people that are right out of high school or still in high school, then adjust your content and format and paragraphs accordingly. And then update the content as well. Just because you publish it doesn't mean that it's done. When we're talking about a web page, we're talking about something that is actively changing or can change. The medium that is dynamic. Okay, so if a data point's changed, go back in and update that data point. And then let people know about it, because they may want to come back and check in to see how much that data point's changed. So these are all, good takeaways for creating high quality content. Some other things that you should be aware of, grammatical mistakes. You need to avoid those. There's no reason for grammatical mistakes. Today's technology doesn't allow for it. And hey, listen, we all have friends, we all have colleagues. My desk is sitting next to a colleague who's more than happy to read something before it gets published. So take advantage of the resources you have available. No reason for it, because if you have a grammatical mistake, you just lost a lot of credibility. Don't be afraid to add a clear call to action at the end of your content. If somebody's interested in reading it, they're probably going to be interested in taking the next step, whatever that next step is. Okay, so create content that fulfills viewers' requirements, meaning if somebody's searching for something and your content shows up in the search results, then they're actively looking for you. What are you offering them? Is it fulfilling their requirements? Don't be afraid to use examples throughout your content. In fact, work in or integrate some case studies in there. Show clear examples to stress your points. And then just don't put words on a web page. So break up that content with an image that's going to be visually appealing. Okay, and you can add images from public domain sites, meaning stock imagery, if that's what's going to help create visually appealing content. And then give more information to your audience. And we say prefer to give more information, meaning, hey, going back to the content I was saying about breaking it up, organizing it, if you have more information, don't withhold it. Have them come back and read a secondary blog post or secondary piece that supports the original. Now, we want to move from high quality content to running A/B test. A/B test is so important. Why? Because with A/B split testing, you can increase your conversion rates. Okay, so 4 elements to test in your content marketing strategy. So if you have content, say a blog, and you're testing that blog, test out the images. Test out the forms. Do you have a long form or short form? Test out the content length. You can have a variation that is a lot shorter than the original. Does that increase or decrease bounce rates? Play around with call to actions. Call to actions do matter. Do you want to use a softer call to action, a softer tone, or do you want to use something very direct and strong? Test call to actions to see what's going to get people to move closer closer to purchasing and through that funnel. So A/B testing to me is something that should be naturally done. With Google Optimize, it's free. So with images, you could test a lot of different variations of images, anything from people to, outlandish imagery to just something very stock and neutral. But just make sure that those images are relevant to the post. Test the length of that content. Again, if you know that your average time on page is very low, don't write something very long. Write something that you think is going to stick with that time on page. But on your A/B test, create something maybe a little longer. If it's engaging enough, maybe somebody's going to stay a little bit longer on the page. So, create a variation that's going to play with that length. Okay, so use analytics to your advantage to figure out, as a baseline, what amount of content is getting people to stay on the page. Then see if you could push the envelope one way or the other. Okay, improving the page with sign-up forms. Really, what you want to do is create a user-friendly experience. So when you have sign-up forms, and don't make them non-intuitive, don't make them difficult. Link maybe up to Facebook or Google, so if they're creating an account, they can create an account via Google or Facebook. Or, don't put too many forms on the page. And then on those CTAs, as I mentioned, play around with the tone. You can also play around with the color. I test color all the time. Believe it or not, color does matter. Don't use red, use green. People react to different colors. But again, you have cultural variances as well. So you got to take that into account. If you're in the Middle East or the Far East, Asia, color schemes and what you say matters, and it changes versus, say, Europe or the West. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're making changes on color or tone or placement and things of that nature. So you want to conduct a competitor analysis. So we're talking about creating high quality content, testing that content, brainstorming some topics, looking at your audience. You're doing all this work. You might as well take the next step and figure out what it is your competitors are doing. So you can opt for competitive analysis by identifying your competitors' top performing content for specific topics. Okay. And so really what we're trying to do here is improve our conversion rates. So what are your competitors doing? What are their baselines? we can maybe up that ante. I mean, that data is also available in Google Analytics. So you can look at benchmarking reports in Google Analytics to get some form or fashion. You can also go to Facebook and look at your competitors' Facebook pages and see what's performing in terms of engagement. But what you want to do is find out your strongest competitors by using search engines or check which websites are competing with you. And again, that could include Facebook as well, or maybe even LinkedIn. So you go with the search engine route, you can always type in that coveted keyword that you want to be found for, see who's ranking ahead of you, and you can see the metadata, meaning the title tag and the meta description. You can actually see, hey, what are these guys writing that's getting them recognized in the search engine rankings? So you can certainly, if you go to the search engine route, you can certainly leverage an SEO platform like SEMrush or Moz or something like that, that's going to allow you to get some good insight on competitor information. So keep in mind there are SEO platforms that will give you information on your competitors. And that's what these SEO platforms are good for. So number 5, moving on, choose a suitable content format. So now we've done all this homework. We know what we want to say. We know who we want to say it to. We're ready to do some testing, but we need to find a format because it's not always about a web page per se, meaning content on a web page. There's not always about a blog post with content in that blog post. Okay, we need to decide the type of content that's going to fit what we're trying to say. So again, you can go the traditional route with just posting a blog post. And there's nothing wrong with that because with a blog post, you can incorporate video and imagery. You could also go a more harder route. When I say harder, more, I say official route with an ebook or case study. Something that a user is going to be able to take away with maybe download. Okay? Something more official, something more in-depth, something with a harder stamp on it. So that shows individuals that you've taken the time, you've done this homework, you've done this research, you've done some really in-depth analysis, and now the proper format for that is not a blog post, it's an ebook. Now, if you're into talking, like I am, then you could certainly do a podcast. And podcasts are always popular depending on the topic. So you got to be aware of the topic. Now, videos are always a good option. You got the likes of video and YouTube and some other, video platforms out there that allow you the ability to get found very quickly, especially with the likes of YouTube. People use YouTube before they go on to purchasing a product. So think about that. So if you're trying to get somebody, if you're trying to sway an audience to move from being a brand awareness and a loyal, customer to taking the next step, okay, to purchasing more or purchasing for the first time. And so videos kind of help convey that. Now, if you're trying to convey a lot of different points, then an infographic might be your best option. Instead of having to write out all those points, try using an infographic to convey those points visually. Now, again, with blog posts, it should have valuable content that can be shared by your website visitors on social. So that's the key. Make sure you have those shareable social icons. Now, with ebooks, it should have longer and in-depth content. And it shouldn't be published frequently. So maybe if this is something you're doing annually, then ebook could be the format. With a case study, what you should have a customer story that succeeded in you solving that customer's problem. So the case study is always there for somebody to get an idea of what you're all about. Infographic is just visualizing data in a more organized way, in a more visual way, so somebody understands what you're trying to convey. Now with that podcast, again, suppose your audience doesn't have an interest in reading. Again, it could be a certain age, certain gender, a certain culture. Hey, everybody absorbs information differently. So think about it. Ask yourself, is a podcast the best way to communicate to my target audience? And then videos are highly engaging. They're also shareable on blog posts in pretty much most, if not all, social media platforms. So once you've done that, once you choose the proper format, you want to choose a content management system that's going to work for you. So you want to be able to choose something where you can plan appropriately, produce, manage, publish, and measure results all in one place. There are plenty of content management systems out there that will help you do all of those things. Okay, so some examples are WordPress, HubSpot, Binder. I mean, we can list hundreds. If you're into blogging, WordPress is the way to go. If you're into building out landing pages that you want to, share, HubSpot could be the way to go. Okay, there are lots of available options out there. So moving on, number 7, target your audience using emails. Okay, so what are we talking about? Well, we all know what emails are. Emails help us to communicate directly with our target audience and convert them to leads. So email is a good way to follow up with your audience. So if you've done a podcast, follow up with an email. Maybe get them to, fill out a survey via email based on that podcast. Or if you create a podcast about some data that you talked about in that podcast, follow up that with them via email with an infographic perhaps, okay, built into the email. Okay, there's lots of ways that all these formats can complement themselves via email. Okay, you could certainly take a blog post and package it into an email and have a link pointing back to the blog post, maybe as a teaser. Or if you're doing a series of blog posts, you could tease that in an email. So an email is a good way to, follow up with your target audience indirectly or directly. And when we say indirectly, you can collect emails and send out those emails with, certain information. Or what you should be doing is targeting and segmenting your emails just like you are your content. So if you're producing content for a certain audience, then make sure that particular audience gets that same email. Now, some of the email content that you could share with your target audience are newsletters, okay, seasonal emails, promotional emails, automated messaging. And what we mean by automated messaging, hey, if somebody just purchased from you, send them a thank you email. Maybe follow up a couple days later with another email with a survey. Or what you could do is, if you know who your loyal customers are, target them with a promotional email. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice content via email. Okay, just make sure you know your target audience is. There's lots of things you can do in email. Again, you can complement lots of different formats within email, as I mentioned before, with a podcast or a blog post. So keep all that in mind. Email is a good way to communicate with your audience. Okay, the last point we want to make here is use native ads. Okay, so we talk about native ads. It's one of the smartest ways to connect your audience with your brand. So, for example, this is a native ad on BuzzFeed. Okay, it's about 15 bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for you folks out there that don't know who Led Zeppelin is, a rock group from the 70s, late 60s, 70s, okay, disbanded in 80, 81, 82, early 80s, okay, but, people grew up like myself listening to Led Zeppelin, okay, so you could see the headline here, 15 bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. I'm interested in who those bands might be. Even if you don't know who Led Zeppelin is, okay, you might be inquisitive to say, okay, who is this Led Zeppelin group and what are these 15 bands? The key here is not necessarily the headline or Led Zeppelin per se, but it's a native ad and it's sitting next to content talking about music. Okay, so according to Forbes, online audiences are 25% more likely to look at a native ad than at a banner. And so that native ad, in this case, we're talking about music, needs to be sitting or accompanied alongside content talking about, in this case, music. It would help if it was rock music, just music in general might get enough to pique people's interest. Okay, so if you're going to create content, align that content with something that's, naturally going to fit. And that's why we call them native ads, because they're native to the content that they're associated with. So finally, after all that's said and done, when all you've done is create good content, follow up via emails, targeting your audience, and associating that content with, content natively, then you can always measure your content performance. So this is my favorite part of it all. You go in analytics, go into Facebook Insights, you want to go in and check out how that content's performing. And you want to do that because you want to be able to see what's performing, what's not performing. The key here is associating the content with KPIs. That's really the key. So measuring the right metrics can help you understand whether your content is engaging or not. So again, measuring the right metrics. Okay, so when we're talking about a video, you're not necessarily going to look at page views, you're going to look at video views. So, some of these basic metrics of users and sessions and page views, bounce rate, dwell time, that's all great, but you just need to make sure that you're aligning the right metric with the right asset. So for example, if you have a case study in an ebook, you want to make sure that you're measuring how many downloads the ebook or the case study received. Again, with the video, you want to measure video views. Now, if you're packaging up emails and sending them out to your target audience, you want to make sure you look at open rates and click rates. Okay, so a lot of things you can be looking at. So make sure you choose the right metrics because there's hundreds and hundreds of metrics to choose from. So just be aware of all the different metrics that are available. If you're in it for search, okay, how much traffic getting from search? Where are you ranking? So there are a lot of things you need to think about. So think about the content that you're producing and think about how you want to be able to measure that content. So let's go back over our checklist here. So what you could do is create an editorial calendar. In fact, I would highly suggest you create an editorial calendar in order to keep track of all the content you've done over a period of time. Are you making your content worth reading? That means, are you checking the results of that content? What we just went over, measuring the content. Is it worth reading? Have a column set up in that editorial calendar. Performing or not performing. If it's not performing, don't do it again. Okay, curate your content. Okay, you always want to, make sure you're reusing or using or adding to the content that you've created. Guest post on influential blogger websites. You want to add statistics, numbers, and quotes to your content. Make it engaging. Make it look like you've done your homework. You could share all your content, not just on social media, but, platforms like SlideShare. Now, you can share it on all social media platforms. I'd highly recommend it. And again, you can even repurpose it as a blog post. So if it's a podcast, then, you can recite that podcast in the form of a blog. Okay, so get some testimonials that support some of your content. Again, create a podcast, you could send out an email with a survey or trying to solicit some testimonials. Or if you post something on Facebook, leverage the feedback you get from Facebook in the form of a testimonial. Okay, and then you want to promote your blog post for maximum success, and a lot of that means SEO. So make sure you do your due diligence and get the right keywords in that blog post. Okay, so you can create personas for different user audiences. Okay, so remember, it's all about tone. Okay, so if you're going to create a blog post, make sure your tone is aligned with that right audience, whether that be young, middle-aged, or older. Are you choosing the right type of content? Okay, you'll know based on the results. Okay, you want to add H1 and H2 tags on your web pages. Why? Because when we're talking about content, we're talking about organizing the content. And H1 and H2s help you organize the content appropriately. Customize the metadata. Metadata is title tag and meta tag descriptions and even alt tags. Okay, all of that is for search. So you want your content to show up in search, whether that's video, infographic, or blog post. All of it can be shown in search results. So make sure you write a good title and make sure you write a good meta description because that's what people are going to see when they search. Okay, so you want to create a detailed summary and title. And again, that goes along with the title tag and meta description. And then you want to make it easy for the audience to ask questions and comment on your blog. So don't be afraid, like I'm going to do right now in this video, is if I'm missing anything from this checklist, feel free to comment. Hey, I've written my fair share of content, but I could be talking to an audience that is just as qualified as I am, and they may have some tips. So feel free to comment underneath this video. Now, don't be afraid to ask, just like I just did. People are always willing to provide constructive feedback. So don't be afraid to ask for it, and make it easy. So to me, every blog post needs to have some form of a comment box, because blog posts are out there to solicit engagement. Now let's recap everything we talked about, because we certainly covered a lot, and there's a lot to cover when it comes to content marketing. So 1, know your audience. Again, you can lean on Google Analytics, demographic data, whether it be age or gender. You can do the same with Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. Every platform has some data you could take away. Create high quality content. When I mean high quality content, brainstorm some topics. Has it already been written to death about? Or is this unique? Don't write something your competitors are writing. Okay, don't copy what your competitors have written. Organize your content. Support it with good imagery. All of these are tips to creating high quality content. Okay, when you create that content, think about running some A/B test. Run some variations and switch out the image, switch out the call to action, see what's going to get people to react and engage with the content. Conduct competitor analysis, so lean on the Facebooks of the world to see what your competitors are posting, see what's engaging for them. Okay, you can also lean on these SEO platforms like SEMrush and Moz. All you got to do is plug in a domain, and they're going to give you some information about where a particular competitor ranks for a keyword, or how many backlinks and what websites are linking to them. So all that's available in these SEO platforms. Okay, so you want to choose a suitable content format. We listed a few, from ebooks to case studies to podcasts to infographics to blog posts to videos. It's up to you what you think is best for your audience. Just keep in mind you need to be able to measure it. And so that's the important thing. If it doesn't work the first time out, then you might want to consider changing out the content format. Choose a content management system. Plenty out there. WordPress is a good one if you're going to be a blogger. Okay, blogging allows you to, post, optimize that blog post. You could have the ability to share that blog post across social platforms, and you can also have that blog post show up in search engine results. So you can't do any of that without a good content management system. So you want to target your audience using emails. Okay, so email is a good way to, again, further communicate with that particular segmented audience. And again, you could use it to send out promotional emails to loyal followers. Or you can use systematic emails to send an email, a thank you email to somebody who purchases, and then another follow-up email. And again, you can repurpose some of the content you've done in another format in the form of an email. So, if you created a video, put that video in the form of an email and send it out to your audience to make sure they're not missing out on that video you just created. So lots of ways to use email. Take advantage of email. It's your ally here. Okay, use native ads. Okay, don't be afraid to put that content and pair it with some other content on another website. It's been proven. People are going to engage in an ad that they see based on the content they're currently reading. Because the ad, if it's native, it's going to be similar in nature to the content they're currently engaged in. And then measure your content performance. I can't say this enough. Make sure you're leveraging Google Analytics. Okay, with Google Analytics or Facebook Insights or Twitter or LinkedIn or any other platform you're running on, they're going to have data on what you've posted. So take advantage of it. Align your KPIs. So if it's an ebook or case study, don't measure just traffic, measure how many people are actually downloading them. Okay, if it's a video, how many people like the video? How many people are commenting? How many people are sharing the video? How many people are subscribing to your playlist based on that video content? Okay, so these are all things you can measure. Okay, so every platform from WordPress to YouTube to Reddit has some form of analytics associated with it. Today we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So Let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. In certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simply Learn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simply Learn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, so lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So That's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful, because one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher, because Google is going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following, because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay, again, you can improve your online authority. Okay, because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you and turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in, and it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic, because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is and they know who the thought leaders are and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly or the content's all stretched out and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then of course you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry. that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, you know, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing, because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one: on-page and off-page. And so off-page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit, because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just one or two keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. It's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay, it's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on one or two keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a two-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email is targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about email is you can break up the email into two groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, Again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility. Meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. So, and a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars, incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage, by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are, because again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves the ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium, or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition, so there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay, so we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic. Okay, you can incorporate all this to your website immediately. Welcome. Today we're going to talk about email marketing tutorial. So buckle up and let's get started with email marketing tutorial. And so let's start out asking the question, why email marketing? So Linda is the owner of an e-commerce company. And basically she isn't able to take her leads, the leads she's collecting per day, per month, and convert them into customers. Okay, so customers sign up, but they don't buy her product. So she's left scratching her head wondering what to do. So how's she gonna solve the problem of converting the leads she gets into paying customers? Well, look no further than email marketing. So you can boost your sales funnel with the help of email marketing. So email marketing leads to email campaigns that lead to website visits that can lead to product purchasing. Email marketing's also it's a very good way to generate a high return on investment. So Linda thinks this is too good to be true. You're telling me it's a very efficient way to generate a return on my investment? How expensive is email marketing? Well, email marketing is neither expensive or time consuming. That's the beauty of email marketing. And so Linda is now very interested. We've piqued her interest. She wants us to explain email marketing to her in detail. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about email marketing in detail. So for everyone out there listening, what's in it for you? Why are you going to invest your time in listening to Simply Learn and me talk about email marketing? Because we're going to talk about everything there is about email marketing in today's webinar. So what is it? For those that aren't really familiar with the intricacies of email marketing, we're going to talk about how to set up email marketing. We're going to discuss all the benefits of email marketing. We're going to get into A/B testing. We're going to get into the automation of emails, the types of emails, how to engage new users, and we're going to give you a demo. So there's a lot going on in this webinar. Like I said, buckle up and let's get started and talk about what is email marketing. So as I mentioned to Linda, it's an efficient way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because we can send personalized emails to a specific audience, a targeted audience. If somebody's interested in our product, we can reach out to them via email. It can also be used to remarket pre-qualified leads. So anybody who's pre-qualified, we can go ahead and communicate with them as well. So email marketing is very effective at different stages in the funnel. Okay, so when I say funnel, customer life cycle. So we have awareness, consideration, purchase, retention, and advocacy. Okay, so let's talk about each one of these parts of the funnel or customer life cycle, if you will. So let's start with awareness at the very top. So email marketing allows customers to recognize their problems, after which you can educate them on how your brand can solve them. Okay, just like any other marketing channel, somebody's looking for something, a need of something, we can come to the rescue. In this case, we're going to come to the rescue with email, and we can go ahead and educate them on what their need is. and how we can collaborate with them, help them, educate them, solve their problems with our product. Okay, so that's what email is going to do. We're going to communicate with them via email, and we're going to bring awareness to the problem by solving the problem. That's what email is good for. Okay, good for generating awareness for our brand. For example, we can share a newsletter with our customers. So if we're running a cosmetics company, we can basically educate them on the 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. Okay, so we can get them to click on the call to action to learn more. So if somebody's having some skincare issues or not sure what products to buy, an email can cover that. Okay, the next step in the customer life cycle is consideration. So customers focused on searching for relevant products and compares the products with similar ones. Okay, so they're definitely looking, they're a little further in the process, they're educated, they know what they're looking for, so we can really hit them with the right email. We can send a relevant email to promote our product. Okay, discover that perfect moisturizer for your skin, that perfect skin moisturizer. Smooths, hydrates, and contains SPF 20. So we got the perfect product for that person who's further along the funnel and really is ready to purchase that product. So we can hit that person up with the perfect messaging. Let's talk about purchase, the next step in the life cycle. With purchase, we can send an email that encourages that customer to purchase our product by offering them something. Okay, by giving an offer. For example, we can give a discount. Discounts always tend to work. So that moisturizer that particular customer was considering buying, they can move from consideration to purchasing because we're going to offer them a discount they can't refuse. Okay, so it could be for a specific date. Okay, it could be something that's going to get them excited to buy the product. 20% off a moisturizer is pretty good deal, and especially if that percentage off is better than the other products they were considering buying. So getting somebody that extra incentive to purchase the product goes a long way via email. Okay, we want to take that next step in the life cycle and nurture our relationship with customers to ensure they're loyal. Okay, if they've already purchased, how do we get them to purchase again? That's retention. We want to retain our customers. We want to get them back to buy the same product or similar products or completely different products in their inventory. So what do? We're going to send an email. We're going to send an email to active customers. Okay, we're going to give them an offer just for them, exclusively just for them. In this example, we're going to give them a combo pack, a facial kit at just $39 and get a sunscreen worth $10 for free. Okay, so you can come up with all sorts of different combinations on offers. The key is the offer is exclusively just for those who you want to target and retain as customers. Because if you just get somebody to purchase once, it's not going to work. Those people have already taken that step in the relationship where they trust your product, they purchase your product. Now you want to go ahead and treat that customer special by giving them an exclusive offer. And then what we want to do is advocacy. Last step in that customer lifestyle. We want to convert that active customer into brand advocates. Okay, we want that customer to talk about our brand for us. We want them to promote it and talk about it with their friends. So for example, we want to send an email to those customers to promote our products. Okay, so for example, we could say, hey, the sales of our products for this particular day or for this month is going to go to our favorite nonprofit. Could be educating poor children or cleaning up plastic in the ocean or saving animals. We want to be able to get them to speak on our behalf and say, look, guys, this is a really good company. They're offering me products exclusively. They've offered me discounts in the past. They have good products. They have a lot of different products. And on top of all that, they help. They help the environment. They help the needy. Okay, they care. And so we can go ahead and provide a call to action for these customers that are loyal to our brand and have them share the email with their friends to spread the word on, what we're trying to accomplish for our nonprofit, or if anything, just get them to promote it. Maybe give them a discount for every friend that they get to buy our product. Okay, it doesn't have to necessarily be, just sharing with friends. It can be that extra incentive of giving them a discount if they do share with friends and their friends buy. Okay, so this is the customer life cycle and examples of different emails that you can use at every step along the way in the life cycle. So let's talk about email marketing setup. So email marketing setup, we have a series of steps that we need to go through in order to get our email set up to go ahead and send out to our target audience. And that first step is we want to identify that target audience and create segments. So if you've taken some of my and listened to some of my webinars in the past about Google Analytics, about Google Ads, we talk about segmenting. So it's about targeting a specific audience. That's what segmenting is, taking a piece of the whole. So we don't want to email all users on our list, all customers. Maybe we want to target a specific segment. Okay, so we want to be able to identify that segment. Who is that segment? Is it somebody who, or is it a group of people, or, a partial list of our customers who purchase a specific product? I would say so, versus say our entire list of customers, because our entire list of customers can purchase a number of different products. And so by targeting a specific segment of our audience or our customer base, we can hone in on the message. So if they all have something in common, like they all bought that moisturizer, then we can go ahead and be specific with our messaging. Then we want to create campaigns and set an appropriate call to action. Okay, so what is it that we want to say to these people, this segment of users? Then once you create that campaign and set up the messaging and call to action, we want to test the email before we actually click send. This is a very important step. Test that email before we send. And then when we send the campaigns immediately, or we can schedule a time. So my advice here is always schedule a time. You want to be able to figure out the best time to send that email. And then once the email is sent, whenever that is, you want to be able to analyze performance. And there are some key metrics that you want to hone in on when we talk about email marketing. And some of those are open rates, click-through rates, okay, response rate. Okay, so we want to be able to hone in on certain key metrics when it comes to emails. So here's what we need to do: create our list, add contacts to our list, create our campaign. Okay, we want to select the list, choose a format, modify the template, and then send the email campaign. So these are some basic checklists that you want to do. So let me give you an example and go to MailChimp. So if I'm in MailChimp, basically I'm going to create a campaign. Okay, so it's an email that I'm going to work with, and you can see with MailChimp I have some examples here: regular, automated, plain text, or A/B test. I want to do a regular email. Hey, I'm just going to call it test, and I'm going to click begin. Okay, so we want to add our recipients. Who are we going to add? So we're going to choose our audience. Okay, so we're just going to choose a sample test for now. Okay, we can personalize the to field if we want. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to call people by their first name, their last name, their first and last name, or we can customize it. Just go with first name to keep it a little bit personal. Okay. Then we have the subject line here. So it's all about messaging, right? So whoever we're targeting, we want to be able to add a message. So we're just going to say, and subject line is very key here. So you want to have a subject line that's really going to resonate with your audience. So whoever that segment audience is, we want to make sure that the subject line is going to resonate with them so that they can open up that email. Okay, so we'll just say, have a good day. We can make it better. Just as an example, something that's going to be attention grabbing, if you will. Okay? You can always tweak the subject line. In fact, my advice is always do A/B testing on the subject line, so you can do 2 different subject lines with one email to figure out which one has better open rates. And then with MailChimp, we can go ahead and design the content of our email. So we're going to click design email. Okay, we can select a template. We have some saved templates already. Okay, or we can go with a theme. So MailChimp has a lot of good offers. Now there's a lot of different email platforms out there. I particularly like MailChimp because of this very feature. They have a lot of good themes here, a lot of different layouts that you can use. Okay, so we're going to showcase that product. Okay, and that's the template we're going to use here. So here we go. We're going to showcase our product. We're going to add that photo of our product here, and we're going to go ahead and put some nice messaging in here with some nice call to action. We can put our logo up here for branding. Again, we can edit the content here. So based on that segmented list, in this example, for Linda's company, maybe she wants to target those folks who bought her moisturizer before, her face moisturizer, and she wants to retarget them. She wants to go ahead and say, hey, you guys have bought my product before. Check out this new face moisturizer that we have to offer. So whatever the case is, you want to be able to plan that out ahead of time. You want to be able to plan out who your audience is. You want to plan out your messaging, and you want to go ahead and set up the messaging based on that audience. So once you have the messaging in place, voila, you're more or less ready to go. Okay, so once you get the content all set up, you can schedule that campaign, okay, and you can also add a social post to your campaign, so we can share that information on social. So email integrates nicely with social media. So again, that's pretty much what you need to do here. You need to really think about who it is you want to target. Choose those recipients, okay? Customize it, make it personal. Create a good subject line. In fact, create 2 subject lines, and then align that content with that audience. Okay, that's really the checklist here. So again, we look at this checklist, creating our list. Who do we want to send the email to? So we added our contacts to the list. We set up the campaign. We selected the list. We chose the format. We modified it with a good subject line, with some good messaging, and then we're going to schedule that email campaign. So that's the checklist to go off of, okay? So remember, identify target audience and create segments, and then you create that campaign. And in our case, we did set an appropriate call to action, get shopping basically. We want people to shop our new moisturizer. Key thing here is before we send it out, we want to test that email. Once everything looks good, we're going to, I would advise schedule it, but you can always send the email when you're ready. I would schedule it at the appropriate time and day. Okay, so in this case, you don't want to send an email out on a Friday afternoon, okay? When people are getting ready for the weekend. You certainly don't want to send an email out over the weekend because you're not going to have many people look and open it. And you probably don't want to send the email out on a Monday morning when most people are getting into the office from a long weekend and catching up on emails. So from my experience, Tuesday, Wednesday, depending on your time zone, I would always say, late morning, early afternoon tends to be a good time, but that's why we have performance. That's why we can analyze performance. We want to be able to see what the open rates are and the click-through rates are so that we can make adjustments for future emails. So let's talk about some of those metrics. So when you do send that email, we're going to look at that open rate. And so open rate is the percentage of the total number of recipients who open an email. So, okay, so if we basically, send it to X amount of people, minus those emails that have bounced. So let's just say, we sent it to 102 people, okay? For simplicity's sake, 2 of those emails bounced, okay? So that means that we've had 100, net 100 emails that received the email. And let's just say 75 opened the email, okay? We wrote such a good subject line that they opened it. Okay, that's 75%. That's a 75% open rate. And that's how you measure open rate. Click-through rate. Okay, so if they open it, we hope that they click on something. And so for all of those emails that were delivered, okay, in this case 100, how many actually did click on our call to action? So let's just say 75 opened it out of the 100. That's a 75% open rate, but of the 100 that actually were delivered, let's just say we had 25 that actually clicked on the call to action. And so that's 25%. Okay, and so you want to be able to measure not only who opens it, but who clicks on the call to action. So that's click-through rate for email marketing. And then response rate. So it's the percentage of the total recipients who clicked on a link of your email campaign and actually completed the action. So in our example, we're trying to get people to click on the shopping call to action and get them to purchase. So we sent 100 emails, and of the 25 who actually clicked, we had 10 who actually took action and purchased. So 10 divided by 100 is 10%. So you have open rate, click-through rate, and response rate. Those are some key metrics for email marketing. Okay, the first step is you got to get people to open it. That's where the subject line is so important. Click-through rate, that's where the messaging and call to action is so important. We want to get people to click on that call to action. And then the response rate, we want them to buy. So those are 3 key metrics related to email marketing. So let's take a look at an example. If we go back to our email marketing platform, MailChimp in this example, we're going to take a look at some reports. So most email marketing platforms have reporting functionality built in. And so in this case, what we want to do is we want to be able to take a look at the open rate, click-through rates of the emails that have been sent out previously. So here we could see our April email, coupon versus tools promo. Okay, so we've had basically, opens and clicks. So 14% open rate, 1.4% click-through rate. Okay. So the March email that went out did a little bit better, 19% open, 2.5% on the click-through rate. So here we could see how many people actually were sent, how many opened it, and how many clicked. So this is MailChimp, makes it very easy for us to measure open and click rates. And then we can measure by revenue as well based on the campaign. So that's measuring the response rate. So it's all built in. So most email marketing platforms have open rate and click rate already built into the functionality, so you can measure those 2 metrics against any email. So let's talk about the benefits of email marketing. So what are some of the benefits? Well, we've already mentioned to Linda that it's cost effective. It's time saving, real-time marketing, less intrusive, builds credibility, increases visibility and brand awareness, and it's an easy way to track ROI. These are all the benefits for email marketing, and we're going to go talk about some of these now. So basically, when we talk about cost effective, some email marketing platforms charge based on the number of users who you send the email to. Time saving, well, you saw how quick it took me to set up that email campaign. The key is figuring out who you want to send it to. When we talk about real-time marketing, we're sending this email out basically in real time, trying to meet our customers' needs at the right time. It's less intrusive because we can customize the emails. Okay, we can, as you saw, I can put first name in there to make it more personal. So when something's more personal, it's less intrusive, especially if it's a segment that already knows your brand. Okay, builds credibility. Hey, we gain credibility when we offer exclusive offers to repeat customers, or, try and build advocacy by working with nonprofits. Okay, it increases visibility and brand awareness. Why? Because, we could send our email out to a large group of people, and that's a good way to generate brand awareness. And as you saw, we can easily measure, not only open rates, click rates, but ROI. So how many people from that email went on and purchased? So we can measure that. It's very easy to measure email. So let's move into A/B testing. So A/B testing is key to email marketing. So in email marketing, gaining high open rates and click-through rates will result in more website visitors and sales. Okay. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. We get more opens, we get more people to click. We get more people to click, we're going to get more people to purchase. Okay? But it's not as easy as it sounds. So how do we make that possible? Well, we're going to do that via A/B testing. I've already mentioned it when I set up my example campaign in MailChimp. I stressed that we need to have 2 subject lines go out per email. Okay. So before I stress that again, let me just reiterate what A/B testing is. And A/B testing is a method to analyze which of the 2 email campaign strategies is most effective in terms of high open rates and click rates. Okay. So in this case, in A/B testing, you can send out 2 emails. You can send out 2 subject lines. You can send out 2 call to actions. You're just really what you're doing is you're testing one against the other. That's what A/B testing is. And so in my example, I talked about that subject line. So for better results, A/B testing can be done with the subject line. It can also be done with the email content. So the subject line impacts the open rate. Okay, so I wrote a subject line. I don't even know how that subject line is going to perform. But if I write a second subject line, then I'll be able to basically give myself a better chance of getting a better open rate because I'm offering up two different subject lines. Likewise for email content. So the subject line and email content are the most important elements. So we want to be able to test them. If they're interesting, intriguing, attention grabbing, then it's gonna, in the case of subject lines, result in open rates. If the content itself is interesting, engaging, a good offer, good call to action, then the click rates are going to be increased. So we want to be able to serve up variations for our audience. So we want to consider an example of an A/B test where Linda has set up two variations of the email campaign as an example. So she's going to send two different subject lines to test which one generates more open rates, because that's what subject line A/B testing is going to do. One of them is going to have a higher open rate. Okay? So in our example here, Linda sends version A of the email to 50% of the recipients with the subject line, 3 important strategies to increase your open rate. Well, version B, which is sent to the other 50%, has the subject line, 3 important strategies to increase your open rate. So the only difference here is 3 and 3, the number 3 spelled out. Well, because she sent out 2 different subject lines, she's going to now be able to measure the success of that A/B test. Okay. And it just so happens version A has a higher open rate. Numbers always tend to work in subject lines, by the way. So Linda sends version A of the email to 50% of the recipients. Okay, $80 today, but $90 tomorrow. And version B to the remaining 50%. $80 today, $90 tomorrow. And the only really succinct difference here is using the word but versus a comma. And she sent that email out, and that email went out, and the data is coming in, and she's going to measure the success of that A/B test. Well, version B has the higher open rate. You know, we want to be short, succinct, and stay away from those conjugations like but. Okay? It tends to have a negative connotation. So the shorter, more direct email or subject line, $80 today, $90 tomorrow, not so passive, more direct, and that tend to have the higher open rate. So you always want to test those subject lines to generate high open rates. Another example here. Version A again gets 50% with the subject line, uh-oh, your prescription is expiring. Version B, your prescription is expiring. You folks listening to this webinar right now, wonder which one you think will perform. Go ahead and put your comments right below this video. I'm curious what version of the subject line you would open. So let's go ahead and measure the success of the A/B test. Okay, so she sent the email out, 2 different subject lines. 50% got one subject line, the other 50% got the other subject line. And it just so happens version A, uh-oh, your prescription is expiring. There's a little bit of a, personalization to that. For me, your prescription is expiring seems to be a little bit more, commandish. Hey, your prescription's expiring, so we expect you to purchase. Where you have the little uh-oh in front, it's like, hey, I think your prescription's expiring. Maybe you should think about renewing it, okay? I think that's how that's interpreted. At least that's how I interpret it. So I would probably go ahead and click on that email with that subject line. So you could see subtle differences in the subject lines make a big difference in open rates. So in order to keep improving those open rates, you need to continue, and not continue, you should always do subject line testing. Always. Because one subject line is always going to have a better open rate than the other. So always do A/B testing when it comes to subject lines and email content for that matter. Okay. So we're always going to do continuous A/B testing. So with continuous A/B testing, we can test various elements of the email campaign. So you can always test the sender's name, the subject line, the copy, the call to action, the design, the imagery. There's a lot of different elements you can test with emails. For example, sender's name. Okay, so you want to personalize it as much as you can. Okay, you don't want to do a no reply. You want it to come from a human being. In this case, Sam. Okay, At least that's what I think. Let's see what the test states. No surprise, version A has the higher open rate. If you customize these things and personalize them, then it goes a long way. Sending an email from a no reply is not a good best practice. Let's talk about the subject line again. So we got webinar, increase your email open rates. Webinar, increase your email open rates. So the webinar is dynamic on version A. Okay, so we're sending that out. And because it's dynamic, that's going to, beat out the static. Webinar, increase your email open rates. A lot more elements we can test here. So for example, the email copy. So learn some easy ways to increase your email open rates. Join us on May 10th, 2019, 7 p.m. for an interactive discussion with our experts. Well, version B is more personalized. It's the same message, but we're actually addressing someone specific, in this case, Rachel. So we can measure the success of the A/B test, but it's no surprise that anything that's customized, that comes from somebody, a name, with a dynamic email subject line is going to perform better. It's going to increase open rates, and it's going to increase click rates. So we can also test that call to action. The difference here is coloring. Save my seat yellow versus save my seat blue. Again, go ahead and play along here. If you're watching this, go ahead and add a comment and just see if you're right. Do you think it's blue or you think it's yellow on the call to action? Color does go a long way in email marketing. So let's measure the success of this A/B test, and it just so happens yellow is going to perform better. Why does yellow perform better than blue? Well, it's more positive. Plus, it kind of resonates a little bit stronger and easier. Okay, it stands out a little bit better. It's not as pastel-y and dull as this shade of blue we're using. So you can see here, we're testing every bit of the elements of the email. Anything from the from, to the subject line, to the message, to the call to action. And so at the end of the day, you want to be able to send out the best email that's going to give you the best results. So we're going to send that out, the entirety of the email, and we could see version A looks a lot better. And why does version A look a lot better in this example? Because look at the font size is a little bit bigger. Version B, font size smaller, harder to read. That's another thing you can test. Larger fonts tend to do a little bit better. Now you don't want to go overboard and have them, 48 points or 50 points or plus. 14 versus 12 goes a long way. We can continue testing. We can test imagery. You can see here we have a hand aligned with the call to action. They just look different. That's all. Version A has one type of hand. Version B has the other type of hand aligned with the call to action. Let's go ahead and send out that test and see what works. Well, version B works. Why? The hand stands out a little bit more clear. It doesn't blend in with the call to action. So you can see we're testing different elements here, and we're always improving and adding to what's working. So we started out with a no reply versus somebody's name. Then we moved to a subject line. Then we moved to personalization. Then we moved to call to action. Then we moved to an increased font, meaning the design. And then we're adding imagery. So we're constantly improving the email with each test. Eventually, you're going to get to a point where, the email is going to be good, and you're going to just continue to test different options on it to continue to increase open rates, click rates, and response rates. Final output looks like this. Again, that personalized email response from Sam versus no reply. We got a nice dynamic subject line. We got a personalized email to Rachel with larger font. Okay, we got a nice call to action that stands out with a nice image to accompany that. So we've tested all these different elements. This is the best combination based on everything we tested. So when we get that email to go, this is what it's going to look like in the future. But guess what? We're not going to stop testing. So we can continue to test those subject lines, continue to test the messaging, continue to test the email design, continue to test different call to actions, continue to test different images. You're never going to stop testing with email marketing. Okay, so let's switch over to how to optimize the subject line. Subject line is such a key component to email marketing. So as we showed you in the last segment, we tested a subject line and we used a number. The number 3 versus 3 spelled out. It just so happens that numbers tend to do a little bit better. They're shorter, easier to read, and they resonate better. So include a number in your subject line. You can include an emoji in your subject line. Your emails come a long way. Emojis aren't just social media based. You can use emojis in subject lines. I'd highly recommend it. I just sent out an email last month with a subject line about, spring showers bring May flowers. And guess what emoji I had in that subject line? A flower. Okay, may sound cheesy, but it goes a long way. So, according to Experian, subject lines with emojis can increase open rates by 45%. People resonate with emojis, especially if they're positive emojis. Okay, so we want to personalize those subject lines for better open rate. Okay, when I say personalize, don't be so stale. Remember that subject line we tested, uh-oh? Just putting uh-oh in there made it sound like we actually cared. It was a little bit personal. It wasn't so personal, we weren't addressing a specific person, but one little word goes a long way in a subject line. Because when people get emails and they read emails, and a lot of people are inundated with emails, the subject line is what they're reading first. And just by personalizing it, adding a number, adding an emoji, and just making it positive and easier to read, they're likely to open that email. So personalized email messages can improve click-through rate and open rates as well. So you want to personalize your email as much as you can. Whether that be from the from field to putting that person's name in the salutation. So personalized subject lines have been found to increase open rates by up to 50%. So don't come across as spammy, come across as you know who your audience is and you're talking to them. And then you will want to prefer title case subject lines. So title case subject lines. For example, when I say title case, Game of Thrones is my favorite show. Every initial letter in that title is capitalized. Okay, you can go with the sentence case. Game of Thrones is my favorite show. It doesn't stand out as much. Of course, if you go with lowercase, it definitely doesn't stand out. It looks illiterate, and somebody's probably not going to open it. So you always go with that title case. Every initial letter gets capitalized. So how to optimize that subject line? Well, watch the length of your subject line. You want to be conscious of character counts. So 17 to 24 characters. You want to keep it short, succinct, and to the point, but personalized with an emoji, with initial caps on each word to make it stand out. But you have to do that within 17 and 24 characters. So according to Campaign Monitor, the ideal length of a subject line is up to 24 characters, and they're more likely to boost those email rates. Okay, so keep it short, but make it impactful, make it personalized like I mentioned before. If you get too long, then it may get cut off and it may not have the same impact as something shorter. So that's why we always recommend keeping it up to about 24 characters. Okay, if you go over by a couple characters, not the end of the world, but try and stay within that range. Develop a sense of urgency. Okay, so when we say sense of urgency, we mean sense of urgency, meaning if that coupon's going to expire, you want to let people know it's going to expire that day or the next day or within a few days. Okay, so you can use things like hurry up or limited offer or limited stock or offer expires on. Okay, so add a bit of sense of urgency. I mean, the sky's not falling here, but if that coupon's expiring at the end of the week, you probably want to mention something to the effect of, hey, offer's expiring or hurry up. So let's talk about optimizing your email content. So we focused a lot on subject lines. Let's talk about the email content itself. So some ways to optimize email content are we want to send the content that is relevant to customer expectations. So content needs to match that expectation. We want to use bullet points to make the content readable. We want to follow logical structure. We want to use compelling imagery and prefer design emails with responsive designs. And what we mean by responsive design is, hey, most people are going to be checking that email on their mobile phone. Okay, so make sure when you design the email, it's also going to be good, not just on desktop, but on tablet and mobile as well. And then of course, this goes without saying, but avoid grammatical mistakes. Go ahead and spell check it. And that's why we put an emphasis on testing your email before you actually send it. And when you actually send an email, test email, don't send it to yourself. Send it to colleagues, send it to another group, a fresh set of eyes that is going to be able to pick out that misspelled word that you overlooked. So I can't stress the sending of the test email because it's going to be able to, in a way, ensure that you're doing everything on this list. In addition to grammatical mistakes, the person who's receiving your test email, your colleague at work, may be looking at that email on their mobile phone. And if it doesn't look good to them, they're going to let you know. Some other ways to optimize email content, personalization. So we did that on the A/B testing. You always want to personalize it. Question is, hey, do I use first name? Do I use first and last name? Well, guess what? You can test that, but you want to personalize it. Okay, you want to choose the right fonts and colors for your email. So when we were going through some examples on testing, I always tend to go a little bit larger on the font, but you could play around with it. I don't think you should probably use white lettering on a black background. That just is not very good or best practice, but go ahead and try it if you want. Okay, you can always play around and test these. But you want to choose something that's really going to resonate with the recipient of the email. Okay, you want to build a rapport with customers by sharing insights they value. For example, the beginning of this webinar, we talked about advocacy. We talked about, sharing with them some of the nonprofits that we work with as a company. Okay, if we have a cosmetics company and we have different products like moisturizers and facial creams, we may want to state that, hey, we don't use any animals in the testing of these products. We're pro-animal. We're not going to use animals in the testing of our products. And that probably resonates with a lot of your customers. So you want to go ahead and build a rapport with those customers by sharing those insights. Okay? And use recipient names. And you always want to personalize it. And then add a clear call to action at the end. You always want to have that call to action, regardless of what the email is. Hey, it could be just a simple read more. Or, hey, donate. It doesn't have to always be so hardcore in terms of, hey, purchase our product. That could be a turnoff, especially if you're sending emails out once a week to your customer base. If you're constantly hammering them with buy now, buy now, buy now, they're going to get turned off. So you want to mix up the call to actions. And that goes back to the very first step. And what kind of email are you going to send out and who are you going to send it to? So you have to align those two. If it's somebody who doesn't even know who your brand is, you're not going to put a call to action of buy now. You're probably going to say, hey, check us out. We have some cool stuff for you. Okay, let's talk about automating emails. Email automation. So triggered emails are sent to customers based on an event, date, or user behavior. Okay, so when we say an event, it could be a special occasion like Mother's Day. Okay, it could be a date like a birthday or anniversary or a specific day of the week. Can also be based on user behavior. A good example of user behavior are those who abandon the cart. You can trigger an email. In fact, MailChimp has remarketing functionality. So with MailChimp, hey, if somebody abandons their cart, we can have an email triggered. And we could send an email, a nice email that says, hey, we noticed you didn't finish purchasing our product. And I'm not sure what happened, but hey, here's another 10% off. Or you can always just make product recommendations as well. But you want to react to user behavior and use emails to your advantage for that. So you want to be cognizant of different occasions. You want to be cognizant of special events, holidays, etc., and user behavior. So these types of emails can be automated because you know when they might happen or that they are probably going to happen. So autoresponder emails are sent at frequent intervals based on the behavior of subscribers. So for example, if somebody purchases something, then you're going to get an email that probably says, hey, thank you for your purchase. Another email that says, hey, your product's on its way. And then another email that says, hey, your package or product has been delivered. So that's an example of an automated email that goes out. If somebody purchases your product, you probably want to thank them for that. And then you probably want to let them know that, hey, it's on its way. Here, you could track it. And then again, you want to confirm that it's been delivered, but thank them again. So that's an example of an automated email that goes out. Okay, let's talk about types of email campaigns. So we have different types of email campaigns. And the first is a newsletter. So with email newsletters, subscribers are connected and informed about product updates. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a product they buy. It could be a product they subscribe to, like software. Okay, you always want to be able to send out that newsletter to let them know what's going on with your product. Are there upcoming product updates ahead? Is there one that just happened? Is there a webinar that discusses the new product update? So that's what the newsletter is going to do, inform the end user about the update. So how to optimize. Okay, so you stack your email content, create a compelling header, share different variety of useful content like videos, articles, etc. with those recipients, and then follow a consistent schedule. So that's how you handle a newsletter. You should always create a compelling header, but if you're going to send out a newsletter, make sure you support it with some good information, like a video that they can go watch, or an article that will follow up on what you put in the email, or promoting that webinar that's going to talk about that product update. Okay, so example here is a newsletter that gets sent out, and here you can see it talks about business process. It's got some nice imagery in there. Okay, call to action. It's got a little bit of everything in this email template. Okay, and that's when we talk about stack your email content, that's what you talk about stacking. You can see at the top, it's got work with the industry best. Subscribe now. Okay, they validate that with 25 years of top-notch service. Then they talk about hiring the best talent. Then you got the next bit of content below that. So that's stacked email content. Okay, that's going to be supported by a compelling header. And then they're going to share a variety of different content in there. Like there could be clicks in there to videos and articles. Moving on from newsletters to promotional emails. So we want to be able to drive revenue by sending special offers through promotional email. Okay, so how do we optimize a promotional email? Well, we want to personalize the campaign. Okay, promotional, we want to definitely personalize it. Include time-sensitive offers. We want to get people to react. Okay, so that means, adding a sense of urgency in the title and the subject line. Okay, you can send offer emails on holidays. If it's Mother's Day, hey, send it a couple days before or even send it on. If it's personalized, then you can say, hey, so-and-so, we know you're a mother. Here, take 20% off. I mean, that kind of personalized email with an offer goes a long way. Here, an example from Tom's. Limited time, extra 20% off all styles. They include the code in there. Okay, again, you can see the sensitivity and the sense of urgency with the limited time. Another email campaign type, and personally one of my favorites, is abandoned cart. So abandoned cart emails. I like working with abandoned cart emails because, we want people to purchase. And as much as you try on your email marketing campaign to drive traffic to the website, and as hard as the website works to get people to convert through the shopping cart, it's never going to be 100%. And so abandoned cart emails give us that extra incentive to get that person back to the shopping cart to purchase. Okay, so these emails are shared with customers who have added product to their cart but didn't finish through the checkout process. In other words, they didn't purchase the product. So it's an effective way of sales recovery. It gives us another opportunity to reach out to that person who just is almost there but not quite ready to finish the purchase. So what are we going to do? We're going to send out an email for those that abandon their cart. And we're going to use a simple abandoned cart email template. Okay, you want to be simple here. You don't want to get complicated. We're trying to make this easy for them to finish purchasing the product. So we want to definitely personalize it. Okay, we want to send a series of email reminders. Okay, in your email reminder, add a product image. So as customized as it could be even the product image of what they've abandoned, and that's the best practice. So if it's that facial moisturizer that Linda's trying to promote and she can't quite get enough people to finish purchasing the product, they're abandoning the cart, well, she can certainly send out the abandoned cart email. Okay, so for example, you want to personalize it. Hey, you forgot to complete your order. You left something in your cart. Can we help? Email 2, hi there, so-and-so, items in your shopping cart are selling out quickly. It's a gentle reminder, okay? So come across a little bit different here, okay? Email 3, hey, so-and-so, 20% off on your cart, valid until so-and-so. Offer on your favorite product. So the first email that went out in the series of emails, it's, hey, you forgot something. Hey, is there anything we can do to help you complete the product purchase? Email 2 is just that gentle reminder. Hey, we're selling out quickly. You might want to purchase that product. And email 3 is to really help them along by saying, hey, here's 20% off, valid until so-and-so. So just a small series of emails that go out, try and get somebody back into the shopping cart. Okay, let's talk about re-engagement campaign. So in a re-engagement campaign, it's a series of emails sent to inactive email subscribers. So what it does is it boosts engagement and helps to maintain a high inbox placement ratio. Inbox placement ratio. So we want to be able to make sure that we're getting people back on a subscriber list. So how are we going to optimize for something like this? These are difficult type of email campaigns. We're trying to re-engage with people who are inactive. So we want gamification to re-engage subscribers, or we want to prefer subject lines like, hey, we've been missing you, or did we do something wrong? Okay, we can run a poll or competition to re-engage with our subscribers. So for example, hey, we'd hate to miss your birthday. Go ahead and update your account. This is a Starbucks email. So we'd hate to miss your birthday. So it's that, message of missing you. You can always soften or sweeten the deal with an offer as well. So that brings us to how to engage with new subscribers. So we just talked about re-engaging with inactive. We want to talk about engaging with new subscribers. So how to engage with new subscribers? Well, thank your subscribers for joining. Okay, create clear and compelling subject lines. That is a must regardless of what type of email you send out. You always want to send out that compelling subject line. Okay, notice the good examples within 17 to 24 characters. Know the ideal time to message. Okay, again, sending it out on the weekend's not going to work. Okay, sending it out during the weekday, in the morning, mid-morning, sometimes in the afternoon works. It really depends on who your audience is. But weekends probably aren't going to work. Okay? Avoid the no reply sender name. Again, personalize it. You're either Sam or Rob or so-and-so, Sally. Let them know that the email's coming from a real person. Okay? Because if it doesn't come from a real person, most people aren't going to respond. Okay? We want to let our subscribers know the privacy policy. So we want to let them know that we abide by a privacy policy. Okay, that's getting straight with people who are new. They don't know your brand. They don't know your privacy policy. They don't want to get spammed. In other words, so putting that out there makes you more transparent and trustworthy. Okay, and again, personalization. Always personalize. If it's new, if it's inactive, repeat customers, loyal customers, lifetime customers, you should always personalize. And you should always be courteous and always thank them. And then prefer attractive email designs. Okay, work with something that's going to be eye-catchy. And then most important is include an unsubscribe link. I can't tell you how annoying it is to get an email and not have the unsubscribe link there. That makes me want to unsubscribe. Even if it was a good email, I still look for that because maybe they're a good company, but they're spamming me. They're sending me too many emails. So maybe I want to unsubscribe or change my subscription. So you always want to include that unsubscribe link. In fact, in the United States, it's actually law. So there is regulation around that. So you need to include an unsubscribe link. It's just common courtesy, if anything. So it bodes well. Okay, of course you don't want people to unsubscribe, but you don't want them to get annoyed either. Okay, let's talk about email marketing tools. So we talked about MailChimp. So there are plenty of email marketing platforms out there. I use MailChimp. I've used a few in the past, like Marketo. I've used Zoho, Vertical Response. So there are a lot of different tools out there. Here, some of them, again, MailChimp, Marketo. Marketo is a marketing automation tool or system. And Marketo is good for sending those automated emails. HubSpot, ConvertKit, Sendinblue, Aweber. I mean, these are just some of the many that are out there. Okay, so let's show a demo again of an email marketing campaign. So let's show an example of a newsletter that one of my clients had sent out. And so this is Paul Ekman Group. Paul Ekman, Dr. Ekman inspired the TV show Lie to Me. So well known in the industry of micro-expressions. He's the aforementioned expert in micro-expressions. And he sends out email marketing campaigns. And he sends out a monthly newsletter. So this is a newsletter that was sent out in November 2018. And if we look at it, you can see here, okay, it's stacked content, nice imagery. Okay, respectful disagreements. How to deal with disagreements this holiday season. So really relevant, personalized and timely because it was set in November during the holiday season. So got some nice imagery there. Okay, we got content in here. And then right below that on the stacked content, what do we have? Final hour, 24 hours, 25% off. So that sense of urgency built into the email. Then here you go. You have some other content in there based on the face of contempt. Okay, just an example of a micro expression. And then right below that, what do we see? We see a call to action. Learn how to use micro expressions to your advantage. So call to action here. Then we have some more information here with the learn more. So a newsletter that went out, basically a blog post built into the email with some nice content, reminding folks, hey, they have 24 hours, got some other useful information in the email. So this email went out, very timely, 98,000, okay. See subject line here, controversy, respectful disagreements, and Thanksgiving, okay. Could the subject line be a little bit shorter? Yes, possibly, but if we look at the open rate, 15%, 16% open rate, okay. Industry average in education and training is 18%, okay. So they're close to the industry average. On the click rate, 1.6% on the click rate, industry average 2.1. So we can see what the top links were clicked. Okay, so they have a lot of links, and MailChimp will help you measure what links were clicked the most. Who subscribed, what subscriber with the most opens. We can see opens by country. But that's an example of a newsletter for this particular company. Okay, stacked content, okay, sense of urgency, okay, you can see the subject line, timely newsletter. So this is I think a good example of an email for the time of year. Okay, so let's go over the checklist again for email marketing. So good reminders on the checklist. This is a checklist. You want to make sure all boxes are checked. You want to create interesting subject lines as they boost your open rates. Direct correlation with open rates is subject line. Okay, you want to keep your content relevant and consistent with your brand. You want to check the sender name. Okay, so you want to make sure not only is it personalized, but the name aligns with the email address. Okay, you should always personalize. Always personalize the subject line and the email copy text. Meaning, don't just say hello to Sally, Pete, Rob, Michael, etc. Always include an unsubscribe link in emails. Okay, give people the option to unsubscribe. Okay, you can always re-engage them another way or later on, but you don't want to irk any one of your potential customers. Use A/B testing. We talked about A/B testing in the webinar. There's lots of different elements we can test, from subject line to content to font to call to action to imagery to subject line, etc. There's no shortage of elements in an email you can test. You want to use welcome emails to build good customer relationships. So when somebody signs up for a newsletter, send out a welcome email to them. Hey, welcome. Thank you for signing up. You should always segment your list based on user behavior. So you have a group of people who purchase product A, customize your email for product A, but you can mention product B and C in there, but know who your audience is so you can talk to your audience. Okay? And you can always ask your subscribers to update their preferences as well, because you want to make sure you're sending out emails to the right person, right address. Okay, so this is a short checklist. Now we can expand upon this, but these are some of the most of the key items when it comes to email marketing. Some other items on the checklist include features such as countdown timers and live polls. Okay, make it interactive. Okay, choose the right email frequency. Don't be sending emails 3 or 4 times a week. Once a week is probably as much as you want to go, depending on what it is. If somebody purchases something, then you probably want to send an email thanking them for the purchase, another one letting you know the product has been shipped, and another one with thank you, the product has been received. Reward those subscribers. Send out exclusive offers. Okay, make sure your emails are optimized for mobile. That means send out test emails and check it on different devices. Okay, create a schedule. Okay, you can automate these emails, so create a schedule that makes the most sense. Have a footer and a header in the email, and in that footer and header is going to be some information. Okay, just like I showed you with the microexpressions, there was a footer and header. Avoid spam filters. Okay, how do you avoid spam filters? Well, apply best practices. Okay, don't have spammy subject lines. Have an actual name associated with the reply to email. And split up your list as well. When you send out one email to 150,000 people, it could probably get caught up in some spam. So segment out your audiences. Keep your audience list short so that your messaging can be specific to the audience. That's going to help avoid spam. And then, of course, you always want to measure and analyze results. So remember, a lot of these email marketing platforms have the results built in, especially open rates. And today we're going to talk about MailChimp. So we're going to go through the features and benefits of using MailChimp as your email content platform. So buckle up and let's get started with MailChimp. So the first thing you need to do is sign up for an account with MailChimp. And that's simply just providing an email address, an ID, and a password. And I recommend when you actually sign up for an account, you sign up with the free plan first. And let's take a look at what the plan features are for MailChimp. So I'm recommending the free plan, but when you actually sign up, you have the option to actually pay for a plan. So you have the essential, the standard, the premium, or the free. And so I recommend you go with the free version first. It's like buying a car. You want to test drive it out, see if you like it, see if you like the features and benefits. And you can see here that with the free plan, you get a lot of features and benefits. So you get all the basics for businesses that are just getting started. So if you're just getting started with email marketing, I would recommend the free plan here because you have a 2,000 contact maximum. So that means you can send out an email to your 2,000 recipients free of charge. So not a bad deal for businesses who are starting out. I mean, if you are prepared, you've used MailChimp before, then go ahead and sign up for one of the paid versions. Each version has a different set of standards, a different set of features and benefits. From the essential all the way up to the premium, where you're going to get advanced features and more customization. But that's $299 a month. So if you're not prepared to pay that amount, then my recommendation, start with that free plan. Now, when you actually do set up your account, you're just gonna, again, provide a ID, email address, and password. You're going to go through a couple of steps. And one of these steps that I would recommend you do right away is connect to your Facebook and Twitter accounts. So if you already have a Facebook and Twitter account, very simple. All you're doing is authorizing MailChimp to connect to the account. And the reason for that is when you actually connect your Twitter, Facebook account, you'll be able to then, share content on those platforms, and MailChimp will do that for you automatically. Okay, so here you're just asking it to more or less interact with the platform, social platform. And I recommend doing that as you're going through the setup process. Very simple to do. If you're already logged into your Twitter or Facebook account, all you need to do is click on the plus button as you go through the setup wizard and authorize MailChimp to access your Twitter or Facebook account. Here you can see what MailChimp's going to be able to do. They're going to be able to read tweets from your timeline, post tweets for you on your behalf if you want them to. You're going to allow MailChimp to see, create, and manage your advertising data, including the campaigns and audiences. And the reason for this is you may want to integrate your email marketing efforts with your social media efforts. And the great thing about MailChimp is, hey, look, if you want to post content on these platforms, you'll be able to. If you want to leverage other benefits from Facebook and Twitter and integrate them with MailChimp, you'll be able to. So having these two platforms, in the case of Facebook and Twitter, talk to MailChimp is a positive, because then you'll be able to do a little bit more, get your message out there a little bit more. So I highly recommend you take this as a necessary step when you're going through the setup. Now it's optional, you don't have to, but I recommend it. Now when you're actually setting up your account, you're going to be asked to, design a template. Okay, so you could pick a template. Just by default, you could pick one just to get the account going, but you can always go back and add or change out the template. So here you can see I'm in the setup wizard, but I arbitrarily just chose a template. I can go back and choose some of the templates that are available to me. Now, again, you can create your own template if you want to. Okay, so you just click create template and you'll be, asked to choose kind of a, template that you can pretty much change and customize. So if you're thinking about sending out an email with an announcement, then that's the type of template you want to choose. And so here, now you can see we have a logo, we can change the announcement here, we can add photos, etc. So if I want to add my logo, I'm just going to go up to this top portion here, click that little pencil icon that'll allow me to edit. Here you can see it's the default logo. I don't really have a logo, so I can say replace it. I can also link to it. And here you can see in the Content Studio of MailChimp, I don't have any images to choose from, so I'm going to go ahead and upload one. And I'm going to go ahead and upload my logo that I've had on my desktop. Okay, so it's going to upload, and now I can select that and insert it. So now I have my logo as part of my template here. And you can also see you can add some styling here to this header part, so I can add a nice border around that. Okay, so I can align it center, I can go edge to edge. Okay, so I can customize the image in this particular template here. So I'm just going to click save and close. Now I'm ready to move on to the next part, which is just click on edit. I want to make an announcement. Okay, share your big news. Okay, we are having a launch party. Okay, so here you can see, again, just in this template, these quote-unquote announcement template, I'm able to just make changes to each section. Now I'm in the section of the announcement part where I can now customize the text. And you can see I can bold it, I can choose a different font, go Arial, I can choose the size, you can make it smaller, larger, pretty easy to use. I can again style it with a different color. And so I can make multiple columns here if I want to. So there's a lot you can do just in this one section as well. So let's go ahead and just do one more thing here. Let's maybe color it or something. I mean, you can see I can add a link. Let's go ahead and make it blue. That's the background. So I want to change the background. So I'm just going to click Control Z. I'll change the color of the font itself. There you go. Very simple and easy to use. Now I can add photos here if I want to. So let's go ahead and edit this bottom part here. So I'm going to click again the edit icon. Okay, so here you can see I have 3 images in the template. I'm going to go ahead and add to that. So here I can go ahead and upload some files. So I have some files waiting for me on my desktop. I'm just going to go ahead and add them and upload them to the Content Studio. And now that I've uploaded them, I can select one of them to insert. Okay, now I'm going to go here, insert the second one. And now I'm going to grab the third one and insert that in its place. Here you can see now I can go ahead and, style each one of these if I want to. Okay, I can add a border again. Okay, I can go ahead and do rounded corners. Okay, settings. You can see how I can set it up so they're all vertical. I can do this. So I have a lot of flexibility in what I add to these particular, templates. Okay, this is again just the announcement template. And so now I'm going to click save and close. And here you can see I can add some other things to it if I wanted to. I can play around with the design and header. And once I'm done, really, if I'm happy with my email, I can just close it out and I'm done. So what I could do now is when you're done with this template, you can just preview and test it. So I could send a test email or enter preview mode. So if I enter preview mode, this is what the template I chose is going to look like if I happen to send it out. Okay, so this is what it looks like on desktop. This is what it looks like on mobile. And if I go inbox preview, I'll need to upgrade my account because I'm on the free version. So, but I can certainly see what it looks like on mobile and desktop. So I'm just going to click out of that. And this is a template. And so I can go back and edit this anytime I want. So when I'm done, I'm just going to go ahead and click the MailChimp icon in the upper left. It's going to ask me to name my template. So I'm going to name this the announcement template. I'm going to click save. And now it's in my templates. So I'm free to use this template anytime I'm ready to send an email. Okay. And again, you saw how easy it was to make a change in the template itself. So when I'm ready to use the template, I can just go ahead and grab it. Okay. And again, I can go ahead and style it and design it any way I want. So you have different sections of the page that you can style. And here you got, mobile style designs if you wanted to. Now, if you wanted to in the template, if I want to duplicate the whole block, I can duplicate that whole block and you can see it just copied it, or I can just get rid of it. It's a very easily to use WYSIWYG, if you will, or interface. It allows, MailChimp allows for some easy, functionality, easy features to go ahead and manipulate and change to your liking. Okay, so again, I'm working with a template here. So anytime I'm ready to use that template for an email, I can go in and start using it. Okay, and if I go to templates, again, I'm going to find my template here. I can always edit it. I can always share it. I can always preview it. I can replicate it. And that's the important thing. So if I replicate it, I'm basically creating a copy of it. Okay, so I just created a copy. So now if I wanted to create or change the copy of it, I can do that. So if I don't like this whole block, I can just delete it. And now that I'm done, I can rename this. I'm just going to say announcement template v2. So now it's been renamed. And now I have two templates just simply by choosing one and replicating it. So again, if I go back to templates here I go, I have my two templates. And I can store these in a folder. So I'm going to add a folder. I'm going to call it announcements. And I'm going to add the folder. And that's it. So now I can store these in the folder. So you can organize all your templates in different folders if you want to. So I'm going to take these two templates here, move them to my announcements folder, and there you go. They're in the announcements folder. So if you're going to create multiple templates, then I would recommend you go ahead and organize it. Create folders, and set up as many folders as you want and need. It's because you're going to probably have different templates for different occasions. Depends on what type of email you're sending out. So I just chose arbitrarily an announcement type email. So now if I go back to create templates, okay, you can see again, let's go through some of these others. Again, I just chose make an announcement. You can tell a story, follow up, educate. You got all sorts of different templates that you could choose. All sorts. And here you got some themes. So you can even go with a theme if you wanted to. So for example, if you're selling products, let's just say you have a boutique store. Let's just choose this boutique template. If I choose this, here is my themed template. And so now, just like the other template I was working in, I can go ahead and edit this. Here you can see at the top, I got the middle section, I got all these different sections that I can now go ahead and edit. So it's just it's about choosing a theme template that works best for you, and feel free to, try these different templates out and see what works best for you. So here you can add in certain things like, social share. So if I just drag and drop, I can add in a social share image card. So a lot of these themes are very flexible in what you can do. Terms of the design, in terms of the content. So again, if you go back, and I'm going to cancel and not save this temp. Well, let's save it. We'll call it boutique. We may use it again in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and click save. And now it's a template. It's going to be located in templates. And again, if you always want to access templates, just go to templates. You'll see the templates that you already have created and edited. So you can edit them always just by clicking the edit button. Now that's, again, if you want to create a new template, just click on the create new template call to action. And again, you got themes, you've got layouts, or you can even create your own from scratch. You can import another template that you created in another email marketing platform, or you could simply do everything from scratch in HTML. So you have three different options here: layouts, themes, and creating a template on your own. Okay, and that's either by importing or by creating it from scratch. Okay, my recommendation, I like some of the layouts that MailChimp has. You can see a lot of flexibility here, and when you actually choose one, again, you're in full control of how to design and message it. So you're in full control of that. So if you just want to, again, tell a story, I'm going to select this template here. Okay, now I'm on the free version, so keep in mind with the free version, I don't have access to all the templates. So here I got to upgrade to use this one. But for example, if I don't see the message upgrade to use, then I'm free to grab it. So you can see the one column I'm free to use. So I'm just going to select that. And now I have this template available to me. So again, I'm free to edit this one as I see fit. I mean, I can go ahead and again, drop in any one of these elements that are available to me here. I'm going to drop in my social block. Okay, so here you can see I can now customize my social block. If I want to add in another platform, I can do that. Social media platform. Click save and close. So you can see they're very customizable. All of these themes and layouts are very customizable. And again, when you're done, it's just a matter of you can preview it or test it. You can enter preview mode or you can send yourself a test email. Okay, so if you send yourself a test email, you can actually see how it looks when it comes in. So let's go ahead and do that here. So I'm just going to send myself a test email and the email's been sent. So let's go check our inbox. So here is the email that I just created from the theme. You can see here, all I did simply when I edited, I just dropped in my social block in here. So this is what the email looks like. And the great thing about MailChimp is they have an option that you can view the email in a browser if you can't or don't want to look at it in this case, I'm looking at Gmail. So you can always, or recipients can always view the email in a browser versus the email client that they're using in specific. Now, when it comes to completing your profile on MailChimp, you're going to need an audience to send these emails to. And so when you click on audience here, if you don't have an audience already imported into MailChimp, you're going to be asked to import. So you can see I already have one contact. That contact's me because I added my email address on that test email. So MailChimp's smart enough to say, okay, we don't have this email address in our contact list, so we're going to add them. So here we can see we can manage our audience. So we can add subscribers, we can import contacts, we can have sign-up forms, and we can manage our contacts. So if we import our contacts, if I click on import, here I'm going to be asked to import either from a CSV or copy and paste. Or I can just go ahead and integrate it. So if I choose, for example, any one of these, then it's going to pull in the contacts I have there. And so it's up to you how you import your contacts. Now, the whole point of contacts is you want to probably, or really not probably, it's a best practice to actually create different lists so that you can use different audience lists with different emails. And so here you can see I have one email address. I can again import contacts or I can add them individually. So I can add subscribers here. Okay, that's another option. That's the slower option. My recommendation be import them. But when you import, make sure you're importing lists that have some commonality so you can manage those lists. So if you have one list that are, say, clients who have never purchased, then you want to create a list for them. If you have clients who have purchased, separate those out. Okay, so that's the way I would go about it. Now, if you're trying to build a list, MailChimp has what they call sign-up forms. So you have different forms that you can embed or have as a pop-up. And when people add their email address to that form, then it's automatically going to get added to your MailChimp account. So that's a great feature in MailChimp that allows you to, build out your audience just by using one of their forms. So again, we have a subscriber pop-up. You've probably seen some of these on some of the websites you've gone to. So you can customize it. And if you want somebody to subscribe to your newsletter, for example, all they need to do is enter in their email address and click subscribe. Okay, that's the pop-up version. Now, again, you have the opportunity to, use other forms as well. So you got a form builder here or an embedded form, okay, or you can integrate the form. Okay, so if I click form integrations, here I can use Wufoo or Squarespace. I can integrate with them. If I go back to sign up forms, if I choose form builder, here I have a sign up form and then I can customize that form with different boxes, okay, or fields. Okay, so whatever field I want somebody to add information to, I can have that in there. And then this form could be, on your website. So that's the great feature about MailChimp is it helps you build an audience. So I can add this form to my website and anybody who fills out that form is going to be added to my subscriber list that I can use for future emails. To take that a step further, I can even go from building a form to building a landing page. So here you can see if I click on audience, I can go ahead at the bottom right here, I have an option to create a landing page. So if I click on that, just like everything else in MailChimp, it's fairly easy to use. I'm just gonna name it, test, click begin. Here I can choose my audience. Again, what audience do I want to add these emails to? I click begin and I'm gonna accept. And here now I have all these different templates that I can use as a landing page. So if you wanna use these landing pages to collect emails and those emails are gonna be added to your audience, then you have a nice selection here at your disposal. Okay, so here I'm just gonna choose one, grow my list. Okay, this is a landing page. So I can customize it just like I do with my email template. I can add my logo. Okay, I can start adding different fields here, like an image. I can drop an image here. Okay, I can go ahead and, drop in my social shares. Okay, I can drop in a box, a text box. Okay, and then I can start customizing it with some text, some imagery, some other information. Again, this is a landing page that I can then add to my website. And so anytime somebody goes to the landing page and fills out their email address and hits subscribe, it's going to be added to that audience list. And then I can turn around and send an email using one of MailChimp's templates to that audience. So MailChimp really does a great job of allowing you to grow your list within your own website via a landing page, a form submission or form, or pop-up. So there are lots of different options available to us. So I'm going to click Save and Close here, and now this landing page is available to me. So I can customize the URL, I can edit the audience that these emails go to, I can add a page title, and again, I can edit the design. So I can really make this an integrated part of my website by designing it so it fits the feel and look of my website. I can add a specific URL, and I can add a nice page title to it. So MailChimp again does a great job of just making it so easy for you to build out a landing page for you to use on your website to collect email addresses. So if you're doing a pay-per-click campaign on Facebook or Google, you can actually drive traffic to these landing pages and get people to fill out a form submission. And when they fill out the form submission, that email address is going to get added to your audience. That's an option. Or you can just add it as part of your website, and people who go there from, say, organic search can find that page and add their email address organically. So that's a great thing about the audience feature in MailChimp, in that not only can you select an email template, but you have options to grow your audience. Okay, again, importing contacts. You can simply just add contacts. You can add, a form submission via pop-up or regular form fields to your website, or you can add a landing page. So it's important to note that in MailChimp, if you go to the Content Studio, that's where you're going to find all the files that you have added to all your templates or landing pages that you used before. So if I click on Content Studio here you can see the files I've added to my templates. If you have products, you can add your products here. Okay, so if you have an e-commerce store, you can certainly add your products, and then those products can be used on your landing page or your email templates. You have something called a Giphy. You can insert these into any of your emails, make it fun, exciting, engaging. Here you have Instagram. So what you can do is you can integrate, any one of your Instagram accounts. If you have multiple accounts, or if you have one Instagram account, you can integrate that one Instagram account in with your MailChimp account. And when you do that, it's going to pull in all the images that you've had on Instagram. And then you have an opportunity here just to add a logo. Okay, so you can use any of your Instagram images within your emails. Use one of these cool Giphies. Again, you can import your products that you can use for your email templates, or just keep tabs on all the files that you've added before just by clicking on My Files. Now, when you get to the point of building different audience lists and sending out emails, you're going to have the option to look at reporting to see how those emails perform for those specific audiences. Now, again, an audience is a set, it's like a segment. These are a set of individuals who are going to receive a specific email. So in this example, you can see I have different audiences. And if we look at, say, any one of these audiences, or even just go to all audiences, we'll be able to see how we fared on some of our emails. Okay, so for example, if I send out an email here in April, and this is April of 2019, I could see how many total subscribers I've had. Now, along with the number of subscribers you have what we call open rate and click-through rate. Now, we explain a lot of the reporting and the specific email metrics in another recording that we did last week. So if you're interested in learning more about some of the metrics, then check out the video that we have on YouTube, Email Marketing Tutorial. We recorded this last week. Go into details about all the different metrics you can learn about with email marketing. So take a look at this video, Email Marketing Tutorial. It'll be a nice precursor to the MailChimp tutorial. So to give you some insights as to what metrics to really pay attention to with email marketing. But in MailChimp, we know we can look at the total number of subscribers. We know that we have how many opens, and we know what the open rate is, and again, the total number of clicks and what the click-through rate is. Okay, so with MailChimp, very easy, you just hover over it, you get the raw number, and then the percentage. So open rate is how many people actually open that email based on the total number of people that the email was sent to. So here we could see in this particular email last year in April, we've had 14%, 14.1% to be exact, and that is 13,377 divided by 97,469. So that's how many people open the email. So 13,000 out of 97 is about 14%. Now, when somebody opens it, we hope they're going to click on it. And so here we got a 1.4% click-through rate. Again, that's the total number of clicks based on the total number of subscribers or people that were sent the email. And so MailChimp just gives you a nice overview of how many subscribers were in this particular audience list, and then the open rate and click rate. So we can really dive in here and we can actually see how that particular email performs. So if we just pick one email here, we can just click View Report. We have other options here. We can print, we can download, we can share it, the whole campaign, or just view the email. If we want to view what the email looked like, we can select that. But we just want to view the report. So we're going to click View Report. And now we can get into some nice detailed information about the actual report itself. So again, here you can see total number of recipients. And this came from the audience list called Newsletter. Okay, it was delivered last year, September 26, 2018. Again, I have the option to view it, download it, print it, or share it. So let's take a look and view the email to see what it looked like. Okay, so this is what the email looked like. We have our own template here. And here you can see it takes into account some of the best practices involved with email marketing. We have some nice content, imagery, some call to action here, some other links. Okay, we have our social icons. Okay, so that's what the email looked like. Okay, so we'll go back and we're going to click View Report. Now we want to view the report. Again, here's what it looked. Here's when it was sent. Okay, the open rate for this was 21%. Click-through rate was 4%. So for us, the list average, this list here, Newsletter, the average was for the open rate, 16.8%. So we're above the average on this email. For the click-through rate, the list average is 2.7. So we're above the average. So we've done a good job on this email, at least generating more opens, more clicks. And MailChimp even takes that a step further. They'll even show you what the industry average is for your particular industry. And in this case, we're education and training. So we did better than the industry average for both the open rate and for the click-through rate. So we could see some other specifics. We could see the raw numbers of opens, clicks, how many people bounced, meaning the email address wasn't valid anymore. And so MailChimp does a good job of any email that actually bounces, it'll be scrubbed and removed from your list. And then here you can see 347 unsubscribed. So the thing about, MailChimp is we want to be careful we don't have too many unsubscribes, and also people abusing or reporting abuse, meaning you don't want to send out an email multiple times a week where it gets to the point where it's spammy. And so you want to avoid a high number of unsubscribes and a high number of abuse reports. And so here you can see most emails are open within a 24-hour period, and then it kind of just tails off. So here we can see opens and clicks based on the time of day. So within a 24-hour period. Okay, so this is how most emails operate. Within that first 24 hours, you're going to get a lot of opens, a lot of clicks. And then it's going to tail off from there. Great thing is MailChimp provides me more detailed information about what was clicked. So I could see here the top links that were clicked. And let me just point one thing out here. Whether you use MailChimp or you use any other platform, whether that be vertical response or any other type of email marketing platform, you want to use UTM tracking with your links so that Google Analytics can pick up the actual campaign. So here you can see we have UTM tracking appended to our links. And let me just go into detail on that for just a minute. So MailChimp again gives us nice data on open and click-through rates. But when we send out an email and people actually do click on one of these links, they're going to go to our website. And from there, Google Analytics is going to take over on the tracking. So this is as far as MailChimp goes. So we want to be able to bridge the gap between MailChimp reporting and Google Analytics, meaning when they came from the email and went to the site, did they convert? Meaning, did they download something? Did they purchase something? And so we want to be able to bridge the gap, and UTM tracking, which is simply appending the original URL with some tracking parameters named UTM, it allows us to bridge that gap. So all you need to do when you set up a MailChimp campaign is just go to URL Builder in Google. Then you're going to click on Campaign URL Builder. And we're going to go ahead and set up an email campaign. So for example, if we go back here, this was the original URL. So if I just copy this original URL here and paste that as part of my website URL. What's my campaign source? I'm going to put MailChimp. What's my medium? I'm going to put email. So MailChimp is the source of where the traffic came from. The medium, the means in which they arrived at our website, was via email. And then the campaign name, we're just going to put maybe whatever it is, summer promo. So with the URL builder, you have 5 parameters for UTM tracking. You don't have to use all 5. Okay, so here we need to put in the URL and we need to put in the source. But the other 4 parameters, medium, name, term, and content, are optional. So you don't have to put anything there, but the more parameters you put in, the more specific it is for you to track the behavior of that email campaign. So here I can see MailChimp, email, summer promo, and then for the content, I can use that to differentiate my subject lines. So when you send out an email, we mentioned this in the email marketing tutorial, you always want to send out multiple subject lines, meaning one list gets one subject line, another list gets a second subject line, because you want to be able to measure open rates based on subject lines. So I can use the campaign content parameter for different subject lines. And notice the URL builder, once I enter in my parameters, it's going to append the original URL with a new URL appended with UTM tracking. So if I copy that, I can simply just paste that in my browser just to see if it works. And here you can see it works. The page loaded the original URL with UTM tracking. And so that's exactly what you want to do, because when you're looking at your reports in MailChimp, it's going to show me the top links that were clicked. Now, if I go into analytics, I want to be able to see how that campaign or how that link actually performed. So let's take a look at that real quick. So if I go to my Google Analytics account and I go to acquisition, campaigns, all campaigns, what am I looking for? Well, if I click on source and medium are 2 of the parameters for UTM tracking. I'm going to look for MailChimp. So here I could see my original URL, MailChimp, and then the date stamp, and then the medium's email. So if I go back here, I can see, for example, any one of these MailChimp emails that went out, and then I can see how many people actually came from the email, what the bounce rate was, meaning if they arrived on the site, did they leave after arriving or did they actually go to another page? And then I could see other engagement data like how many pages they looked at, how much time did they spend? More importantly, did they convert? So that's the whole idea behind using UTM tracking. Because with UTM tracking, you can bridge the gap from open rate, click-through rate, to behavior on the website, all the way through to the conversion. And that's what we want to measure. We want to measure, did somebody go from the email, open it, click on one of the links, go to the website, engage on the website, and convert. And so that's the whole idea behind UTM tracking. because MailChimp and any other email marketing platform is only going to give you at most your open rates and your click-through rates. Okay, so here we could see the top links clicked. I see 4,000 recipients clicked on this email. They went to the site, and now I need analytics to kind of tell me the rest. And here I can see what subscribers had the most opens. And if I integrated social, I can see some social performance. And so that goes back to our original setup. So if you integrate your Twitter account or your Facebook account, you'll be able to integrate that email in with your Twitter. And then from there, I'll be able to see, tweets or how many likes, for example. And to top it all off, I can see how many people from around the world clicked on the email. So that's reporting in a nutshell on MailChimp. Reports are fairly easy to look at, all sorts of other information like links, specifically links. You can look at social. So if I click on the social tab here, if I integrated my social, I can look at social reporting. Likewise for e-commerce. And notice the Analytics 360, I can integrate Google Analytics in with MailChimp if I want to. So I have all sorts of options on my reporting. So that's it for MailChimp. I mean, it's fairly easy to navigate. You have all the campaigns that you've sent out. So if you just click on campaigns, I'll be able to see all the campaigns I've set up and all the campaigns that have been sent. And obviously the ones that have been sent, I can start looking at reports. I can pick and choose templates. Okay, I can pick and choose my audience and manage my audience. Okay, I can see what the growth is from my audience. Again, I have different options to grow my audience. Okay, I can certainly add form submissions, landing pages, sign up forms. I can import more contacts, and I can manage them through different lists. The Content Studio is where all your files are going to be located, okay, from the files you've uploaded to e-commerce products to Giphies to Instagram to my logo. And then you have reports. And the reports are there for you to measure the performance of your email campaigns once they've been sent. So you can look at them from reports or just from the main campaigns view. That's pretty much it. So if you're ready to go at it again, click that create button, click that template, choose that audience. You can go ahead and send yourself that test email when you're ready. Go ahead and send that email off to your audience. It's that simple in MailChimp. And today we're going to talk about affiliate marketing. So let's jump right into it and take a look inside an office environment right now. We have Chuck here. Chuck's doing a little bit of pacing. John walks in the office. Hey man, what's with all the pacing? Everything all right? Chuck responded, hey, I'm just worried that I might have exhausted every way we can advertise our product. I mean, I've done SEO, I've done paid search, I've done email, I've done social. Man, nothing's working. I gotta come up with something new ASAP. Well, John responds, hey, don't worry. I think I've got your solution for you, man. Hang tight, relax, take a load off. Here's my solution, affiliate marketing. First off, before you ask the question, what's affiliate marketing? Let's talk about why we need affiliate marketing. So let's dig into affiliate marketing. So John's just taking over now, and he's gonna let Chuck know everything there is to know about affiliate marketing. So the first question John answers for Chuck: what is affiliate marketing? So affiliate marketing is a form of digital marketing that involves a merchant. It involves a merchant paying commissions to a website or other entities. So if I'm selling a product, basically somebody else sells that product for me, I'm going to pay that person a commission for selling my product. It's that simple. That's what affiliate marketing is. Okay, so basically what these merchants are doing or other entities, they're advertising your product. So they're advertising your product with a referral. So they're passing on their own customers to you so that they can buy your product. And again, the exchange is you give that website or other entity a commission. That's more or less what affiliate marketing is. So John's gonna have us take a look at each of these components of affiliate marketing in detail. Take it away, John. So John says, first, we have the merchant, aka the brand, the seller, the creator, the founder, the owner, the inspiration, the innovator. Hey, this is the person who came up with this brilliant idea. This brilliant idea has to get out there. We're the merchant. We're trying to get this brilliant idea out to the masses. masses. So this is the component of affiliate marketing that creates the product. The merchant could be anyone, okay? So it could be startups to large multinational companies, international companies, nonprofits, for-profits, individuals, independent contractors, freelancers, a group of people who have a passion for something, okay? It could be anybody. There's no limit. The affiliate, aka the publisher. So the affiliate is basically that third-party website or entity which promotes the merchant's products and tries to convince potential customers of the merchant's product's value. So this affiliate's going to represent the merchant on their behalf and try and get their clients to basically purchase that particular merchant's product. So the affiliate could be incentivized based on, registrations, email signups, sales, and subscriptions. So it doesn't always come down to, sales. If I'm just trying to get, build my email list, then hey, I can incentivize that affiliate to push email signups. If I'm got this big, offline, promotion that I'm doing at this particular mall and I want to get people there, well, I can get an affiliate and incentivize that affiliate to drive and help me drive registrations for this event. So it doesn't always have to be sales per se. So in effect, you, the merchant, and the affiliate work out some type of commission deal based on what you're incentivizing. So the relationship between the affiliate and the merchant is made possible with the help of an affiliate network. So that's the third component here. We need somebody to bring the two together. That merchant who has this brilliant idea and the affiliate who has potential customers that could potentially drive registrations, sales, signups, etc. to the merchant. So the affiliate network is the one who brings the two together. So the affiliate network, in effect, acts as the middleman, the person in between the merchants and affiliates. It allows merchants to find and collaborate with not just any affiliate, but the affiliate best suited for their particular brand and product, because you want to find somebody who is going to be passionate, who's relevant, who has your prospective customers in mind, because they're the ones that are going to help those prospective customers purchase your product. So that's what the affiliate network does. It helps bring the merchants and affiliates together so that the affiliate can help advertise and sell on behalf of the merchant. So with the affiliate network, merchants can use tools for tracking and reporting and processing payments for affiliates. So really that affiliate network is the glue that holds it all together. They're not just one to introduce a merchant and affiliate. They offer it all. So as a merchant, you want to be able to manage your affiliates. So you're not going to have one affiliate, you're going to have multiple affiliates. So you want to be able to use the appropriate tools available to you in that affiliate network to see and track how sales are going. And when sales happen, or commissions happen, you want to be able to use that affiliate network to compensate that affiliate appropriately. And then finally, the customer. Customer, aka the consumer, is the most important component of all of this. Take it away, John. So the consumer is the final and most important component. Without customers to buy products, the merchant would not have any revenue and the affiliate would not get any commission. So we need customers. So John, what is the process of affiliate marketing? Well, John says, let's have a look at the process. So it's affiliate marketing time. So we're going to use a tool or platform like Commission Junction. Commission Junction is a popular, platform affiliate network platform that brings merchants and affiliates together. So the merchants can use those affiliates to advertise their product. So let's take a look at Commission Junction as a good digital marketing tool for affiliate marketing. So we're going to use Commission Junction as an example here. Remember, in affiliate marketing, it's an ecosystem between publishers and merchants. So remember, merchants are selling products, publishers are selling those merchant products on their site. And so Commission Junction is the middleman, so to speak. Okay, so Commission Junction, just known as CJ now, is the middle person. They're introducing the publisher and the merchant. And so let's go ahead and log in here. So when you log in, like any other digital marketing tool, any other platform, you're going to have your own settings and whatnot. So really the whole idea behind any affiliate marketing tool is really there to manage your publishers. Who do you want as a publisher? Who do you want selling your product? You obviously want somebody who's relevant, somebody who's going to be able to sell the product, somebody who has a targeted audience that's similar to yours. Okay, so we go into cj.com, we're going to log in, and here you can see a publisher's link. So we're going to click on the publisher's link. And remember, when you sign up publishers, you have to have program terms. And so if we click on publishers, program terms, we're going to be able to see all the different program terms available. So here we could see the different program terms we have set up for certain publishers. So we just click on that. We'll be able to see that's the default program term. So remember, you could set up your own program term for any publisher. So as a best practice, if you have publishers who are actually performing well, who are selling your products, maybe you want to offer them a little bit more on the commission side. Maybe you want to sweeten the deal. Maybe, these publishers get better program terms versus, say, other publishers who don't. And so here we can see the program terms. Basically, you could see what the terms are, the action, and the different policies here. So everything you need to do to manage that publisher in terms of payment is done under the program terms. Now, if the program terms are met, the publisher actually sells your products. CJ is the broker. They're the ones who are going to initiate the payment based on the program terms. So be careful on the program terms. You want to be able to set them appropriately. CJ has templates. CJ has some default program terms that you could use and offer up to different publishers. So based on the program terms, that's how your publishers are going to get paid. And so here you can have as many different program terms as you want. There's no limit here. You want to be able to align and reward program terms, again, based on performance. And so here we can see what publishers are under what program terms. So again, if your publisher's performing well, sweeten the deal. Offer them a better program terms. And so you can align publishers with different program terms. And so that's the whole idea behind program terms, is you want to be able to align publishers with that. So when you sign up a publisher, they're going to get aligned with a program term, meaning what are they going to get paid for selling your product? Now, if we want to manage by status instead of by program terms, we could see all the different organizations we have in our network. These are our publishers. We're the affiliate. We're the ones selling the product. We want to know who's selling, who's not selling. And so we can look at all our publishers by program terms or by status. Okay, so basically you could see here the term status, whether it's active or not, earnings, basically what they've sold over the last basically 7 days or 3 months. So you could look at basically how your publishers are performing just by clicking on Manage by Status here in cj.com. So when you're looking at reports in cj.com or really any other affiliate program, you might see the acronym EPC. This stands for earnings per click. Actually, it's a little misleading. It's actually earnings per 100 clicks. So basically, CJ calculates, how much a publisher's actually making per click. Just like paid search, we're paying Google X amount per click. It's the same thing here. We can't, or these publishers can't make any money if they don't generate clicks. So that's why you have an EPC model or metric, so to speak, so you can measure earnings per click. CJ does it over a 7-day period and over a 3-month period. So you could sort based on 7-day or 3-month to see who's earning the most per click in terms of publishers. Now, you can select under publishers groups. Now you can group your publishers. Okay, so if you have, say, a group of publishers in a specific region like the United States or India, or if you're just focused on the United States and say you have publishers in different states like Texas, California, Missouri, Arkansas, well, you can group those publishers into different groups, and you can look at your different group names here. So here we could see Canada. And so we have our publishers grouped into a group called Canada. Why? Because they're based in Canada. Makes sense. So you want to be able to organize your publishers, because the whole idea behind affiliate marketing, CJ, is you want to be able to get the best publishers available for your network. And so as you get more publishers for your network, you'll be able to basically start grouping them where it makes sense. Now, the example I gave you is by geography. You could do by geography, or you could do by publisher status, meaning my best performing publishers go into a group. If they're in a group, then they get aligned with a certain program term. So you could group your publishers any way you want, by status, meaning they're selling more, these are our best performing publishers, or by region, or by promotion. I mean, how you group your publishers is totally up to you. However, take advantage of the option to create publisher groups, because the whole idea, again, I'm going to repeat it, is you want to get publishers and you want to start building your base of publishers, because the more publishers you have, the more chance you are to sell your product. Remember, if nobody clicks on your product, then nobody's going to buy your product. So if you have publishers who are promoting your product for you, then you have a good opportunity to sell it. So the more publishers you have on board, the better the opportunity. So now once you have publishers, you can start grouping these publishers accordingly to whatever makes sense. It's a business decision. Just know the options available in CJ to group publishers. Now, when you're in CJ and you're starting out, okay, you want to start recruiting your publishers. So you click on recruit. And based on your settings, based on what you're selling, CJ is going to try and put you in front of some good publishers. And so here we could see, if we click on recruit, we're going to get a list of publishers. And this search results list of publishers that we can recruit into our network are all listed here. And you could actually see, what's interesting, you could see the name of the publisher and you could see the URL. And then you could actually see if they're a good performer or not. So you could actually see their history as a publisher just by looking at their network earnings, and then also looking at their 7-day earnings per click or 3-month earnings per click. And so if a publisher has a very high earnings per click, EPC, then they're probably a good publisher, somebody you're probably going to be interested in. So if I see a publisher with 3-month earnings per click of $105, then that means, hey, if that's my publisher, I'm paying $105 or $106 over 7 days. They're generating some clicks for me and they're generating sales. You can't deliver commission if they don't sell. And so to me, I want to be able to look at the 3-month earnings per click for these publishers. And so I can just click on any one of these publishers here and get some more insight about that publisher right here in CJ. So here I could see the particular URL of the company, some other URLs that they have associated with them in CJ. I could see the category that they're in. Again, I can see the 3-month EPC. Here you can see a description. Okay, you can see some other promotional methods that they use when promoting products. And you get some performance from this particular publisher just by pulling down the pull down menu here. I'm going to look at this year and see what their performance is. And while I'm waiting for that to load, I could see, hey, they're also in other countries as well. So I can get a good snapshot of a particular publisher by recruiting publishers, seeing what their performance is over a period of time, and potentially, recruiting that publisher to be part of my network. Because if they're part of my network, then hey, if they're selling products, if I'm selling products and I want my product on their site and they're doing a good job of selling other products, then I want them to be, part of my ecosystem, part of my network. Now remember, CJ is doing the introducing here. They're introducing you to recruits. So you want to be able to, again, take a look at the site. Do any of the sites that a particular publisher has interest you? Again, we can just click on it, go to the specific site, take a good look. Hey, Virgin Atlantic, Okay, do we want them selling our product? Maybe, maybe not. So you want to take a look at the website, make sure it's not spammy, make sure it aligns with your business goals, make sure it aligns with your product, your target audience. Remember, a lot of things you want to make sure the website aligns with because they're representing your brand. Okay, very important here, very important. And so that's what you want to be able to do. And you could do all that just by looking at the publisher detail in CJ. And then again, take a look at that earnings per click. If they're selling products for other merchants and they're doing a good job, maybe you want them selling your product as well. Okay, so you can also, sort by country. You can also do network earnings, and you can really filter here. So if we want, choose high network earners in a particular country, a particular state, we could definitely filter in on a particular type of publisher. Okay, so you want to be able to hone in on somebody that's aligned with your geography, or definitely you want to align with somebody who's a high network owner. Now, when you get all your publishers set up, you're going to need to provide them with some good promotional material, some good banners, some, it could be text links, some messaging. Okay, so you're the one who's going to provide the publishers with the information they need. Now, as a best practice, remember, you can get on the phone with these publishers, have monthly calls or quarterly calls, see what they need. Reach out to them via email or reach out to them via the CJ platform. Figure out, hey, how's your banners working for you? Do you need new banners? So you want to be able to constantly, push new content out. And so if I click on links here and manage, I'll be able to see everything that I have available for my publishers to use. Okay, and then you can actually look at banners that have actually produced for you in terms of EPC, or if it's a specific promotion, okay, you could set that up here. So you're going to be able to see it here. You can see all the banners. You can see some text links in here. So all the, advertising that you want these publishers to have is going to be situated under links. And so you can see what the active ones are. You can look at archived. You can look at, again, text links, content links, or banners. And as a best practice, if I click on a banner, as a best practice, ideally what you want to do is use UTM tracking. Okay, so you want to have some type of tracking in place. However, CJ does a lot of the tracking for you. So they're going to be able to tell you how many times a banner's been clicked and how many times a banner's been seen. Okay, they'll also tell you, more importantly, not only was that banner clicked, but did it generate a sale? And so here I can see that I have 3 publishers using this particular banner. I can see over this period of time, 412 impressions, meaning 412 people viewed the banner and I received 1 click on it. So you can get some in-depth detail about your different marketing materials and how they're performing. Okay, you can also see what publishers are using them. Okay, so the key here is you want to be able to communicate with your publishers, give them the promotional material that they need to promote your product. Now, you could set up, specifically, you could set up a unique banner for a publisher, or you could set up a banner for a group of publishers. That's where the group comes in. So you have some options here. And then as a best practice, what I would try and do, as you can see here, is come up with different banner sizes. So you can see here, we got a 728 by 90. Okay, you got a 160 by 600. You got a 300 by 250. Okay, so you want to have different banner sizes, and you also want to mix in some text ads as well. Okay, you want to be able to give your publishers some options in terms of what to use on their websites. So that's the whole idea, because a publisher may not have space on the homepage. They may only have enough space for, a text ad or a 300 by 250. So you want to be able to mix it up, and then also mix up the messaging as well. So you can have the same 300 250 banner, but you can have different messaging. Just like you see here, 300 by 250, got this messaging here, and we got a different set of messaging with the same banner size. So the more options you present for yourself, the more of an opportunity you have for the publisher to use that messaging, that banner, that text ad on their website. And then that gives you a better opportunity to get the click, get the conversion that you seek out. So that is links. So you want to be able to continue to push out different banners and text ads. Now, CJ also has a great feature in here. If you're selling a lot of products, you have a large inventory of products, you could actually upload a product feed to CJ. So you can see in this example, we don't, but if you did, let's just say you have 100 products that you want to sell, you can go ahead and upload that feed to CJ, and then the publisher will be able to use that entirety of the feed, or pick and choose different products to use and sell. So let's jump over to reports. In CJ, you have reports. So this is really the bulk of where you want to be spending your time, because you want to be able to, not only recruit those publishers, but after you recruit them, you want to be able to see the performance. How are things moving? Are publishers moving product? Are they generating clicks? Are they selling your product? So go no further than reports. Right here at the top navigation, we're going to click on performance reports. And so we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling our product? And here you can see over the last 30 days, you can see how much commission was paid out. Remember, CJ gets a fee. They're the broker. Okay, so that's part of the program terms. Okay, so it's based on program terms. Who's selling? Okay, what program term are they associated with? CJ gets their commission. Okay, so you can see the total commission and then the sale amount. Okay, so we can see how many sales were generated, how many items were sold, how many clicks were generated, how many impressions. So I can get a good sense here, day by day, over who's selling, who's not selling. And it's all broken down at the very end to earnings per click. So that's my performance report. So we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling? Now, I can go into detail. If I click on transaction here from the pull down menu, I can look at a specific order. I can choose a specific publisher or website, and I can get details about that specific order, publisher, website, etc. Just by choosing transaction. So I can get really granular about the data I see for a specific transaction. That's just by clicking reports transaction. Now, you can also click on promo codes, and if you're running any promo codes for your publishers, you'll be able to see how many conversions those promo codes delivered and the total sale amount over the last 30 days. So building a network is all about recruiting the right publishers, giving them the materials they need, measuring the performance of the publishers, and then communicating. It's just so key. So CJ has a nice message center built in, so you can actually look at the messages you're getting from your publishers and turn around and communicate with them. So you can communicate seamlessly and efficiently right in CJ here. So I just clicked on mail, and we can see the messages we have. So you can also click on email campaigns, and if you have any email campaigns that you want to run, you can look at them right here in CJ. So CJ offers up some email campaigns, then we can see how many people we targeted, how many people opened it, and how many people joined, in this case, joined our network. So here we have, a breakdown of each of the email campaigns that we've run over a period of time, and their status, and how many people we're targeting, and opens, deliveries, etc. So if you want to run an email campaign right in CJ, it's available to you as part of the platform. So if we move over from mail to placements, we have an opportunity to place some promotional material on a publisher's website. And so here we could see a breakdown of different publishers who basically will offer up some promotional material that we can leverage. Okay, so here You got this particular promotional placement. It's a 1-month placement and review page with your ad. So we can actually, take advantage of what publishers are offering up on their own website. So the whole idea here is if it's in a prime position on their website, then we can take advantage of that. So then what we want to be able to do is if we like what they're offering up, you can see, hey, this particular publisher saying, hey, I have a creative, the placement is a homepage banner or full page review. Provide an email with a copy of the ad that you'd like to be displayed, and we're going to email this person here. So if we want to take advantage of a specific promotional placement on a publisher's website, then we can do that just by clicking on placements, and we'll be able to see who's offering up what. Notice there's a fee involved, so it just gives you an opportunity to reward a publisher that's performing well for you, and if they turn around and offer you a better placement for a little bit more money, it might be worth it. So the whole idea is to take advantage of placements, because if your product isn't placed properly, then nobody's going to see it. If nobody sees it, then they're not going to click on it, and then you're not going to get sales. So that's the whole idea here, is take advantage of what publishers are offering up in terms of promotional opportunities. So CJ also has a pay per call model as well, pay model. So basically your pay per performance is based on calls. So basically the whole point here is, as CJ points out, you want to promote more high ticket and consultative products and services. You want to expand your reach and you want to get more qualified sales. Then you can offer up a pay per call. And the beauty here is CJ tracks the calls. So you will be able to see the actual phone number and calls. So instead of offering up, say, banner with a click, you can offer up, promotional number and have CJ track the calls from the publisher. And that just opens up another opportunity for you to give your publishers an option to have people call. If they call, then great. It's another way for somebody to get in touch and purchase the product. So the pay-per-call method is available under CJ as well. So if we want to get more insights about how our program is performing, we just click on the insights. CJ is going to take us to this overview, this dashboard, if you will, with some really good data based on a time frame, okay? So we're comparing July of 19 through July of 2018. We're able to see revenue and commissions paid out and how many clicks, average order values. So there's kind of an overview dashboard, if you will, about how our overall program is performing. There are other similar tools and resources to include, Max Bounty, Trade Doubler, Amazon Associates. There's plenty of networks out there. You want to find a network where you're going to have affiliates that are going to be passionate and going to be relevant and have the prospective audience that you need to sell your product. So do your due diligence on the number of different platforms out there. So what's the process of affiliate marketing? So the process is really setting up rules, guidelines, specifications around branding, commissions, etc. for the affiliates. So that's really step 2. Step 1 is you got to find that network. Step 2, you got to then establish the process within that network, within that affiliate network. And so the merchant provides specifications such as, hey, here's what type of creative I want to use. It could be a banner, it could be just a text ad, it could be a video. And we want to be able to specify the messaging in that ad. We want to specify the specific parameters around the image. What size image are we going to use? Okay, we want to specify the landing page or the link we're going to send people to. And then most important, within that affiliate network, the merchant is going to set the commission. And so you can have multiple incentives. So remember, you can incentivize based on email signups or registrations, okay? Not just sales. So you could set the commission at, say, 5% for email signups and 15% for sales. So you could specify what kind of creative and text you want the affiliate to use. So this is really important because if you're pushing a product like a camera or some type of electronic gadget, you can also specify what promotion you want that affiliate to use. You could specify the call to action. Again, you could specify the image specifications, the price point, the language in the ad. So as the merchant, you're in total control over what creative and text you want the affiliate to use. So John is going to state further, John, the commission that each affiliate we receive is also mentioned. So let's look at the scenario where an affiliate receives 15% commission for each product purchased through a referral code. So 15% commission. So the customer clicks on a referral link from the affiliate's website. The customer buys the product for, let's just say, $27.97. Well, 15% of that is $4.20. So the affiliate will get a commission of $4.20. So as the merchant, you have to be able to set that commission appropriately. You don't want to give 100% commission away. You don't want to give 50%. You want to set a commission that's going to incentivize the affiliate so that it's a win-win situation. You're getting a sale, affiliate's getting the commission, the customer's happy with the product, and everybody comes away with an ecosystem that works for all parties. So what is the process of affiliate marketing? Well, affiliates apply to advertise on your behalf. Okay, so that's the third step here. So first step, choose that network. Second step, set up all the guidelines. Third step, really, affiliates are going to apply and say, look, merchant, I want to sell your product on my website. So John, take it away, John. Well, affiliates can contact you through the affiliate network. That's the whole point of the network. Or through a page you have set up on your website, specifically for affiliates. So really, there's two ways for affiliates to reach out to you, through the network or directly through your website. Either way, we're trying to get affiliates who are going to be passionate about selling our product for the commission we're offering. So if you look here, at the bottom, you may see a link that says, hey, if you're interested in our affiliate program, click on the affiliate program link. And from there, you're going to be able to see all the details about how to become an affiliate. So that's an example of what you can do on your website if you have an affiliate network. So the last step in all this is to select the affiliates that are best suited for your brand. So when you set up that network, you set up all the guidelines, you're offering a great commission, it's a win-win scenario, then you're going to have all these affiliates apply to sell your product. You're the one in control, you're the merchant, you're representing the brand. You need to pick and choose the affiliate that's best suited for your brand. This is probably the most important step. You want to get your product out there on the website that is best suited to position your product to your prospective audience. So, John, take it away. Well, you could select an affiliate from the ones that have applied for your affiliate program. This can be based on a number of factors. One, how much traffic the affiliate website gets. We want to choose an affiliate that gets a lot of traffic. You don't want to choose an affiliate that gets very minimal traffic. What's the point? You want to get your product out there in front of people. The second criteria is how successful was his or her previous affiliate campaigns? Were they successful in selling other merchants' products? Do they have a good track record? Were they good affiliates? And then third criteria is the most important. Is that affiliate okay with the commission offered? Now, you can always go back and renegotiate a higher commission for those that have been or proven to be successful in the past at selling products, or you can renegotiate the commission for affiliates who have proven to sell your product. So, for example, if you have 100 affiliates selling your product and you have 10 of those who have proven to be really good affiliates for you, then you can go ahead and give them a raise, so to speak. So instead of 15% commission, you can bump it up to 20%. So you can create a whole new commission agreement for quote unquote best affiliates. And likewise on the flip side, well, if an affiliate is not selling your product, then you probably don't want him or her hanging around. You probably want to try and see if you can incentivize them. And if you can't incentivize them, then the affiliate network is there to broker not only the agreement, but separate the agreement as well. So you could certainly get rid of affiliates who don't perform, but you can incentivize affiliates who do perform. But really it comes down to, first, do they have a good track record? Do they get traffic? And are they okay with the commission you're setting forth? So consumers click on the ad or link, which sends the users to the merchant's website. So they're going to the merchant's website from the affiliate website. The see it call to action will direct you to a page where you can buy, for example, in this case, software. So we're buying software here. And you can see here from the software, we could choose what we want, the full version. We're going to go for the full version. We're going to go through the checkout here. We're going to click on buy now after we've entered in all of our details. So it's almost seamless from the affiliate's website to the merchant's website or landing page, all the way through the checkout process. And remember, the affiliate network is the one tracking all this behavior. So as the person goes from the affiliate's website to the merchant's shopping cart, the affiliate network is tracking the entire behavior. So after the customer makes a purchase on that merchant's website, the affiliate network records the details of his or her transaction. This is important because the affiliate network records it. They're the ones that are going to calculate how much commission gets paid out to the affiliate. So again, if it's that $27.97 product, 15% commission, then the affiliate network's going to make sure that that affiliate gets his or her commission of $4.20. Okay, so the transaction is validated and credited to the affiliate. Okay, so this is all recorded in the affiliate network that you choose, whether that be Commission Junction, CJ, or something else. Okay, the affiliate is then paid his or her commission. Once they're paid, it's almost seamless. Nothing is stopped, nothing is halted, nothing's paused. That affiliate is just going to keep on promoting that merchant's product. The more that affiliate's incentivized with commissions, I guarantee the more that affiliate's going to want to push the merchant's product because they know they're getting sales by that particular merchant's product, by that merchant. So it's a win-win situation. The merchant's getting his or her product sold as a result of these affiliates' websites. The affiliate is getting commission via the affiliate network thanks to the merchant's product. So it's a win combination. And it's a successful combination. So affiliate marketing to me is equivalent to an ecosystem that creates a win-win environment. You, the merchant's getting your product out there. Hey, the affiliate's getting an opportunity to make some money. So John, what do you have to say? Well, the whole process repeats itself. It doesn't stop. So you as the merchant, you got to keep finding affiliates. And on the affiliate side, hey, you're going to offer up that product to keep getting incentivized with commissions. So it's a constant process that just continues to recycle itself so that everybody continues to win. So some of the advantages of being able to select an affiliate that's relevant to your brand are: one, you could choose an affiliate best suited to represent your brand and products. Okay, that's important. You want to choose a relevant affiliate. Two, you only need to pay a commission if a conversion takes place. Okay, that's the great thing about it. No conversion, no sale, no commission. Now again, you can offer up other incentives like registrations and emails, so that way you're getting something and the affiliate's getting something in return. Maybe a lower commission, but they're still getting something in return. Okay, the affiliate's audience are more likely to be interested in your product. If it's relevant, the affiliate's relevant to your product, then chances are the audience is going to be interested in your product on the affiliate's website. So the system works on a semi-automatic basis. The more commissions the affiliate gets, the more they push your product, the more sales you get. You get sales, affiliate gets commissions, everybody wins. Process just keeps going. So John, what are the tips for success in affiliate marketing? Well, John says, hey, look, now that you know how affiliate marketing works, here are some tips on how you can get better at affiliate marketing. One, provide competitive rates to attractive, successful affiliates. So remember, we talked about this a couple of minutes ago. Hey, affiliates at or performing at a higher level, offer them a higher commission. Hey, gamify your compensations into tiers to reward best performing affiliates. Okay, so break them off into different tiers. Best, middle, lower performing. Okay, maintain a good relationship with your affiliates with regular communication. So the communication doesn't just stop and end once you accept the affiliate. Communication continues. Reach out to the affiliate. Have monthly calls, weekly calls. In some cases, it could be daily calls, or it could be emails or text messaging. Offer up different promotions. Or more importantly, get some feedback from the affiliate. Get their ideas about your product. They're the ones who are selling your product, so they probably have some ideas on how you can better improve it. Or maybe they receive feedback from their audience that they can pass along. So it's important to maintain a good relationship with your affiliates to keep the relationship strong. And then set up ground rules regarding the liberties affiliates can take with your brand. Remember, you're setting up the brand guidelines at the beginning. You want to make sure affiliates abide by those brand guidelines, but give them a little bit of flexibility here. Now, you're the one setting the guidelines, but let them have some leadway in, for example, how much they can post your product, where they can post your product. They know their website better than you. You know your brand better than them. Together, you can compromise to come up with a winning formula. Be flexible with your budget, provided it generates sales and profits. So, in other words, you don't want to give away too much on the commission side. You want to keep it within a specific range, so that way you're still gaining an advantage on each sale, meaning you're gaining profits. Okay? Provide promotional ideas and talking points to new affiliates to nurture them. In other words, hey, pass along some best practices, pass along what the best performing affiliates have done to the new affiliates. If it works for one, it may work for another. It may not, but hey, sharing is caring, sharing is informative, sharing is knowledge, sharing is important. So share some ideas with new affiliates to get them going as quickly as possible. And then enhance your promotions with product information that affiliates can create a buzz around. So, listen, you can have recurring calls with affiliates and you can get some ideas from these affiliates about promotions. But really what it does is it comes down to you to create a good promotion that you will incentivize the affiliates to really push for it. It could be a buy one, get one free, a nice percentage off. It really depends. But you're the one, you're the merchant, you're the brand owner. You need to push the affiliates and help the affiliates. So give them ammunition to help sell your product. Chuck is just at this point ecstatic. John has given Chuck a lot of information. He's given them some networks to choose from. He's giving him the steps he needs to set up the affiliate network. Anything from setting up the guidelines to choosing the right affiliates to communicating with the affiliates. Best tips and practices and methodologies. Chuck is really thankful to John for all the explanation. Chuck's going to go right away and look for that affiliate network so he can get moving with choosing the right affiliates to help sell his products. So Chuck is thankful for John, John's thankful for Chuck, and everybody lives happily ever after in the professional world of affiliate marketing.
Guys, I'm Raul from Simply Learn, and today I'm going to tell you how you can become a digital marketer. So here's what we'll be going through today. First off, who is a digital marketer? How to become a digital marketer? The salary of a digital marketer? And how you can become a certified digital marketer. So first off, let's answer the most important question. Who is a digital marketer? Now, a digital marketer is responsible for several things. Let's go through some of them. First off, they're responsible to develop as well as manage marketing campaigns to ensure that the goals of the organization are fulfilled. They need to create a marketing strategy which is based on analyzing their competition as well as the benchmarks within the industry. They need to drive website traffic as well as acquire leads, which are then worked upon by the organization or the business. They need to utilize web analytics tools so that they can measure and optimize a campaign, which is basically figuring out how well the campaign is doing, and if it's not doing well, how they can make it better. And finally, they need to be able to enhance brand awareness, which is just letting people know that the brand exists and how the brand can make their lives better. Next up, let's talk about how to become a digital marketer. To become a digital marketer, you need a certain set of skills. Skills like search engine optimization, search engine marketing or SEM, email marketing, social media marketing, affiliate marketing, content marketing, and finally, mobile marketing. So the first step you need to take to become a digital marketer is to learn SEO. So SEO, or search engine optimization, is the process of increasing the quality of your organic traffic, which is nothing but the traffic that comes to your website without having seen any paid advertisements, just because your website is one of the first few results when they search a particular query on a search engine. SEO involves on-page SEO as well as off-page SEO. So how to do on-page SEO? First off, you need to do keyword research. Keyword research is one of the most important steps when it comes to SEO. It is the process of identifying popular words and phrases used on search engines by users. You need to be able to identify keywords with high search volume, high relevancy, and low competition. Next up, we have technical audit. So search engines around the world have internet bots performing a particular process known as crawling. In this process, these search engine bots, also known as spiders, scan a website and copy the entire website's content and store it within the search engine for it to index. Now you need to ensure your site is being crawled and indexed. Next, you have on-site optimization. You need to develop high quality content, meta tags, URL, and sitemaps. And finally, user experience. You need to provide good website architecture as well as internal linking structure. Next up, let's talk about how to do off-page SEO. This is made possible with the help of link building. This is the process of navigating links from other websites to your own. And by building external links to your website, your organic search ranking can be improved. Now let's talk about some SEO tools. You have Moz, Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs. Now let's talk about the next step required to become a digital marketer, which is to learn SEM, or search engine marketing. Search engine marketing is a practice of marketing a business using paid advertisements on search engines and other websites. So basically, this is a way of attracting users towards your website or a particular product that you're offering. So how can you do SEM, or search engine marketing? First off, you need to determine your goal and define a budget. You need to ensure that you have a goal in mind. For example, do you want more leads? Do you want to increase traffic or improve brand awareness, and much more? After you're done with that, you need to define a budget. How much money are you ready to spend to achieve this goal? Then you need to choose a list of relevant keywords, which is keywords on which you'll be bidding to advertise. You need to finalize your keywords and then bid on them, which is basically, are you ready to pay for how many clicks you're getting, or for acquiring customers or making them leads, and so on. You need to create a compelling headline for your ad campaign. You need to monitor the performance of campaigns and measure results, which is basically finding out whether the campaign is working out well, and if it's not, to optimize it so that it works the next time. And you need to target your audience with remarketing campaigns. For example, if a customer does not go through with the conversion process, they can be added to the remarketing audience so that they can be advertised to again. Some of the popular SEM tools are Google AdWords Editor, FB Ads Manager, Bing Ads, and AdRoll. Now for the next step to become a digital marketer, you have to learn email marketing. Now email marketing is a really efficient as well as inexpensive way to generate high return on investment. It can be used to convert prospects into customers by sending personalized emails to a targeted audience. So how do you perform email marketing? First off, you need to discover your target audience and create segments in which you can divide them depending on their behavior. You need to select and create your type of campaign depending on the goals you want to achieve. You need to select a suitable design for your campaign. You need to have a compelling subject line and email content, which is very important when it comes to email marketing. You need to send campaigns immediately or schedule an email. And finally, you need to measure results such as open rate, click-through rate, response rate, and so on. You also need to perform A/B testing to find out what works and what doesn't. Some of the popular email marketing tools are MailChimp, HubSpot, Marketo, Sendinblue, and so on. And now for the next step, you need to learn social media marketing. Social media marketing involves the promotion of your product and services on different social media platforms using different types of content. Now this could be just sponsored posts, video advertisements, images, articles, and so on. Now, how can you do social media marketing? First off, you need to choose a suitable social media platform for your business. It could be Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. Next up, you need to find your target audience. Now, each of these platforms has a particular niche that occupies it. Now, for example, Facebook requires an active social media marketing strategy. Pinterest is usually used by females. LinkedIn can be used for employee networking. And YouTube is a platform where people create as well as share video content. And that's the only content that works on YouTube. You need to create as well as curate engaging content, because without your content being engaging, nobody's going to be interested in your product or service. Then you need to choose a social media management tool. And finally, you need to test, evaluate, and optimize your results. Now let's talk about some popular social media marketing tools. We have Hootsuite, TweetDeck, Buffer, Sprout Social, and so many more. Now, for your next step to becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn affiliate marketing. Now, affiliate marketing is a form of digital marketing that involves two players, a merchant as well as an affiliate. Now, a merchant is an individual who pays a commission to the affiliate, who could be a third-party site or entity, to drive sales, bring leads or new customers with the help of referrals. Now, how can you do affiliate marketing? First off, you need to choose a tool through which you can find affiliates who can advertise your product. Now, you need to choose affiliate on the basis of how much traffic the affiliate's website gets, how successful the affiliate's previous campaigns were, and how much commission the affiliate asks for. Then you need to specify the format that the affiliate must use when they're advertising your product or service. You need to keep a record of the customers who purchased your product or service through the affiliate, and finally, pay the affiliate based on the commission rates. Now let's talk about some of the popular affiliate marketing tools. There's CJ Affiliate, Volume, Has Offers, and Awin. Now for the next step to becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn mobile marketing. Now, mobile marketing enables a business to communicate with a targeted audience through any mobile device. This is through SMS, emails, MMSs, and so on. So how do you do mobile marketing? First off, you need to create a mobile buyer persona, which is, what kind of person is using the phone. You need to set business goals, like what goals, basically determining what goals you want to achieve with the mobile marketing campaign. Then you need to conduct your campaign and reach your target audience with a personalized message to these users. And finally, you need to monitor these metrics and optimize them if required. Now let's talk about some popular mobile marketing tools. There's SlickText, Localytics, AdMob, Facebook mobile ads, and much more. Now for your next step in becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn content marketing. Content marketing is a pull marketing technique of creating as well as sharing valuable content. Now this could be blogs, videos, or articles which solves the problem of the target audience. This holds their attention by adding value to their lives and can end up converting their interest into a purchase. So how do you do content marketing? Firstly, you need to define your goals, as in what you want to achieve. You need to define your target audience. Then you need to determine what kind of content you are creating. It could be blog posts, ebooks, case studies, infographics, and so on. You need to brainstorm for new content ideas. You need to perform a content audit, which is to evaluate content elements and information assets, and choose a suitable content management system. Now you can plan, create, publish, and measure your results all in one place using a content management system, such as the HubSpot software. Next, you need to promote your content using email, affiliate, and social media marketing. Finally, you need to measure your success and optimize your content. Now let's talk about some of the popular content marketing tools. There's LinkedIn Pulse, Paper.li, Flipboard, Trapit, and many more. Now let's talk about some additional resources. Now there are a huge number of videos online about digital marketing, and I recommend you go through some of them so that you have a basic idea about their fundamentals. Now this is where Simplilearn's YouTube channel can help you. You can take advantage of Simplilearn's digital marketing tutorials. You can go to this playlist right here, and here you have tutorials on what is SEO, how you can rank #1 on Google, keywords research, Facebook ads tutorial, how you can rank your YouTube videos, Facebook advertising tips and tricks, social media marketing, Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics, and so much more. Now let's have a look at the salaries of a digital marketer. In the United States, the average salary of a digital marketer is approximately $65,000 per year. Similarly, the average salary for a digital marketer in India is approximately 5 lakh rupees per year. Now let's talk about how you can become a certified digital marketer. Now there are a number of different certifications available for you. There's the Google Ads Fundamental Certification, the Facebook Certified Planning Professional Certification, the HubSpot Content Marketing Certification, the Hootsuite Social Marketing Certification, and Simplilearn's Digital Marketing Specialist Master's Program. Now here's another way Simplilearn can help you. Simplilearn has a number of different digital marketing certifications. Let's talk about the Digital Marketing Specialist Master's Program. In this program, there are a number of different certifications, such as the Digital Marketing Certified Associate, Advanced Web Analytics, Advanced SEO, and so on. The certification also provides the OMCP certification exam voucher worth $395 upon the completion of the master's program. It has 45 plus projects and can help you get a salary of close to 17 lakhs per annum. It is also accredited by Hootsuite, Facebook, the OMCP, and so on. So now let's have a closer look at the Digital Marketing course or the Digital Marketing Certified Associate Certification Training. Now this certification provides 53 hours of instructor-led training, 40 plus hours of self-paced videos, instructor-led online project mentoring sessions, helping you prep for examinations from the OMCA, Google Ads, and so on. It has industry accreditations from Hootsuite, Facebook, and the OMCP. And it covers more than 35 tools such as Facebook Insights, YouTube Analytics, Crazy Egg, Google Keyword Planner, Google Ad Manager, LinkedIn Ads, Buffer, SEMrush, and so on. So why don't you go on to simplylearn.com so that you can get started on your journey getting certified and getting ahead.
And today we're going to talk about digital marketing careers, jobs, and resumes. So welcome and let's get started. So we live in a world where everything is digitized, whether we're communicating, reading, watching, interacting, everything is digitized. And one of the benefits of our digitized world is opportunities. And those opportunities have arisen in the world of digital marketing. So when we mean by digital marketing, we mean advertising to people via different channels. And so we're going to hone in on digital marketing and look at what those opportunities are. So let's talk a little bit about digital marketing. So digital marketing really involves selling a product or service using several different online/digital marketing channels. So some of the most popular digital marketing channels used by a lot of companies today is SEO, which is search engine optimization, SEM, which is search engine marketing, that's paid search. So if you see a sponsored ad on Google, that would be related to SEM. Most of you are probably already familiar with email marketing, meaning you probably received an email from a company trying to promote or sell a product or service. So those are some of the most popular channels. Of course, there's other channels like video, social, affiliate, influencer marketing, display. So there's a lot of different marketing channels that fall under the umbrella of digital marketing. And so those are some of the online marketing channels used by companies to promote their products and services. And so in a sense, that's what digital marketing is. And so because digital marketing involves a lot of channels, a lot of companies need people to work on those channels for that company promoting that product or services. So let's take a look at some of those particular roles involved with digital marketing. And the first one really is a digital marketing manager. So that's overseeing all these different marketing channels. Okay, so somebody looking and managing these different marketing channels we just mentioned, like SEO/organic search, or paid search, or social. Okay, so digital marketing managers oversee and implement these different campaigns across different channels with the strategy of either brand awareness or selling a particular product or promoting the company's services. And so with a digital marketing manager, it's a broad title in a sense, but it comes with a lot of responsibilities. So if we look at some of these responsibilities, it's really designing and overseeing all the aspects of digital marketing. When we say all aspects, we don't mean just campaigns, but really what we mean is managing a marketing database. If you're implementing campaigns and you're collecting information as a result, you want to be able to store and manage that information appropriately. It also comes down to being able and being familiar and being fluent in different marketing channels, like jumping from email marketing to display marketing. When you manage multiple campaigns and channels, you have to have a budget. So you got to be able to develop and maintain a budget. So being a digital marketing manager means, being able to articulate and respond to channels that are working and assigning budget accordingly based on performance. And not only just assigning budget, but making sure the budget gets implemented appropriately. Social is a big part of digital marketing. And so in itself, that's an 800-pound gorilla, meaning it's a lot of responsibility. So plan and manage social media platforms. For a lot of companies, they're quick to jump out there on the deep end when it comes to social. So a digital marketing manager really is someone who can reel that in and say, you know what, look, we don't need to be on Twitter or LinkedIn. Having that responsibility, taking the responsibility for managing the social media platforms accordingly. One of the biggest jobs of a digital marketing manager, in my opinion, is maintaining reports. And it's not even maintaining reports. A lot of tools like Google Analytics will create the report for you. We talk about maintaining reports. We really mean looking at those reports, looking at the performance of these campaigns and channels, and reacting accordingly. And that leads to the next bullet point, really, with the digital marketing manager, and that means coming up with new growth strategies. Because if, let's just say, a paid search campaign is really performing, okay, how are we going to grow that strategy? How are we going to grow that campaign? Vice versa, if your Facebook ads aren't performing, what can we do to get them to grow and perform? So that's the job of a digital marketing manager, react according to the performance of campaigns and continue to grow and build out the campaigns and channels. And then with that comes some side projects and some issues that need to be resolved. And so a good digital marketing manager has their pulse on everything related to that particular digital marketing channel. For example, a website. Okay, if the website's getting rebuilt or moving to a new platform or being redesigned, digital marketing manager needs to be part of that project and needs to be able to help manage that project alongside the channels and campaigns he or she is responsible for. So as you can see, a lot of responsibility with a digital marketing manager. So with that responsibility comes experience. And so to jump into the deep end and becoming a digital marketing manager, in my opinion, you need to have some experience. Maybe not across all channels, but at the very least, some of the most important channels we talked about already: SEO, SEM, email, social. Email's been around a long time. SEO is just so key. It's the biggest marketing channel out there. Paid search is very fast and dynamic, involves a lot of budget and management. So you need someone with experience, and someone with at least 5 years experience in digital marketing or advertising can fit the role. Of course, there's always going to be growth. This is digital marketing. It's still young. If you compare digital marketing against traditional platforms like TV or radio or print, we're only talking about 15 to 20 years of experience for digital marketing out there as an advertising platform. So having 5 years out of 20 years of existence is not too bad. Now with that comes a degree of some sort with marketing. Okay, so you need to have at least a bachelor's. A master's degree really goes far, because usually those that contain a master's degree usually have an MBA or Master's of Business Administration. And to me, that's a nice complement to having a nice set of experience in digital marketing. And so it's also a plus to really have some knowledge about social media. Okay, some of the best practices that go with social media, some of the analytics that go with social media, and not just social media, but in general too. So what are some digital marketing best practices that you, with your experience, can apply? What's your knowledge of websites? Do you have any programming experience? Do you have any design experience? Do you have any web analytics experience? Okay, having those skill sets, meaning understanding HTML or CSS or JavaScript, or being able to articulate how a website's performing in Google Analytics definitely complement the role of a digital marketing manager, and in most cases is part of the role of a digital marketing manager. And then one of the biggest skills required, and I think every company looks for this, communication and interpersonal skills. So you have to be able to communicate with your colleagues, with your stakeholders, with your clients, with your contractors, with anybody else supporting your efforts or the efforts you're supporting for somebody else. So communication is key. And today's world, there's a lot of communication tools out there. I mean, you have traditional email, you have text messaging, you have nice tools out there like Asana and Slack to help, solidify the way communication is streamlined. And so you have to be able to stay on top of communication because you're going to be reporting up and you're going to be reporting down to, those that are part of your efforts. And then a real big bonus is up to date with trends and technologies in digital marketing. So stay in the know. Stay in the know. Attend conferences, attend webinars. Attending this webinar definitely helps your positioning. So stay up to date. And what I usually tell, other students of mine is, hey, sign up for 2 or 3 sources out there on the internet. It could be, for example, Google's Webmaster blog or Google Analytics video or YouTube channel, or subscribe to Website Magazine, or get an email subscription to Search Engine Land. There's hundreds of thousands of resources out there on the internet. There's no excuse not to stay up to date. And then one thing that's not listed here that I would highly recommend is have a blog. Having a blog offers up multiple advantages. 1, it promotes you as a brand. Okay. 2, whatever you're blogging about, and in this case, it could be something general like digital marketing, or it could be a specific channel like SEO, or it could be analytically driven, meaning, numbers and everything related to digital marketing when it comes to analytics. Whatever your niche is, write about it because it puts you in a good position that 1, you're up to date with the trends. Again, you're promoting your brand. And 2, it shows off your communication style. So having a blog, whether you keep it updated once a month, twice a month, 4 times a month, goes a long way versus not having a blog at all. Because it shows you're enthusiastic about the industry and the job profession of digital marketing, and it really puts you in a good spot. So that's my recommendation there, in addition to all the skills required for this position. And, salary, it depends. It depends on experience. It depends on the company. I mean, if you go with a nonprofit versus a for-profit company, the pay might be lower. It depends on the company. You could go with a startup versus a more traditional company. And if the startup, they may pay more. It really depends on the company. It really depends on the industry, the organization, the experience that you have, the skill sets you bring to the table. All of that plays a role. So the salaries listed here are really just averages. Really, it's averages because if you look at $73,000 annually in the US, okay, if you're, get a nice digital marketing job in, say, Kansas, $73,000 is a lot of money. Well, it's all relevant because if you go to California and San Francisco, $73,000 is not even the medium salary for somebody who lives in San Francisco. So it is contingent also on location. So what you need to do when it comes to salary is take a look at your own experience. Take a look at what you've been paid previously. If you have 5 years experience and you're making $50,000 and you feel you've done a good job and you've earned the skill sets and the experience needed for the new position you're applying for, then there's no reason why you can't ask for more money than, say, the average. Okay, so really a lot of things are contingent on salary. But the one thing you can do to control salary is make sure your skill sets are in line with the job required. So let's move on to content strategist. And, content strategist, it's just a title that we're using for this webinar. There's a lot of job titles out there. The key thing here with a content strategist is somebody who's involving themselves with content. So they're developing content. Okay, so you can call it a content writer, a copywriter, a strategist, a content developer, the king of content, the queen of content. It doesn't really matter what the title is. When you see the word content, you know that your job is to develop content that caters to the company's objectives. And so with a lot of digital marketing channels out there today, okay, content strategists are in high demand, very high demand. So some of the responsibilities that go with a content strategist is you want to be able to manage the editorial calendar to ensure timely publication. And what do I mean by that? Well, as a content strategist, you could be asked to write social posts, supporting a social media manager. Okay, so you want to be able to come up with a calendar of sorts to be able to post at a specific point in time that's going to ensure high engagement. So having some sense of time definitely goes along with the job. Okay, you want to identify gaps in content and recommend new topics. So for example, a blog. If you're responsible for generating content for the company's blog, you probably want to take a look at the categories and the topics that have already been written about, and you want to be able to identify new areas of content. That's just an example, but you want to do that across all channels. Okay, you want to be able to create brand style guides. If a brand doesn't have a style guide already, that's a place where you can really shine. Okay, because a brand needs to have a certain tone, a certain message, a certain point of view. Okay, it needs to stand for something. And a good content strategist is one who can help create it, help implement it, help enforce it. Okay, so brand styling goes a long way with the job. Okay, being able to not only write, but proofread and edit pieces before publishing them goes a long way too. You know, some of the best content strategists I've ever come across are ones that ask me or a colleague to proofread their own content. Okay, so, you know, a good content strategist is one that looks outward to make sure that the copy or the content they're producing is up to snuff, it's aligned with the brand, it's articulate, and is centered and geared towards the intended target audience. So having somebody else proofread, to me, says something about a content strategist, and vice versa. Being able to proofread somebody else's work to make sure, yes, what they're writing is good, solid, grammatically written, up the brand, intended for the right target audience. I mean, so that's part of the job, being able to proofread and editing. Okay, another responsibility with a content strategist is identifying content topics based on keyword research. And this aligns with search. Okay, so with search engine optimization, it's all about keywords. And you need to be able to identify the content that goes along with those keywords. Okay, we talk about this in depth on some of our other SEO webinars, and I'll mention those in a couple minutes. But being able to identify the content that aligns with those keywords is really part of an SEO strategy. And to me, this next bullet point really goes a long way. You want to be able to monitor web traffic and engagement. Because if you're responsible for the website, if you're responsible for producing content on a particular website, you want to see how that content's performing. So just because you're a content strategist doesn't mean necessarily you're not immune to looking at data. You are. Everybody has a role when it comes to the website. Everybody should take a look at data and react accordingly to the data, including those who produce content. And then you want to be able to coordinate with stakeholders in the organization, because the stakeholders are the ones who are going to have some say in what content. So just like a digital marketing manager, to me, another piece of responsibility is for the content strategist to be able to communicate with the stakeholders. Let them know, hey, this is the content that's going out. This is our editorial calendar. Hey, let me proofread some of your content. Hey, this is the brand style. Okay, so the content strategist really is somebody who's center in terms of all content that's developed for a particular organization. Now, some of the skills required, to me, you can have a nice marketing degree or journalism or literature, anything that's going to have some background in writing. Some experience as a content strategist or manager or in a similar role. So you could be a blog ambassador for another brand and fill the role of a content strategist. You can be an influencer. and be somebody who really influences different companies and industries. That job would be able to fit a content strategist because most influencers write or produce content. See, having a basic understanding of HTML and web publishing. So you want to be able to understand how the web works. You want to be able to understand what it takes to create a web page because every web page has content. You need to have experience with SEO and you need to have experience with keyword research tools. Because to me, a content strategist is the one who drives this part of the SEO process. To me, the content strategist looks at data when it comes to keyword analysis, is able to aptly pick and choose keywords to align with content, and then write content, not just write content, but optimize the content for SEO. And then experience with social media, and not only just social media, but the different platforms out there. When I talk about understanding social media for business and the different platforms that can help a business thrive in that channel, you need to understand, the tended audiences that go to that platform. You need to understand the formatting and the opportunities for writing the content on that platform. Anybody can, stroke a keyboard and put words on a screen, or break out a pen and put words on paper. But it really takes someone with, really fine experience to really know who they're writing for, what platform they're writing for, and the guidelines and the regulations that go along with writing that content. So to me, that separates out a good content strategist from an average content strategist. And of course, excellent writing and editing skills go a long way. That comes with experience, in my opinion. But what you could do if you lack experience in editing is volunteer for nonprofit. Most nonprofits have blogs. Volunteer to write a blog post for the nonprofit. Or if you don't even want to go that route, like a digital marketing manager, have your own blog. If you have a passion for food or passion for travel or passion for animals or pets or dogs, write about it. That's what's going to give you the experience in writing, editing, and it shows, hey, look, you're enthusiastic about something. And it shows your brand and your tone. So like a digital marketing manager, having a blog goes a long way. If you don't have your own blog, then be able to gain the experience necessary in writing and editing by doing it for others, even if it means pro bono volunteer. So salary, just like a digital marketing manager, commencement on a lot of factors: experience, location, organization, the department of the organization, the type of organization, the industry. Like I said with the digital marketing manager position, hey, if you're at a startup, you're applying for a content strategist role, chances are you're probably going to ask for more money than the average because you're probably going to be writing content not only for the website or the blog, not only for social, but it could be some offline opportunities as well, meaning press releases, brochures, TV ad spots, radio spots. So you got to be open as a content strategist, especially when you're working in a startup, because you're likely going to wear many hats. Now, if you're applying for a traditional job at a company that's been around a long time, then your job may be really focused and honed in on a specific, role. So keep that in mind as well. So these salaries are average, so a lot of factors are involved. So let's go into SEO. So an SEO specialist. So it could be an SEO pundit, an SEO expert, somebody who's really familiar with the role and the channel of SEO. So to me, SEO is a big channel, a lot of responsibility. So SEO specialists are responsible for analyzing, reviewing, implementing, not just changes to the website, but things that happen off the website. Because with SEO is built into two branches or two strategies, off page and on page. Okay, so being an SEO specialist, you got to be able to hone in on what to do on your own website for on-page SEO, but you got to be able to be savvy enough to put together an off-page strategy. And not only that, you got to be technically savvy because a lot of what goes into SEO involves some technical aspects like 404 or page load or sitemaps or CSS or, accelerated mobile pages, mobile usability, structured snippets, featured snippets. All of these are factors that are related to SEO. So an SEO specialist is somebody who really is able to juggle both the website from a technical standpoint, on-page optimization, and off-page optimization. It's a big role. And so therefore, if we break down the responsibilities, again, it's reviewing and analyzing the site for improvement and optimization. In other words, somebody needs to be savvy enough, if they're called an SEO specialist, to be able to conduct an audit for an SEO strategy and be able to identify areas of improvement. So preparing strategy reports. So what does that mean? Well, that can mean a lot of things. So when we talk about strategy and reports, you need to be savvy enough to create a keyword analysis. Okay, you need to be savvy enough to be able to assign keywords. You need to be savvy enough to even know how to optimize a page. Yes, you may have a content strategist do that work, but as an SEO specialist, you need to be able to know how to do that as well. Okay, you need to be able to identify keywords, okay, in a keyword analysis. Just like a content strategist, you need to be able to assign keywords. And you need to be able to write effective SEO content, not only for the blog or website and social media, but it could be across other different channels as well. So being part of the content is part of being an SEO specialist, because if you work at a startup, you may not have a quote unquote content strategist to support you. So you may have to do everything. You may have to, not only audit the site, you may not only have to address some of the website needs from a technical standpoint, but you may have to do the keyword analysis, the keyword assignments, and optimize the content for SEO. And then take it to off-page. You may have to write the content for off-page SEO, meaning social, or it could be on other platforms like Wikipedia, Medium, Reddit, Quora. Okay, so all of these platforms require content that are part of an SEO strategy. So being able to, prepare a strategy, being able to identify keywords via keyword analysis, being able to write content that supports your SEO strategy are all part of the responsibilities of an SEO specialist. And again, part of that strategy, because it's on page and off page, is you need to be able to put together an off page SEO strategy. And that's going to, again, involve content. So before you start writing content for various platforms, you need to be able to put in a sound strategy. What platforms are we going to go after? What are the domain and page authority of those platforms? How much content do we need to write? How often? The frequency? What type of content are we going to write? All of that's part of a link building off-page SEO strategy. And to me, one of the biggest responsibilities of an SEO specialist is being able to not only analyze keywords and SEO techniques used by your competitors, but just being able to analyze and measure SEO overall. Yes, you need to be able to look at what your competitors are doing, but you need to be able to, for example, leverage an SEO platform, look at that SEO platform, understand how your overall SEO efforts are performing, and continue to make adjustments. So that's an SEO specialist wrapped up. And if we look at some of the skills, you need to have some SEO experience. Not having SEO experience and applying for an SEO job is really selling yourself short, because SEO involves some technical aspects, some creative aspects, and some good sound strategy, along with a lot of analytics. So you need to be familiar with analytics tools and other tools that are going to measure the performance of your SEO strategy. So you need to be able to familiarize yourself with some of the SEO platforms that are out there, like Moz or SEMrush, because they produce analytic data as well, meaning ranking information or domain and page authority. You need to be able to understand what those metrics are and how to react to them. You need to be able to understand Google Analytics from an organic search perspective. What are some of the KPIs you're aligning with organic search? How are you measuring organic search behavior from an engagement standpoint or from a conversion standpoint? And because SEO has a technical aspect to it, you need to be able to understand, the web platform that you're on. Is it WordPress? Okay, how do plugins work? Do I have all my plugins? What theme am I using? what's the CSS of that theme? So you need to be able to understand all the elements of your website that are going to affect SEO. And so with that, you need to stay in the know. You need to understand all the different ranking factors and how these different search engines run in terms of their algorithms. The pundits say there are 200 plus different factors that affect Google's ranking algorithm. So what are those 200 ranking factors? Do you have a certain knowledge set of how search works? Okay, do you know how the bots work? Okay, do you know the best practices for sitemap? Okay, so these are all the things you need to know and all the skills you need to obtain to be an SEO specialist. And just like every position we're going to cover, and we've covered already, you need to stay up to date with the latest trends and practices because SEO changes frequently. Google changes their algorithms, and they change their algorithms without even letting you know. So you need to stay up to date with what Google's doing, okay, or some of the other search engines. And so there's a lot of different resources available. You need to be savvy enough to pick and choose the resources that are going to keep you up to date. You need to know how Search Console works. I mean, there's just a lot of different factors involved with SEO. It's a very well-rounded channel with a lot of responsibility. So, if you don't have the experience necessary, well, in my opinion, you can come in easily as a content strategist. You can come in as a web developer and be an SEO specialist because you're going to have some working knowledge of, how a website works or how social or off-page SEO works. But an SEO specialist is one who puts it all together. And so to me, salary, again, these are just averages and they do vary. Okay, whether you're in India, USA, Europe, other parts of Asia, South America, salary is going to be contingent on location. It's going to be contingent on your experience. And the one thing here to prove your experience and to prove your worth in terms of salary is to be able to show what you've done in the past in terms of progress for another client or another website. So you need to be able to show those who you're looking to work for, here's what I've done in the past, here's the methodology, here are the metrics I use to measure, here are some of the results of that effort. Okay, so you need to be able to show, some case studies, best practices, and historical performance. And to me, if you could show that, then you're worth every bit of the salary that particular company would offer up. So let's move on to SEM specialist. So SEO specialist, a lot of factors involved there, off page, on page. SEM is search, but it's a whole different set of skills versus SEO. A whole different skill set. And why? Because an SEM specialist, it could be an SEM manager or whatever, again, you want to call it. But the channel here is SEM, search engine marketing. And really, somebody who's part of SEM is going to be able to manage paid search campaigns across multiple channels, across multiple networks. Okay, so it may not even be just a search network. It could be the display network. Okay, so you need to know how Google and Yahoo and Bing and Baidu and LinkedIn and Twitter, all these paid search platforms, you need to know how they work and be able to manage campaigns effectively on those platforms. So some of the responsibilities. Now, I will say this, with SEM, it's very fast paced. So your responsibility is to keep up with campaign performance. And some of the things you're going to do, some of the responsibilities you're going to conduct while managing campaigns are going to be testing, a lot of testing, and a lot of analyzing data. Okay, so you need to be able to react to the data you see. Okay, so you need to identify trends to achieve maximum return on investment. So in my opinion, a good SEM specialist is one who identifies their KPIs beforehand and then identifies the strategy beforehand and then being able to execute that strategy. And then after executing that strategy, being able to optimize the campaign so you're able to achieve maximum performance and maximum results. That's really the job of an SEM specialist. So you need to be able to execute according to strategy. You need to be able to track and report on the performance. And not just track and report, but you need to be able to react, because with pay-per-click or cost per click or sponsored search or search engine marketing, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be fast-paced, meaning you're going to get data, and you're going to get data very quickly. And so you have to be good at looking at numbers and reacting to those numbers. And another major responsibility is being able to manage a budget. If a client gives you money, you need to be able to manage that budget accordingly. First things first, you need to be able to plot a strategy that's going to spend that budget wisely. And you need to be able to monitor and maintain that budget so you don't overspend the budget. And not only just overspend the budget, but underspend the budget. So if a client hands you $1,000, don't spend $500 of it. Don't spend $1,500 of it. Spend $1,000, look at the results along the way, and come back to the client and tell them, hey, here's the maximum results for that $1,000. And here's what I recommend moving forward based on the work and the optimization we've done. That's part of being an SEM specialist, is being able to manage and maintain the budget and maximize your efforts for those paid search campaigns while you're spending that budget. And some of the other responsibilities with an SEM specialist is not just managing numbers and data, it's being able to write ad copy. And not only write ad copy, but know the different guidelines and formats of these different paid campaigns and platforms, because the guidelines for Google are going to be different from the guidelines on Facebook. And so you need to be able to also react to that ad copy according to the platform. And not only the ad copy, but the landing pages as well. You need to be able and be savvy and technically savvy enough to be able to set up unique landing pages for your pay-per-click campaigns. Okay, that's part of an SEM specialist, leading the way on creating landing pages. And not just creating landing pages, but also doing A/B testing on those landing pages. A good SEM specialist with experience is going to be able to raise their hand and say, look, this landing page is not performing. Let's put an A/B test in place so that we can improve performance of our paid search campaign. So one of the ultimate jobs of an SEM specialist is always looking at keywords, being able to identify keywords that are performing, being savvy enough to pause the keywords that are not performing, being able to optimize keywords to gain better performance, and to expand the keyword list, whether that be in a different campaign or ad group or, ad set. So identifying and managing keywords is probably the number one job of an SEM specialist, because keywords are what drive a lot of paid search, especially on Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So a lot of responsibility with an SEM specialist. You're giving the responsibility of running a campaign against a budget, and you have to move at a fast pace. So it's not an easy role. It's not for the faint at heart. You need to be able to react to data at a very fast pace. And so what are some of the skills required for a job like this? Well, you need to have experience with search engine marketing in general, but it would help to have experience across multiple platforms. I would even go as far as not just saying Yahoo and Bing and Google, but Facebook, LinkedIn, AdRoll, and not only just Google search, but you need to be able to show that you can manage paid search campaigns across Google's display network, meaning display banners, and even video campaigns on YouTube, or remarketing campaigns, or shopping ad campaigns. So you need to have a well-rounded view and well-rounded experience on how search works and all the different types of campaigns you can run on a search platform. You need to be well-versed in metrics. Paid search is about reacting to data and performing the campaign at the maximum. So if you're managing a campaign for an e-commerce website, what are your KPIs? What's your cost per acquisition? If I'm selling a t-shirt for $20, do I want my cost per acquisition to be $25? No. So you need to be able to understand the different metrics and the different KPIs aligned with a specific strategy or website or business. And you need to manage against those metrics, whether that be cost per acquisition or conversion rate or raw conversions. You need to be staying up to date with the latest SEM trends because paid search, especially on Google, they come out with a lot of features and updates all the time. And you need to be able to know what those updates are so you could take advantage of them. Do you know that, Google offers up responsive ads? Okay, do you know that they have different ad extensions for, say, mobile or location? Okay, you need to stay up to date with all the features on every platform so you can maximize those features for your clients. Again, you need to have strong analytical skills. If you're not good with numbers, then being an SEM specialist is probably not for you. Being comfortable with numbers and being able to react to those numbers, that's a sign of a good, strong analytical skill set. Now, SEM involves a lot of testing because A/B testing and pay-per-click go together because pay-per-click's a controlled environment. So doing A/B testing and being able to identify A/B testing, not just for landing pages, but for ad copy. So you need to be able to be familiar with how A/B testing works and being comfortable identifying areas that need A/B testing, coming up with variations, coming up with those KPIs, and then having a well-rounded knowledge of how a website works never hurts because you may be tasked with setting up the A/B test for a landing page. So to me, being an SEM specialist, it's a cool job. I particularly like pay-per-click. It's very fast-paced. You get to react. You get to do a lot of different things here across different platforms. And to see the fruits of your labor pay off for the client, meaning good campaign performance, is well worth the reward of being an SEM specialist. And again, we're looking at $65,000 in the US, and that's contingent on experience. And to me, I would probably go as far as saying, you need to have at least 5 years experience as an SEM specialist. And you need to be able to show a well-rounded view of what you've managed in the past. So whether that be paid search campaigns on Google search, display, video, shopping, remarketing, social paid ads on different platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. You could even do paid search on other platforms or websites as well. And even understanding, how AdSense works. The other way around, how a publisher gets money, because that's part of the display network. So looking at it not from an advertiser point of view, but from a publisher standpoint. So showing a well-rounded knowledge of how paid search works really goes a long way into how much you actually make as an SEM specialist. Let's move over to social media marketer. So social media marketers are in high demand because a lot of companies are on social media. So social media marketers achieve customer engagement, intimacy. They want to drive website traffic. They want to convert that traffic to revenue. Okay, so they want to take advantage of all the features available on that particular social media platform. And so some of the responsibilities involved with being a social media marketer involves, building and executing a strategy on that particular social media platform. So you want to be able to look at what your competitors are doing. You want to put in a good strategy. And when I say a good strategy, that means identifying what platforms, identifying the messaging. Okay, is it going to be brand or SEO based or sales based? Okay, being able to build an audience on that platform, knowing who your target audience is. Okay, that's first and foremost from a social media perspective. A good social media marketer needs to know what they're getting themselves involved with before they execute. Okay, and then once you are able to plan and strategize, then comes the work. You need to be able to generate, edit, publish, and share content. And the whole point here is it's based on strategy. So is it brand awareness? Is it community building? At the end of the day, you're going to want to see some type of engagement, or you're going to want to be able to see something in return for the content you're posting. So are you in for likes, or are you in for shares, or are you in for website traffic, or are you in for conversions? Okay, so you need to be able to manage that. based on the content you publish. And so to me, when you're talking about content and you're talking about social media, you need to be able to lean on a good social media platform. There are plenty out there like Buffer or Sprout Social or Hootsuite or Later. There are plenty of social media platforms out there, and you need to familiarize yourself and be able to leverage that social media platform to manage your content, manage the data you're seeing from the social media platforms. And then basically the whole idea behind social is it's based on a strategy. So you need to be able to improve that strategy by analyzing those metrics, insights, and understand some of the best practices in order to improve. So it's a very broad sense of responsibilities because it does depend on the platform. It does depend on the business. It does depend on your strategy. You could just be responsible for Twitter. Okay, so Twitter has, very limited number of characters involved with content. But just because there's not a lot of content doesn't mean the strategy isn't as intense as it would be on Facebook or LinkedIn. So you need to be able to adjust and adapt to the platform you're working on. And so to me, some of the skills required, it helps to have an MBA, but I think it definitely does help to have experience as a social media marketer. 2 years is probably good enough experience, but in my opinion, the more experience you have and the more experience you have across multitude of platforms definitely says something about your skill set. So it needs a crossover as well. It needs a crossover, that skill set needs a crossover into different marketing channels. For example, paid search. Why? Because you could be asked to write content for paid ads on Facebook. It needs to be able to cross over in SEO. Why? Because you could be asked to write content for off-page SEO on a particular social media platform. It needs to be able to cross over into, say, email, because you could be contributing to that email newsletter that goes out that's pulling snippets of content from your social work. So you need to familiarize yourself with how different marketing channels work because they overlap with social media. And then just like a content strategist, just like SEO, SEM, a digital marketing manager, you need to be able and be comfortable going into Google Analytics or your analytics platform. You need to be able to identify social as a channel and be able to measure how that particular channel is working. And not only how it's working in terms of your KPIs, which could be engagement or conversion based, but you need to be savvy enough to react to the data. Let's just say you're not driving enough traffic from Facebook, and Facebook is your primary social media platform. What are you going to do? How are you going to adjust that strategy to drive more traffic? So that's a good, savvy social media marketer, somebody who's able to go into an analytics platform and react to the data they're seeing based on the strategy that they're trying to implement. And then, having well-rounded experience with all the different social networking and social analytics tools definitely shows your experience. If you have a little experience with just one platform like Sprout Social, then get experience. Jump into Hootsuite or Buffer or some of these other platforms and know the differences between them. Because basically, one social media platform may not work for one company. You may have to lean on one or two based on the features that they offer. And you need to be savvy enough to identify that so that you can assist the organization you're working for. So that to me shows a lot of maturity and experience, knowing where to go to maximize your efforts. So social media marketers, they're in abundance, but they're in need. Okay, so you can really niche yourself a good career, whether that be at a startup or whether it be at a traditional company, whether it be in a nonprofit or for-profit, whether that be in tech or real estate or law or medical or insurance, it doesn't matter. Social media marketers are in need, but a good social media marketer are those that take into account the skills we talked about. Okay, let's turn our attention to email marketing. So let's take a look at email marketing here. So email marketing has been around a long time. So email marketing specialists, if you will, are those that promote the organization's product or services via email. So the aim is to really get those emails to work. So email marketing has been around. Most people today have email addresses, are familiar with email marketing because most organizations use email marketing as a digital marketing channel. And so a good email marketing specialist is responsible for the design and the implementation of an email marketing campaign. And so to me, they need to be able to also identify the platform that they're going to be working with. So if you're going to implement an email marketing campaign, you need to be able to identify the platform that you're going to work in. And there are plenty of email marketing platforms. And there are plenty of marketing automation tools that offer up email as a feature. So you need to be able to identify not only a marketing automation platform that works with your email marketing strategy, but a good email marketing platform. There's Vertical Response, there's MailChimp, there's, a lot of different email marketing platforms out there. So try and test a few of them and understand how they work. Just like social media, there's an abundance of email marketing platforms. So you need to be able to identify one that's going to align with your strategy and give you all the features and benefits available. And you need to be able to identify your target audience, because you're not going to send one email to your entire audience list. You're going to need to be able to dissect that entire audience list into different segments. And that's what a good email marketing specialist does. Identify different segments of audience. You need to be, just like a content strategist, able to proofread copy. In some cases, you may be writing that copy for the email if you work at a startup and you don't have a content strategist. Maybe you are a content strategist who is also assigned as an email marketing specialist. Either way, you need to be able to look at the copy that's in that email and ask yourself, is this copy intended for a target audience? Does it fit our brand guidelines? Does it fit our brand messaging? Do the call to actions fit what we're trying to achieve? All that's part of an email marketing specialist. An email marketing specialist needs a good set of eyes. And you need to understand the technical aspects of email, because no longer are we sending email to somebody on a computer, on a desktop, who's downloading that email onto, say, some software program like Outlook. Not today. Today, most people are looking at email on the fly, on the go, via mobile. So we need to make sure that emails, fit our audience across multiple devices. So you need to be able to ensure that, your emails are mobile friendly, because most people are looking at emails on their mobile phones. And timing is everything with email. Metrics, just like any other channel, is important with email. So you need to know when you're going to be able to send that email, what time of day you're going to be able to send that email. And you need to understand the campaign performance. Why? So that you can respond and optimize the email marketing efforts moving forward. And then another responsibility, not really listed here, but it does go with the job, and that's A/B testing. So just like an SEM specialist, you need to be able to understand how A/B testing works. Why? Because you may not just be optimizing landing pages for an A/B test. You may be looking at an A/B test for subject lines. In fact, a good email marketing specialist never sends out an email without A/B testing the subject line. And so you need to be familiar with how A/B testing works, because that goes along with improving campaign performance. And knowing industry policies and best practices, especially with email, goes a long way, because there are a lot of regulations involved around, email. And it does come down to also the industry. What you could say and what you can't say by industry does factor in. So staying up to date with industry policies and best practices definitely is part of the responsibility of an email marketing specialist. Now, skills required: should have experience with email marketing. And to me, I would take this a step further. Having well-rounded experience working for a startup, working for a larger company, and working for a company that has different target audiences meaning segmented audiences, is you can show that, hey, I know how to send out an email to a large number of people, and they could be subsets of a bigger audience. And you need to be able to show, the different styles and the different platforms for email marketing that you've worked with. And a lot of email requires HTML or knowledge of HTML. So you're going to have to know HTML because you may have to edit HTML. You need to know how UTM tracking works. Okay, urgent tracking modules. So if you don't know what UTM tracking is and you want to be an email marketing specialist, you need to know what that is and get some hands-on experience using UTM tracking, because you need to track emails. And if you're using Google Analytics as your analytics platform, then you definitely will need UTM tracking, because you need to be able to be comfortable to go into Google Analytics and look at your email campaign performance. Does it align with your KPIs? And you need to be able to have some project management skills, because a lot goes into email marketing. It's the design of it, it's the timing of it, it's the copy, it's the A/B testing, it's the analytical part. If you're working for a big company that has 35 different target audiences, you could be sending out multiple emails on a daily basis for different audiences. And so you need to be able to project manage each of these email campaigns. And so those are the skills required for an email marketing specialist. And again, salary contingent upon experience. The more experience you have as an email marketer, the more you're going to make. And experience to me is based on, how many email marketing platforms you work with. How many companies have you done email marketing for? How well-rounded have your emails been? How many target audiences, how big have those target audiences been? Do you understand the concept of analytics and the concept of A/B testing? So if you do, and you checked off all those boxes, then you can command more than what the average is for an email marketing specialist. So let's take a look at a digital marketing resume. So my recommendation, and this is just my opinion, would be to build your resume off a platform like LinkedIn. So if you're not on LinkedIn, then I would definitely recommend you get on LinkedIn. And if you're going to be a social media marketer, then you definitely should be on LinkedIn. If you're going to be a content strategist or even digital marketing manager, you need to be on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a business-to-business platform. So it allows you to put your best foot forward in front of a lot of people. So not only those you connect with, but there's a lot of recruiters who work on LinkedIn. And these recruiters are looking for people with experience who fit the job they're trying to fill. And so to me, if we look at a good resume, especially on LinkedIn, LinkedIn allows you to have a platform to put in all your experience. And so, depending on what you're trying to go for, I would niche towards that. So if you're going to be a digital marketing manager, then you could see in this example, 2 years experience with content, SEO, marketing automation, email, SEM, and market research. Those are part of the skill sets required for a digital marketing manager. So you want to put in a summary, a good summary to include how much experience you have and anything that supports your claim to be a digital marketing manager or an email marketing manager or social media marketing manager. That's part of the summary. And then you want to put your experience in there. And to me, putting your experience in there is key. I would include all your experience, everything you've ever done geared towards the job you're going for. And to me, one thing about experience is when you write out your experience, put in what your responsibilities were. And then I think what's key here, in this example, you could see this person had associate digital marketing manager experience for 1 year. And what they did was they actually showed the improvements they made as a digital marketing manager. So you could see increased organic page views 30% with a reduction of bounce rates on websites through site content management and SEM analysis. So they actually put some quantitative data in there to show that, hey, this is what I've done and this is what I've done to improve this particular company's website. And so to me, it's action oriented. It shows some quantitative analysis. It shows you've actually done work that made improvement. And it also shows that you have command of analytics, because every job under the digital marketing realm involves quantitative and analytical data. And so putting analytical data in your resume shows that you know what you're talking about. So here you could see on the next example, hey, as a marketing intern for Nike, 1 good year, here's all the tools I've worked with. So to me, that's also a plus. You want to show, again, a lot of these positions require knowledge of some of the most common platforms. Okay, whether that's an analytical platform, an email marketing platform, an SEO platform, or a social media platform. If you worked in that platform, put it down. It shows that you're well-rounded. And so that's a good suggestion to show, hey, you have experience working with these platforms, and hey, you have command of analytics. Obviously, putting your education down there. To me, I'm not a recruiter. I don't think CPA is such a big deal. To me, experience is more of a big deal. And then you definitely, to support that experience, to show that you're in the know, to show that you stay up to date, that show that you're up to date with the latest trends and best practices, I would definitely put your certifications. And so if you're trying to be an SEM specialist or strategist, then make sure you have Google Ads certifications. And not just Google Ads, but all facets of Google Ads and what Google Ads has to offer. Get your certification in mobile. Get your certification in video. Get it in shopping. Get it in display. Put those certifications down there because it shows you're well-rounded. And regardless of what position you're going for, whether it be content or email, go for the Google Analytics certification. All these certifications I mentioned by Google are free. Bing has certifications. Facebook has certifications. Get those certifications and put them down there. Because again, it shows that you're in command of your career. It shows that you're up to date with the latest and greatest. It shows that you know what you're talking about because you've taken the initiative to get a certification. So to me, these are all the key ingredients to a good resume. Niche it to what you're trying to do. Write a good summary that supports your effort. Put your experience down there, but when you put your experience, support it with quantitative measurements and metrics. Put down all the experience you have with platforms. Put some other elements in there that are intangibles like communication. Show that you know how to communicate. Hey, we use Slack to communicate to a team of 100 across 5 different countries, as an example, because it shows that you have a grasp of what it takes to communicate with a team at large. Of course, put your education, but more importantly, get those certifications, put them down there because it shows you know what you're doing. You're walking the walk, not just talking the talk. So if you're interested in a career in digital marketing and you don't have the necessary experience in, say, Google Analytics, then take a look at our Google Analytics tutorial for beginners. Looking over the webinar, give you some more insight into Google Analytics and propel you into maybe taking the certification. Likewise, we have one for email marketing. If you're interested in being an email marketer, take a look at our webinar on email marketing. And then SEO, if you don't have the necessary experience and you're not sure of everything involved in SEO, then take a look at SEO tutorial for beginners. So we have a lot more webinars available at Simply Learn. So if you're lacking in one area or the other, go to our channel on YouTube to fill in the gaps of what you need to enhance your career. Thank you for joining, and today we're going to cover digital marketing interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So we broke out a few questions and answers in different categories. A lot of you are going to be interviewing for some jobs out there, and some of the jobs may be an SEO manager or search engine marketing manager or email marketing manager or content marketing manager or social media manager. So we broke up those questions into those areas. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with SEO. We're going to go through some questions and I'm going to explain the answers to those questions. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. So let's get started. We're going to start with SEO, search engine optimization. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no-follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we can put a no-follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a no follow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay, so here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the key word here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page, let's just say you built a new website with new URLs, you want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow, because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So the whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, it increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? This is a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook, go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. You know, a lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I could tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6. List down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search. Because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay, you also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there like Yelp, for example, or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp. And then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content. getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have two different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this three, I would always go with the canonical tags, because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You could simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. We mean by optimize, minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting and redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile, and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here. Or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should. will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use PageSpeed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed, and if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have two tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one PageSpeed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific of the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic. You just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation, you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is, it's like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to not index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file, and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website. I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. Trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just to recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house. Think of it that way. Okay, so those are our questions for SEO. Again, if you have any additional questions, or if there are other questions maybe you've been asked in an SEO interview, then go ahead and add them to the comments section below. We'd love to hear from you. Now we're going to turn our attention to search engine marketing. So let's turn our full attention to search engine marketing. So we're moving away from SEO and over to pay-per-click. And so you really have to know your stuff here. You really do. So a lot of the questions we're going to ask are going to be centered around Google Ads, formerly known as Google AdWords. And so if you're familiar with Google Ads, the platform, then you should have no problems whatsoever answering these questions. But that's why we're here and that's why you're watching. So if there's anything you want to add to any of these questions, as a reminder, feel free to comment under the video. And so right out of the gate, question 11, what is ad scheduling? So ad scheduling is a feature in Google Ads. And really all it does is allow you, the advertiser, to set up certain hours or days you want your ads to show. It's as simple as that. So if you have a customer that you're running ads for on Google search, and let's just say they have a restaurant and they're closed during certain hours of the week, then you can go into the ad scheduler and schedule your ads to not show when they're closed, as an example, okay? Because if somebody calls and they're not there to answer the phone, then it's not going to be good for the restaurant or you, the advertiser. And so that's why they have the ad scheduling. So it ensures your ads are not running when they're performing poorly. Let's just say you're running a business and you just don't get that much traffic during the weekends. Well, you can go in and adjust accordingly. It also there to make sure you can serve your customers when you do have limited client service hours. So let's just say you have a customer service team that's going to answer phones for a couple hours a day. Well, again, you can schedule your ads to show during those couple of hours a day. And then really what it comes down to is you're making sure you can satisfy customer demand and supply. And so that means showing your ads when you can best fulfill the customer's needs. Okay. And so that's really what it's all about. And that's what ad scheduling is. So take advantage of ad scheduling. Schedule it according to the business hours, schedule it according to how they can best serve the customer, schedule the ads when it's performing best. And don't schedule the ads when you know you're going to have poor performance. Okay, so next question. What are the different ad formats available on Google Ads? It's a trick question because it really does come down to what network you're advertising on. So Google has two networks, the search network and the display network. Okay, so on the search network, there's only one ad format, and that's text. Okay, so Google recently changed the format of the text ads. Now they're called expanded text ads. So here you can see you can have up to 3 headlines and 2 description lines. And then you can also have ad extensions. And so you can see here underneath the ad, you have what they call site links. So shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site links to specific pages on the site. So text ads are available only on the search network, but they're also available on the display network as well. Then you have responsive display ads. Now, responsive display ads are only on Google's display network. Okay, so here you could see some samples of responsive display ads. And these ads adjust their size and format depending on the space available. So again, you could have text ads or you can have display ads. Now, display ads, again, come in different sizes. So you can create ads for a variety of different sizes. For example, 250 by 250 or 468 by 60. So those are some of the different ad types. There's a plethora of different ad sizes you can choose. However, your ad's not going to show on a website if they don't have that particular size available. So it's always best practice to create different ads, but create ads in different sizes as well. Okay, and then have a backup text ad as well, just in case the site doesn't even display a display ad for you or serve up a display ad. So you can have a text ad as a backup. Okay, so lots of different ad sizes, but this is the second ad format, and that's responsive display. And again, the responsive part is Google will automatically show the ad that's best performing based on a series of headlines, descriptions, and images that you provide Google. And so the responsive part is, hey, if this combination of headline, description, and image work best, meaning it has the best click-through rate, then Google's going to serve up that ad. So that's why they call it responsive. So obviously you can have just an image ad that's not responsive, again, across different ad sizes. They could be, again, 250 by 250, 300 by 300, 468 by 60. There's a number of different sizes. Google can provide you that information. But the one thing to note here is that when you do create an image ad, it could be JPEG, it could be interactive, or it could be static. So different types of image ad formats, like PNG, for example, or it could be a static, or it could be interactive. So definitely take advantage of the different opportunities, meaning a static ad versus an interactive ad. You may want to have 2 variations of that so you could see which one works best. Okay, there's also app promotion ads. So these ads are used to drive app downloads. So you're going to have to set up a campaign accordingly. Okay, but here you can see this is what it looks like with a call to action. So it allows you to go ahead and click and install that app. So that's an app promotion. Again, if you have an app and you want to promote it, you can use this type of ad format to align with a campaign that's driving traffic to download your app. Okay, and of course you have video ads. Well, Google owns YouTube. And so if you have videos, you have the opportunity to advertise on YouTube. Okay, so these ads can be standalone or inserted into other streaming video content. And so to me, video ads work well with specific strategies. And what's one strategy you would use a video ad for? Brand awareness or education, explainer videos. And so YouTube allows you, the advertiser, the opportunity to get your ad, your service, your product in front of a lot of eyeballs. So that's the beauty of video ads. They attract a lot of eyeballs and definitely help with the strategy of, say, brand awareness. Okay, another ad format going back to the search network is shopping ads. So if you sell shoes, then you may want to think about having a campaign for shopping. So shopping ads work with Google Merchant. So Google Merchant is another Google product, and basically Google Merchant allows you to manage your inventory. So if you have 100 different types of shoes that you're selling, you can upload your inventory to Google Merchant, connects and talks to Google Ads. So basically what you're doing, you're setting up your campaign in Google Ads and connecting your inventory from Google Merchant to Google Ads. And so the great thing about the shopping campaign is it puts your product front and center. It puts the price, it puts any promotion that you have, and it puts the brand all front and center. So when somebody does type in, let's just say lime green sneakers or women's sneakers, and this particular shoe shows up here, the third one from the left, then somebody's going to see it's from the United Colors of Benetton. It's a woman's shoe. It's on Amazon and it costs $45. So the great thing about shopping ads is if somebody's interested, they're going to click. Okay, if somebody's not interested, say, well, it's a little bit more expensive. I can get something similar, another shoe on Amazon for less. Okay, they're probably going to click on that particular ad. So again, the great thing about shopping ads, put your product front and center with any promotion, the price, the brand. So if somebody clicks on it, then they're probably serious buyers. Okay, so that's the beauty of shopping ads. It allows you to get your product out there, and on the search network, it's a cost per click. So you're only paying for the click. So if somebody looks at it but doesn't click, you're not paying for that. So that's the beauty of shopping ads. And so you can showcase your shopping ads. So these ads have an image and a description that expand when clicked. So you can provide more information, more product and store information as well. You also have call-only ads. Okay, so call-only ads are enabled to users to connect with your business directly using the phone number provided. Okay, so it allows somebody on a mobile phone who, in this example, is searching for drywall repair. Well, if you're in the business of drywall repair, you can have your ad show up on mobile with the phone number, and somebody can easily click on that phone number and just call you directly. Now, the way call-only ads work is you're still getting charged for the click. Okay, so anytime somebody clicks and calls, you're going to get charged. And you're going to get charged just as you would if somebody clicked on your ad. So it works the same way. So it's a cost per click. Again, this is on search. So search is cost per click. And the beauty about call only is, again, you can track the calls right in Google Ads. So you can have Google Ads track how many people click on the number, and you can even count those calls as conversions if they meet a certain criteria. For example, the criteria is somebody talks to you for a minimum of 60 seconds or 1 minute. Then Google will count that as a conversion. So you can monitor calls right in Google Ads, and it's a cost per click model, so you can actually see what the average cost per click is. So moving on, question 13. Okay, what is RLSA and how does it work? Well, RLSA stands for Remarketing List for Search Ads. So if you're familiar with remarketing on display, it's similar. They just call it RLSA. Okay, so it enables you, the advertiser, to customize your ads for people who have visited your site, just like a typical remarketing campaign. Okay, so you could tailor your bids and ads to these visitors when they're searching on Google and search partner sites. Okay, so there are two basic strategies for using RLSA. Okay, so you can optimize bids for existing keywords for visitors, or you can bid on keywords that you don't normally bid on, just for people who recently visited your site or converted on your site. The key here is you're the one that's picking the customer. You're the one that's enabling the list. If you're trying to target people who went to your site and didn't convert, well, you could certainly optimize your bids for existing keywords for people who went to your site and didn't convert, or you could set up a whole new campaign for RLSA and have a different set of keywords with a different ad, because you know who you're talking to. You're talking to somebody who's already been to your site. They know your brand. They just didn't purchase. And so this all happens on the search network. And that's the beauty of remarketing is, one, you know who your audience is because you're the one establishing that audience. And two, you're the one creating the ad. So you can talk directly to that audience when they see your ad again, in this case, on search. So that's RLSA, remarketing list for search ads. I recommend pretty much any industry, any client, any customer run remarketing lists for search advertising and remarketing for display. So those are two key campaigns you should always recommend running to a client because, one, again, you're defining the audience. Two, you're the one that's talking directly to the audience because you know who the audience is. And three, if they see the ad and they click on it, again, because it's cost per click, then the chances of them converting are going to be higher because they've already been to your website. They know who you are. And so if they click on your ad again, then they must be interested. So those are all the benefits of running an RLSA campaign. Okay, so number 14, what types of audiences can be used in GDN, Google's display network? So a lot of different audiences here. Okay, so let's go through them. So you have affinity audiences. So basically, affinity audiences are basically what are people's interests and habits. What do they have an affinity for? Are there food sites, travel sites, shopping sites, fashion? Okay, so that's what affinity really relates to. Okay, then you have in-market, custom intent, life events. These are what they're researching or planning for. So again, it could be travel, it can be finance, etc. Okay, you have remarketing. We just went over that with the remarketing list for search advertising, RLSA. And so with the remarketing, it's an audience that has interacted with your website. So they either came from mobile and didn't convert, or female came from mobile and didn't convert. So you're the one defining the audience there. You also have a similar audience. So this is what Google creates on your behalf. So these are users with a similar interest to your site visitors. So Google is monitoring the type of traffic that's coming to your site, and based on that traffic, they're going to create a similar audience. And then you have a custom match. So what you know about your customers' activities, basically. So these are all the different audience types, and you can see the different types of ads available. Okay, so notice the far right column, video ads. So video ads are available to every one of these audience types. Why? Because YouTube. So Google knows what people's interests and habits are based on the videos they watch. They know what they're looking for. Okay, they know that they've been to your website because they're cookied, so you can remarket them. Okay, so video ads are a very powerful tool for any one of these audience types. So next question, what are the types of keyword matching available in Google Ads? Okay, so this is a good question. Very important. If you're going to manage a Google Ads account and a campaign, you have to be aware of the different match types. You can't just go broad match. That's a sign of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, is by bidding on a one keyword phrase. That's a short tail keyword. If you think back to SEO, we have our long tail and our short tail keywords. The worst thing you could do is bid on a keyword, short tail keyword, that's broad match. Because what is broad match? Basically, broad match are keywords that appear when a user searches any word in the phrase. Now, you can define specifically what you want your ads to appear for in terms of keywords. And when I say specifically, you can use a phrase match. So phrase match are ads that appear only when a user searches for that exact keyword phrase in the precise order, but with some additional words in the beginning or at the end of the query. Okay, so usually these are sentences. So you could be, bidding on red Adidas running shoes. And somebody could type in, looking for red Adidas running shoes in Portland, Oregon, okay, as an example. Okay, so as long as red Adidas running shoes are in order in that keyword phrase, then your ad's going to appear because it's a phrase match. And then you can get really specific by doing an exact match. So exact match are keywords that are triggered only when that keyword and exactly that keyword phrase is queried. So if you do an exact match for red Adidas running shoes and somebody types in only red Adidas running shoes, then that's an exact match and your ad's going to appear. So let's take a look at these again. So you got broad match. Okay, we got a term cheap smartphone. So if somebody types in smartphone, cheap phone, smart mobile, phone cheap, any one of those combinations, your ad's going to appear. Now there's one thing you can do for broad match, and it's called broad match modifier. So you could put a plus sign in front of the keyword. For example, let's just say you really want to emphasize the word cheap. Okay, you're selling really inexpensive smartphones. Okay, not just any smartphone, but an inexpensive smartphone. So you can put a plus sign in front of cheap. And so if somebody puts in, just smartphone or smart mobile, your ad's not going to show up because the keyword query has to contain cheap. So anytime you put a plus in front of the keyword query you're bidding on, then that means that keyword has to be part of the keyword phrase. So that's a broad match modifier, if you will. And that prevents you from getting unwanted impressions. So we have phrase match, again, blue smartphone. So somebody could type in smartphone in blue color, cheap blue smartphone. Notice though, the second one where it says smartphone in blue color, your ad's not necessarily going to show up because guess what? Blue smartphone is the keyword query and the query here is not in that order. So remember, in order for you to show up for phrase match, the keyword has to be in that order. So I'm looking for a blue smartphone that is less than $100. Okay, that could be somebody's query. Blue smartphone was in that query in that order. So if somebody says looking for a smartphone that happens to be blue, less than $100, then your ad is not going to show up. So remember, it has to be in that precise order. One thing I want us to go back to on the phrase match, notice that there's quotes around the keyword. Anytime you see quotes around the keyword, that signifies it's a phrase match. Because if we look at exact match, notice there are brackets around the keyword red shoe. That signifies it's an exact match. So if you put brackets around a keyword, then you're signaling to Google that this is an exact match and I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. Well, the only option that will work here is the second one, red shoes. Okay, so because that's an exact match. Okay, so disregard the first and the third one because shoe and red color is not going to work and footwear that's red is not going to work because this is an exact match. So you're saying I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. And Google recognizes plurals and singulars together. So if somebody did type in red shoes, then your ad is going to show up. Okay, so moving on, what are some of the reasons as to why your ads could have been rejected? It happens to the best of us. And if you're writing ads and they get rejected, it could be for a number of reasons. So at the end of the day, you're violating Google's advertising policies. So some of the policies that could have been violated are, and just some of the many, we're just listing some here, prohibited content, prohibited practices, restricted content, or editorial and technical. So when you look at prohibited content, I will say this, you're not going to be able to sell drugs. Even if you're selling pharmaceutical products, that's considered drugs, and that's going to be prohibited. Or prohibited practices, like selling drugs online, that's illegal in the state. So you're going to definitely get flagged for that. Okay, so there are a lot of different ways in which your ads can be disapproved, okay? But if you do see restricted content, then that means you can advertise, but with limitations. And usually those limitations are restricted to, say, only Google search and not Google search partners or to a specific geography. So usually the key here is if somebody asks this question, okay, there are a lot of different reasons. Google's usually going to provide the specific or the reason why it got disapproved. And they're usually going to include a link that you can refer to. Okay, so at least Google does that much. They're not going to leave you in the dark and tell you your ad's just been disapproved. They're going to tell you why and include a link that you can go to figure out how you can best resolve the disapproved ad. So what are the different kinds of bidding available in Google Ads? So we already covered part of this earlier on. So remember, Google Search Network is only cost per click, CPC. When we talk about Google's display network, you have three options: cost per click, cost per view, and cost per impression. And CPM is cost per 1,000 impressions. So you're paying per 1,000 impressions. Impression is when somebody actually sees your ad. Cost per view is actually somebody looking at your ad for at least 30 seconds or the entirety of the ad. So if the video ad only runs 15 seconds and somebody watched the entirety, then you're going to pay per cost per view. So if your video is 2 minutes long and somebody watched 30 seconds, you're going to pay cost per view. Okay, so again, let's go through these. Cost per click. It just enables you to set up a maximum price on the cost of somebody clicking on your advertisement. You only pay when somebody clicks on your ad. Okay, cost per view. Again, this is the default method to set the price you'll pay for your video ads. Okay, you only pay when a viewer watches your video advertisement for at least 30 seconds. And then cost per 1,000 impressions. So this is the amount you pay each time your ad is displayed in the search network. And you pay for impressions that are generated for your ad, and you're paying for every 1,000 impressions. So the M is actually the Roman numeral for 1,000. So that's where the M part comes in. So you're paying for 1,000 impressions. So every 1,000 eyeballs, you're going to pay a price. And so cost per impression is good for brand awareness. If you're trying to generate a lot of eyeballs onto your brand, then you'd want to go with a CPM model. Okay, so question 18, what are some automatic bidding strategies? So let's define automatic bidding strategy. Automatic bidding allows Google take over. Okay, not you. Google's taking over, and they're the ones setting the bid amounts automatically. And it's going to be based on criteria. And that criteria is going to be centered around conversions. So if Google bids on your behalf automatically, basically what they're doing is they're collecting data on the behavior of your ads. And so if your ad is likely to get the click or conversion, then Google is going to set the bid amount so you can win that auction in order to get the click or the conversion. So there are different types of bidding strategies. But remember, you have to align a bidding strategy with the strategy of the campaign. So for example, if your goal of the campaign is to increase site visitors, you just want people to click on your ad and go to your website, then you're going to have an automated bidding strategy of maximize clicks. That aligns with your campaign strategy. So this strategy automatically sets your bids to help to get as many clicks as possible within your budget. So Google is going to do its best based on historical performance of the campaign to generate traffic to your site. That's the goal. That's the bid strategy. Okay, let's take a look at some others. So, hey, the goal of our strategy campaign is to increase visibility. So that's an easy one. Remember, cost per impressions. Hey, we want to maximize how many people look at our ads. Okay, so target impression share. So this bidding strategy allows your bids to show at the top of the page. Okay, so you're getting the impression so people are able to look at your ad. Okay, so you're telling Google, hey, I want to be shown at least 50% of the time when somebody types in a keyword that I'm bidding on. So they're going to make sure that they meet your target impression share of 50%. So they're going to set your bids automatically to make sure your ad shows at the top of the page so it's seen at least 50% of the time. That's the goal of the campaign. That's the bidding strategy goal. We set up a campaign to drive conversions. So there are a couple of bidding strategies against conversions. So target CPA. So this strategy sets a search or display bid to get as many conversions as possible, but there's a caveat here. Cost per acquisition is what CPA stands for. So we're trying to get as many conversions as possible, but at a certain cost. For example, if I'm selling t-shirts for $10, do I want to pay $20 CPA for every sale? Do I want to pay Google $20? No. I'd be losing money. I'd be out of business. Okay, so if I'm selling t-shirts for $10 on my website, I'm probably going to put the CPA about $2 or $3, again, depending on my cost of goods. So if I factor in my cost of goods, I'm trying to make a profit, then I'm going to tell Google, look, I'm trying to get some sales, but I don't want to lose money getting the sales. So you're going to put in a threshold, and that threshold is your target CPA. And so Google's going to automatically bid and win the auction for keywords when they feel those keywords can get you a target CPA that you put in. For example, $2. Okay, so the goal of our campaign is to meet a target return on ad spend, meaning return on advertising spend, meaning we're getting more revenue than we're spending. That ratio needs to be positive. So Google's going to help us, again, adjust our bids to make sure that our return on advertising spend meets our criteria. So we could put a ROAS as 100%, 200%, etc. And Google's going to adjust our bids accordingly based on the keyword that they think will meet that criteria of 100% or 200%. So that's target return on advertising spend. And that's there to see if Google can help you generate a profit. So we have another campaign set up. We're trying to get more conversions. We have a budget. We want to spend the budget, but we want to get conversions. So this is a gimme. The bidding strategy here would be maximize conversions. So this strategy sets bids like all the others. It automatically is going to adjust your bid. That is Google. It's going to adjust the bid to help you win the auction based on historical performance. So if a keyword historically has performed in terms of conversions, you better believe Google's going to try and win the auction on your behalf to get the click, to get that conversion. And that's maximize conversions. Okay, moving on, question 19. And this is probably the most important question that you're going to get. If an interview asks you this question, this is what Google Ads is all about, quality score. So what is quality score? So simply put, quality score is a score between 1 and 10, given to every keyword you've been on. And basically between 1 and 10, it's Google's giving you the score, the quality score of that keyword. And so how does Google come up with that score between 1 and 10? Well, there's 3 main factors here. One is expected click-through rate, the second is ad relevance, and the third is landing page experience. So obviously a higher quality score, the better off you are. Okay, a low quality score, it's not going to bode well for you. And so if you have a low quality score, Google actually will tell you which of these 3 components you're not scoring very well on. So you're either going to get a below average, average, or above average for each of these 3 components that make up quality score. And I will tell you this, if I were to divide them up into thirds, click-through rate, expected click-through rate is more important than the other 2. So that's about 2/3 of quality score. An expected click-through rate is basically Google saying, look, other advertisers have bid on this keyword and their click-through rate has been historically around, say, for example, 3%. So if you can't get 3%, then your quality score is going to suffer. Ad relevance is simply, does the ad or is the ad relevant to the keyword you're bidding on? Likewise for the landing page. But the landing page experience is a little bit more subjective because the landing page has to load well, fast, no pop-ups, a lot of external links, nothing spammy, no ads being served up. So a lot of factors in landing page experience. Google wants to make sure if somebody clicks on your ad that they're going to have a good experience when they land on that page. And so quality score is so key here. It is very key because if you don't have a good quality score, the repercussion means you're going to have to bid higher because quality score times bid equals ad rank. So for every auction, whoever has the highest ad rank is going to be at the top of Google search results. So if you have a low quality score, let's just say 1, and you're bidding $4 on that keyword, then your ad rank is 4. 1 times 4 is 4. So you got to keep that in mind because other advertisers could have a higher ad rank or better quality scores for that keyword. So again, expected click-through rate, this just shows how likely it is that your ads will get clicked when shown for a particular keyword. Google expects a certain number here. You should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. And click-through rate is simply how many times your ad was seen versus how many times it was clicked. That's all click-through rate is. Clicks divided by impressions. So you should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. That will avoid getting a low quality score. Ad relevance. So ad relevance simply means how relevant is your keyword to the ad. Okay, so if you're bidding on red Adidas running shoes, then make sure your ad discusses and mentions multiple times, naturally, red Adidas running shoes. Okay, and remember with those text ads, you have 3 headlines. You have 2 description lines of up to 90 characters. You have site extensions. Okay, you have path 1 and path 2. That meaning you can add additional keywords to the end of a URL. So you have lots of opportunities to make sure the ad is relevant to the keyword. And then landing page experience. Again, this is a little subjective, but hey, Google's going to use landing page experience to estimate how relevant and useful your website's landing page will be to people who not only click on your web, but land on that page. So does that page load fast? Does it have any unnecessary pop-ups? Does it have some quirky external links that look spammy? Okay, you got to take all these things into consideration and think about the end user here. And then last question for search engine marketing. So what are the hallmarks of a good PPC landing page? So going back to landing page experience, this is a good segue. So you always want to make sure you have an attractive and powerful headline on the page. Remember, it's got to be a nice flow. You're bidding on a keyword. Somebody types in the keyword. They see your attractive ad. They click on that attractive ad, which has the keyword in it. They click on the ad, they go to landing page. They want to be able to see something very similar to what they typed in, the ad they saw. They want to be able to see it seamlessly on the landing page. And so that attractive and powerful headline should include that keyword. Should also have persuasive copy that can convince prospects to convert. To me, bullet points always work here. Simple bullet points, easy to read, easy to understand, easy to just convey the positives about what you're trying to sell or convert. Have engaging media like videos. Videos always help because they're interactive. It keeps people engaged longer. Or have some really good images. Don't just go stock photography. Complement the video with some images. And then your landing pages should have enough white space to draw attention to specific elements on the page, and meaning don't cram the page together, because remember, users are also coming to these pages via mobile. So you got to take that in consideration as well. So cramming your pages full of content, videos, and images is probably not going to bode well. So make sure there's breathing room for people to read, understand, and react. And those are hallmarks of a good PPC landing page. Some other factors here. Adding trust indicators like some statistical evidence, meaning how many people downloaded your app. You can always have testimonials, third-party seals of approval like Better Business Bureau, privacy policy links help. Okay, so you want to add some things in there that's going to, give you credibility. Okay. Having a properly designed lead capture form to collect visitors' information is always helpful. If you're trying to get that conversion, then have a lead form. Make it simple. Don't have a lead form with 20 forms or fields. Have a simple name, email address, make the phone number optional, and have one field that they can type in specific information. And then last but certainly not least, have a good call to action. So make sure that call to action aligns with what you're trying to do. Again, you're selling those red Adidas running shoes. If they're on sale, then make sure the call to action aligns with that sale. You can always say, 20% off for the next 2 days, or $10 off if you purchase today. So have some good, strong call to action. Okay, let's turn our attention to email marketing. So email marketing is traditional digital marketing channel. It's been around a while, and you're going to be asked some questions that are going to encompass a lot of things related to the delivery of emails. We all check emails on a daily basis. We all receive them. Sometimes we receive emails unsolicited. Sometimes we sign up to receive emails. Sometimes we receive emails from friends. Sometimes we receive emails where we're working or previously have worked. So most people have an understanding of email. However, as a marketer, there's a little bit of a different twist to it. So we have to understand the intricacies of how email marketing works. So you're going to be asked some questions, and really the first question here is, what's the difference between a hard and a soft bounce email? So if you're a digital marketer, you're in charge of sending out lots of emails, let's just say thousands, or it could be in the hundreds of thousands of emails. You're going to get some bounces. And so you really want to know the difference between a hard and a soft bounce. So a soft bounce just means that the email message reached the recipient's mail server but bounced back as undelivered. So think of it as delivering actual mail to a post office. So it actually reached the post office, but it bounced back because Maybe the person's email box was full, maybe their account was temporarily disabled, or maybe the email server wasn't necessarily able to handle that email. Now, hard bounce is an email that is rejected because it's an email when it happens when the email has been permanently rejected. So, for example, maybe the account is no longer valid. And so let's look at some reasons again as to why a soft bounce would happen. So, for example, the inbox is full or the recipient server's down. So it reached the post office, but there was a problem actually getting it into the hands of the owner, so to speak. Where the hard bounce, a little bit different. Let's just say that person is no longer working, their email's been deleted, or the email has been blacklisted somehow. Okay, as spam or something to that effect. So the email server is going to identify that and it's not even going to reach the recipient. So a lot of different ways in which an email may not make its recipient. So not the most important thing to know here. The important thing to know is, listen, when you send out an email, you got to pay attention to how many get bounced back. And so next question here, what would you do to improve the click-through rate of your email? So click-through rate is simply how many people have seen your email and how many people actually clicked on a link in the email. So if 100 people saw your email but only one person clicked, then it would be a 1% click-through rate. So we want to be able to make sure we have a high click-through rate. So remember, emails are going to people who likely signed up to receive your email. And even if they are expecting the email or they're not expecting the email, you still want to follow some of these best practices here. One is to create a compelling subject line. So you want to make the subject line something that people are going to notice, take note of, or take an interest in, and say, hey, what's this all about? That's pretty interesting, and open the email. So use preview text effectively. Obviously, you want to make your email mobile friendly because most people look at their emails on their mobile phones. You want to create engaging content. Okay, so the content that's in the email obviously is going to have some links. So put some strong call to action in there, and that's one of the bullet points down below. Place a CTA where it's easily visible. So keep in mind mobile users. Most people are going to check that email on their phone, so you want to make sure you have compelling content with good CTAs in a visible location. So always check mobile as well as desktop. Obviously, in your emails, you want to make them as visual as possible. Don't make them so text heavy. You can always segment your emails, meaning if you're sending out an email, let's just say to 100 people, okay, maybe you want to divide it up, boys or girls, maybe old or young, maybe, living in one part of the country versus another part of the country. I mean, those are examples of segments. So break up the email. Don't send it to one mass email to everyone. That way you can personalize the email. If an email is personalized, the chances of somebody clicking on it are going to be greater. And then A/B test your emails. And when we say A/B test, you could send out the same email twice, except one segment's going to say get one version of the email, the other segment is going to get another version of the email. And what are the different versions? Maybe the subject line. So the subject line is different on version A versus version B. Or maybe the call to action is different. So you always want to send out different versions of the same email to a different segmented audience. That way you can actually see which segment or which version got the most clicks. Okay, so next question here is how to inform your customers about company news and establish a relationship with your target audience. Okay, so again, how do you inform your customers about what's going on in the company? And how are you going to establish a relationship with that audience who's receiving that email? Well, newsletters are always the best answer here. So somebody signs up for your email, let's just say they actually purchase a product from you. Newsletters are a great way to reach out to that audience to get them to stay up to date with the latest product or an improved version of the product they purchased. And then that way they can come back and continue to purchase the product. So newsletters are a great way to reach out to your audience and actually talk to your audience. You're not talking to them verbally, you're talking to them via email. So you send out that email campaign, maybe it's once a month. Hey, we noticed you bought this product. We have similar products, just like the one you bought. Or, hey, if it's a software, maybe, hey, we've got upcoming updates to our software. Make sure you go to the website and get the updates. Or we have a new and improved version. So all these things you want to communicate to your audience via email. That's going to get them to get to the website, and that's going to get them to, purchase more, update, upgrade, whatever. So newsletters, the way to go. So again, some basic tips here. You want to create your newsletter with 90% educational and 10% promotional. So remember, you're sending out a newsletter to people who likely signed up. So you're educating them about your products. Always create interesting subject lines. You want, whether they know you or not, you want to create the subject line so somebody's going to click on it. So make sure you design your emails appropriately, okay? So if you know you're sending, let's just say, baby products to mothers or expected mothers. In fact, this is a real life example because I used to work at Gap, and Baby Gap was, one of the emails groups I was responsible for. So we created an email template with softer colors. Your yellows, your light blues. It wasn't black or dark red or anything that's going to be, heavy. We knew who our audience was, and we designed the template accordingly. And of course, using compelling images. So if we're selling baby products, you're going to put baby product images in there. I mean, it's common sense, but you'd be surprised. You got to pick and choose your images carefully, especially if you're sending to an international audience, because images can be misconstrued. And just like we mentioned with the click-through rate, you always want to have a clear CTA. Always make sure you have a CTA in a visible position, because most people are going to look at that email in a mobile phone. Okay, and then always make sure you include your contact information in the newsletter. So somebody knows where to find you, how to contact you, where to go. Maybe they have a product they want to return. Okay, so you always want to put that contact information. Normally it's at the bottom of the email, but these are all best practices. So here's some examples. Okay, we got, check out the latest cosmetics from our new collections. Notice the image and notice the call to action. So you can see trendy collections. We got some other products you may want to buy. Okay, 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. View more. So you always want to have that call to action in a very visible place. So define following metrics: open rate, click-through rate, and response rate, and forward rate. So these are metrics related to email marketing. So you're going to have to know what these are. So we already mentioned click-through rate before when we talked about best practices for improving the click-through rate. So for those of you that remember what that is, go ahead and put that in the comment section below. It's just a little pop quiz for you if anybody remembers click-through rate. But let's take a look at open rate. So open rate is the percentage of the total number of recipients who actually open the email. So if you send it to X amount of people, how many people opened it? That would be the open rate. So how many people open it, but you're going to take out the people who bounced it. Whether it's a soft bounce or hard bounce, okay, you're not going to count those people. So if you had, let's just say, 20 people open the email and you sent it to 100 people, and you had nobody bounce, then it would be a 20% open rate. Okay, click-through rate. Again, pop quiz. It's just how many people actually clicked on any of the links in your email. And that's just divided by the number of emails you've sent out. Okay, response rate. Okay, so response rate is the percentage of the total recipients who clicked on the link of your email campaign and actually completed an action. So what is that action? Well, it could be downloading something, watching something, purchasing something. So that's the response rate, similar to conversion rate. If you're working in a digital marketing channel and you're driving traffic to the site, you want that traffic to do something. Well, it's no different in email marketing. We want people to take action. We're just going to divide that by the number of emails delivered, and that gives you your response rate. So let's just say you did send in 100 emails. You did get 20% open it, and of those 20, let's just say one person went on to purchase. Well, you'd have a 1% response rate. And then a forward rate, simply the forward rate refers to the rate at which your subscribers share your email with others, friends, family, etc. And you may have that as a call to action in your email. In fact, that's a best practice. So it's just the number of clicks on a share divided by the total number of delivered emails. And you're going to multiply that by 100 to get the percentage. And so most email marketing platforms do measure forward rate. Okay, let's take a look at question 25 here. How to recapture inactive customers. What you want to do here is re-engage subscribers with gamification. Opt for subject lines like, "We have been missing you," or "Did we do something wrong?" You want to run a poll or a competition to re-engage with your subscribers. Again, trying to get people involved. These first three are all about getting people involved. So personalize your emails. Talk to that person as if, "Hey, look, I haven't heard from you in a while. How about coming back and taking a look at our new products?" Just as you would a friend. So design always matters, especially knowing that you're talking to customers who haven't been active. Okay, this is a segmented audience, somebody who's inactive. So you want to have the right design, the right message, the right subject line that fits with that customer's inactivity. So you want to try and do everything you can to get that customer back. And then you want to follow a consistent schedule. Okay, so ideally, when you schedule an email, you want to schedule the best time. So you have to know your audience, obviously. And then you can always ask for feedback. Why are they inactive? Why haven't they purchased in a while? So the whole idea here, from gamification, like trying to, make a game out of it, so make it competitive, to adding polls, to really personalizing it, these are all things that you can do to get your customers back. So 26, so what are the different ways to segment buyer personas? So again, when we talk about segmentation, we're talking about taking a smaller piece of the entire pie. So what's one way to break up that pie, if you will? By geography. Okay, so with geography, you could target your audience based on that area. And it could not necessarily have to be by a part of the country. It could be all the way down to the province, the state, the actual city, the county. Okay, if you live in a small village, okay, all the way up to the continent. Okay, so think about how you would break out the segment by geography. Now, obviously, if you break it out, let's just say the United States to the southern part, well, the southern part, in the winter in the United States, the southern part is not going to be as cold as, say, the northern part. So that should tell you, hey, if we're going to send out an email in the winter, we're not going to use snow and blizzards as our theme. We're going to use probably a little bit of sun. So breaking it out by geography helps you understand where your audience lives. You also have demographic segmentation, and this is simply just age, education, income, gender, where people work, okay, nationality, anything that's going to identify that user. So this is the best way to segment. If you know who your audience is by income or gender, you're talking to a group of like-minded people. If they're all the same age, from the same generation, then you could talk to them appropriately. Okay? You're not going to talk to an older person the same way you would a younger person. So think about demographic segmentation, because it really helps you hone in on your messaging. Then you have behavioral segmentation. So behavioral is based on your audience's behavior. Have they purchased before? Have they never purchased? Were they searching for something? How long did they stay on the site? What products were they looking at? Are they a lifetime customer? So you can look at behavior and decide how you want to break out your emails by behavior. And this is a really good way. If you're not even sure who your audience is or where they live and how old they are, you could certainly break out your audience by behavior, because you know who these people are based on what they've done previously, because you're going to track that information with analytics. So, one way is obviously if somebody's purchased. That's a good way to segment, because these people believe in you, believe in your business, believe in your product. So the way you can message to somebody who's purchased before is going to be different than somebody you don't even know who they are, if they purchased or not. Okay, so behavioral segmentation to me is one of the easiest ways to segment your email list. 27, how would you drive repeat customers through email marketing for the below scenario? Okay, so this is a pop quiz, if you will. Again, for those of you that got click-through rate correctly, kudos. Let's see if you can go 2 for 2 here. Okay, so if you know the answer to this, go ahead and comment below. But let's just say, give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for audiences based on the following. So if I had an audience between 20 and 30 years old that were female, and the product were sandals. Okay, what would some of your subject lines be? So I'm going to give you a minute to think about that and put it in the comment section below. Now remember, this is an interview-based question, so you're going to have to think on the spot. I'm going to give you a minute, but If somebody presented that to you in an interview, you need to be able to, react fairly quickly and come up with some really attractive subject lines here. Okay, so here you go. Here's another one. So give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for 20 to 30 females for footwear. So you got Friday sale coming up. Buy branded sandals at the lowest price. Okay, so I like this one because it's got a strong call to action. Buy. Here you go. This is even better because 50% off on branded sandals and free shipping. I mean, who can't beat free anything, including shipping? And if it's 50% off, I mean, these are key things. So you're putting the promotion and percentage off all in the subject line. So that's really going to grab somebody's attention. Weekend sale for women starts now. Okay, with a little emoji. That never hurts. So those are all good subject lines. They all tend to work because they all have an element of a best practice in there. So here you got, the Friday sale coming up is just giving people notice. Okay, the stronger call to action on the buy, you're putting the promotion in the subject line, and you're using an emoji to really just drive home the point. So all these subject lines will work. And hey, at the end of the day, remember, you want to test your subject lines. Okay, moving on to the next question. Speaking of testing, what is A/B testing, and give some examples of A/B testing? Okay, so we talked a little bit about A/B testing with subject lines. So simply, A/B testing when it comes to email marketing is just a method to analyze which of the two email campaign strategies is most effective. Okay, now you're going to do it based on open rate, you can do it based on click rate, you can do it based on response rate. Okay, remember, you're putting one version of the email against another version, whether that be the subject line, whether it be the content, call to action, whatever. So that's ideally what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out what works for your audience. That's the end goal for A/B testing and email marketing. What's going to work? And I would highly suggest you should always do A/B testing for subject lines. Always. So some of the variables that you can test, again, subject lines. Okay, you always want to try, if you got a promotion, hey, will the percentage off work? Likely it will, but let's test it up against something else, like, a generic word like discounts. You can always test the design. You can always test the personalization, the preview text. You can try out images, call to actions, exclusive offers. What particular offer is going to work? Okay, so if you're testing offers, then obviously that's going to be response rate. If you're testing CTAs, then that's going to be click-through rate. If you're testing subject lines, that's going to be open rate. So you want to be able to test different elements of the email to figure out what works and what doesn't work. Okay, so how to prevent email from getting into spam. So if you're an email marketer, this is your worst nightmare. You don't want your emails to get spammed. So that doesn't bode well for you. So most email marketing platforms like MailChimp or Constant Contact measure spam. So some of the important ways to prevent this is, hey, improve your open rate. Remember, going back to the first question, second question, you want to have really good subject lines here. Okay, and you want to segment your audience. So if you know who you're talking to and you have a cool subject line that's going to get somebody to react and open, then that's going to prevent somebody from spamming your email. Okay, you can always customize your from to make it look like it's coming from, in this case, Rob Sanders. Check if you have included an unsubscribe link. Okay, so give people the option to unsubscribe. If they don't have the option to unsubscribe, they could just report you as spam. Make sure your emails work on different devices. Okay, you want to optimize your images for email. Make sure they're not big and they don't fit on a mobile device. Okay, prefer more text and fewer images. And then avoid grammatical issues. You want to come across as professional. You don't want somebody looking at your email like, who sent this? Why are you sending this to me? I don't want to hear from you again. I'm going to spam you. You want to prevent that. And that means a professional looking email, professional content with a really good subject line and some imagery to go along with that. Hey, you may just get somebody to open that email and get them to convert. That's the idea behind it. So these are ways to prevent somebody from actually spamming you. And then what are the best practices for email subject lines? So the subject line is probably the most important element in email marketing. So we talked about that little pop quiz with the sandals targeting 20 to 30-year-old women. To me, I like the subject line with the 50% off. So that was a number in the subject line. So people can actually see, hey, wow, I get a whole 50%. That works better than just a discount. Okay, remember, one of those other subject lines had an emoji. So don't be afraid to include emojis in there. For example, when I send out emails using, during the spring, you might want to use flowers, perhaps, to signify, hey, it's spring, winter's over. So personalize the subject lines. Remember, that goes with segmenting. So if you know who your audience is, your subject lines can be a little bit more personal. Okay, so opt for title case subject lines. Okay, so instead of making it grammatical, for example, okay, you want to keep your subject lines short and to the point. Remember, you want to say something that's going to draw somebody's attention. If you make it long and drawn out and boring, then people aren't going to open it. Develop a sense of urgency, like, hey, we got 50% off through Friday. So that's a little sense of urgency so people know, hey, if it's Thursday, I better open this email and check it out. And again, grammatical mistakes, that goes without saying. You always want to preview your emails before you send them out. So if you preview your emails before you send them out, have somebody else obviously receive the preview. They can be another set of eyes for you to prevent any mistakes, but also give you feedback on the imagery, the design, etc. Okay, so these are all best practices for good subject lines. Okay, so subject line is the most important element for email marketing. So just keep these in mind. Subject lines and having good subject lines is the way to get people to open it. And from there, that's half the battle. If somebody can open the email, then you've just set yourself up for better performance. Okay, let's turn our attention from email marketing to social media marketing. One of the interesting channels, hot trend channel. A lot of people want to get into social media marketing. A lot of jobs available, but you have to know what you're doing. So let's get into it. And here's some questions you might be asked in an interview related to social media marketing. Social media marketing is very interactive. A lot of people posting information, whether it be a tweet, a post, sharing, liking, engaging, commenting. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in social media. So some of it is going to probably be good. Most of it's probably going to be good, but every once in a while, you're going to get a negative comment. So you're probably going to be asked this question: how do you respond to negative comments? Well, very simple. You got to be quick to acknowledge. Okay, don't sit on it. Don't waste time hem and haw on how you're going to respond. You really have to acknowledge the comment and start the process of constructive engagement to turn the negative experience into a positive one. So let me just expand on that for just a second. We know you like your brand. We know you like your product. We know you're very proud. We get that. I'm proud. I like to defend sometimes my beliefs. However, you got to put that aside when it comes to social media. Why? Because everybody is watching you and everybody can read what you write. So the spotlight is on you, not necessarily the consumer, the customer who wrote the negative comment. So you really have to be cognizant here and conscientious of what you post in response. So be quick, but be constructive, because you want to turn that negative into a positive. That's really what it's starting with. So how do you do that? Well, how do you be constructive? Well, see it from the customer's point of view. Take off your ownership hat, if you will, your manager hat, and put on the customer's hat. Always look at something from somebody else's perspective. Try to understand why that person wrote that negative comment, and ask yourself how you can make it right. So if you're the customer, and you're a customer when you go to the store and buy food. You're the customer when you go to the store and buy clothes. When you buy a car, you're the customer. So ask yourself what you can do to make it right while you're thinking in the customer's perspective, or looking through their eyes, if you will. To me, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's something you have to do. Okay, so always look at it from a customer's point of view, and then take it out of the spotlight. So really, because everybody's looking at you, waiting to see how you respond. And remember, this customer that wrote the negative comment can certainly share your comments to the world. So you got to be really, really careful. I mean, how many times have we seen on YouTube, poor customer experience going viral on via video. So you just got to really be careful here. So take it out of the spotlight. So offer to resolve the customer's problems in an appropriate forum. Offer up your phone number and email. Give them a link to a feedback form. Or get their email or phone number and call them. These are the best ways to really spin this into a more positive experience for the customer. I mean, at the end of the day, it could become something really small and silly, but don't make a mountain out of a molehill. If it is something small and silly, how you respond could make it into more than what it really is. So be quick, be constructive, look at it from the customer's point of view, and offer as much support as you possibly can. Okay, that's how you want to respond if somebody asks that question in an interview. Some other comments here. So keep track. Okay, although the issue might be solved, it doesn't necessarily mean the commenter has gone away. So follow up with them. If you resolved it, follow up with them a month later. Hey, surprise them. 2 months later, give them a discount. Okay, you'd be surprised. Positivity goes a long way. And it's always nice when somebody actually follows up with you after the fact, just to make sure they want to know that you're taken care of. And then don't feed the social media trolls. Okay, so ignoring trolls across social media will make sure they don't enjoy the notoriety it brings. So don't even allow the negativity to feed itself. So that's why you really have to stay quick, constructive, look at it from a customer's point of view and just turn this whole experience into a positive experience. It's an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Okay, let's move on to another question. So somebody may ask you to give an example of a successful social media campaign. Okay, so if you're going in to interview for a social media manager job, you probably want to do your homework in advance. Look at what other people have done. So here's a good example, Spotify. You can see the Spotify ad here with Ed Sheeran. Spotify mined the search and playlist data of its user base to develop a thematic branded ad experience on billboards in 18 markets around the world. First of all, let's just take this and break it down. Ed Sheeran's popular. You can see here, be as loving as the person who put 48 Ed Sheeran songs on their I Love Gingers playlist. So messaging is everything. Okay, and then you could see what Spotify did. They mined the search and playlist data of its user base. Okay, so they try to understand their audience. Going back to email, you got to understand your audience. Okay, then they use that to develop a branded experience on different markets around the world. So they took an audience and they really marketed this around the world. Okay, to something that was really hot and trendy. I'd love to see how this thing actually performed. My guess is it did perform fairly well because when you're Spotify, you're going to pick something hot and trendy to get people to react. And so to me, this seems like, just on the surface, a very successful social media campaign. Here's some other things. You can see these ads were featured on the sides of buildings, subway platforms, along busy streets. So it wasn't just digital per se. I mean, they really went full bore on the billboards. And those billboards were everywhere, on the sides of buildings. Again, in 18 different markets. So you can see it wasn't just necessarily Ed Sheeran per se, but, they had some good messaging. Enjoy green light at every red light. That's pretty cool, I guess, if you're stuck in traffic in the middle of a city. Less fake news, more fake magic. So they really took and honed in the type of music, put some good messaging behind it, and really put it out there. So it doesn't always necessarily have to, necessarily be digital per se. But what they did was they did post this on the sides of buildings and subway platforms and throughout different city streets for maximum visibility for their fans to upload to their social media. Okay, so do your homework. Okay, and on this next question, you certainly want to do your homework. So if you're a social media manager, you're probably going to be involved in some Facebook advertising. Okay, so this is a basic straight up question. What are some of the different types of ads you can run on Facebook? You can do single image ads. Most of us have probably seen that. You can do multi-product, lead ads, slideshows, collection ads, video ads. I mean, you got all sorts of a variety of different ad formats here. Okay, so let's take a look at these ad formats. Single image, again, most of us have seen it. Okay, it's just simply a single image that, allows you to put some text at the top, a link at the bottom, or a link to your website or your Facebook page, and a strong call to action. Okay, so Facebook has that built into their ad platform. Okay, so the ad images need to be 1200 by 628 pixels. That's a pretty nice size image. Multi-product ads. So multi-product ads are represented in carousel form. So basically it allows you, the end user, to view the range of products just by scrolling. And notice each one of these products has a call to action. So here you can see Simply Learn offering up all the different courses they have to offer. So if you have a customer that has multiple products, this is probably the way you want to go. So video ads are very popular on Facebook. So video ads usually range from a few seconds all the way up to 120 minutes. And again, video is very engaging. If you have video, use the video, okay? Because they receive about 10 to 30% more views than other forms of ads, okay? Who doesn't like engaging with video? Pretty simple. You have lead ads. So lead ads allow you to obtain user details like name, phone number, email, right in Facebook's environment. So it allows you to collect information right then and there. So lead ads can be effective if you're trying to get people to sign up for something. Slideshow. So we looked at those multi-product ads where you had the carousel. Slideshow simply just allows you to rotate different creative with nice imagery. So the key here is nice imagery. Okay, you want to put your best foot forward, choose the right imagery, just like going back to the email marketing, going back to pay-per-click. You want to use some effective ads here and images in the ads. Okay, you also have collection ads. That's another option on Facebook. So collection ads combine video, slideshow, or product images taken from your product catalog. So I would recommend this for users who want to advertise several of their products at once. Okay, again, Simply Learn has a lot of different courses, thousands of courses. So, collection ads works for them. You can see here, you got social media certification, you got PPC certification, SEO certification. Okay, these are all different certification courses you could take at Simply Learn. And they want to go ahead and promote all those courses together. So lo and behold, collection ads offers the best option here. So pay attention to those different ad formats on Facebook. Okay, next question. How can you use the holiday season for social media marketing? Well, this is a nice segue from the previous question because you have on Facebook all these different ad types. So you could change your ad placements to ones lesser used by other advertisements. You can also set up clear, simple, and compelling offers for your users. It's the holiday season, you're likely gonna have some sales. And again, make sure your images have under 20% of text. Okay, that's a standard across the board. But again, you want to have nice imagery. So think about all those different ad formats on Facebook. Think about the holiday season and how you can accentuate your ads here. Okay, I'm thinking video here. I'm thinking a promotion in the video. I'm thinking a collection ad where you can run different products, maybe with a promotion with some nice imagery during the holiday season. So you definitely have a plethora of options, not just on Facebook, but across social media for the holidays, because normally you're going to have promotions. Some other things you can do to really maximize the holiday season for social media, and that's make advertisements emotionally resonate with your audience. The holiday season is a time really where you reflect on the year, you get together with friends and family, and it's religious and, it's a feel good. In some parts of the world, the weather changes. So you want to resonate on that. Okay, you want to resonate on that emotion. Okay, you always, holiday season or not, you want to monitor reports to scale successful ad campaigns. And obviously the ones that aren't performing, you want to pause. Okay, so with the holiday season, you're likely going to have an uptick in traffic, an uptick in eyeballs. So pay attention. You don't want to spend money for money's sake. So on Facebook, it's a cost per click model. So you don't want to be generating clicks without seeing any results. So go ahead and pay attention, maximize those ads that are performing and get rid of the ones that aren't. Okay, and then connect the holiday with your products or services. So again, think about which ones you're going to accentuate, which ones you're going to make more prominent during the holiday season. And again, thinking back to the Facebook ad types, I'm thinking carousel or collection ads. If you can really pump up some of your products and have a nice promotion with them, you can run some nice collection ads on Facebook. Okay, moving on to the next question. So somebody may ask you, hey, how do you make content go viral? Okay, I always wondered that myself. How does content go viral? It's a great question. So really, you're not necessarily in control, but you can certainly do some things to make it more appealing for the end user to go ahead and share it. I mean, that's what going viral is, right? A lot of people sharing it, because the more people that share, the more people are going to look and find it just as enticing, and they're going to turn around and share it. So how do you start that process, really, is what it comes down to. Well, create short form content. Short form content is more likely to go viral. In other words, a 10-minute video is probably not going to resonate with somebody. Something cute, funny, interesting, unique, out of this world in 15-30 seconds is probably going to go viral. So what does that mean? Make the visual content like images and video. It works better than bodies of text. So make sure those images and video are really compelling. And then run giveaways to draw attention and generate brand awareness and engagement. So you can always incentivize your users with a giveaway or some type of promotion. That's going to maybe pique somebody's interest. Share it with 100 friends and get 10% off, as an example. So these are some of the things you can do to make it go viral. Of course, if you're trying to get something to go viral, you definitely want to monitor behavior and then tweak once you figure out how it's performing. Okay, you may have chosen the wrong images. You may have the wrong promotion. You may find that the content's a little bit longer than you probably like, and you may want to cut it down. Some other things you could do here is use some trending hashtags and topics on your post. So ride that wave, if you will. For any surfers in the audience, hey, two people can ride the same wave. So if you got a trending hashtag, use that hashtag with that video or post. You can always ask users to interact. Okay, so you can always ask them to like or share, especially if they're your audience. Because when somebody actually shares it, that means they're sharing it with somebody else who also has an audience. So that's a quick way to get the ball going, so to speak, the ball bouncing. Okay, so next question. Which industries perform better with different platforms? Great question. There's a lot of different social media platforms. You got your most popular ones all the way down to your least popular ones. I mean, let's face it, social media platforms are also geographic. So some social media platforms are more popular in, say, the United States than, say, India or Russia, and vice versa. We know China has a lot of different social media platforms that most Americans in the United States don't even use. So you got to keep that in mind, but we're not talking about geography, we're talking about industry. So you got to also think about industry here. So generally with Facebook, it's usually food and beverage, news and media, e-commerce. Those are the types of industries that you might tend to see on Facebook. When we talk about e-commerce, it could be clothing, it could be restaurant. Okay, selling, or it could be a food company selling, foods and beverages. You also have Instagram. So Instagram tends to be more beauty, food and beverage, e-commerce. So when we talk about beauty, we're talking about clothes, we're talking about makeup, maybe shoes, dresses, unique styles. I see a lot of that on Instagram. And then LinkedIn, for example, generally works with, for me, I look at LinkedIn as B2B. Okay, so anything, interesting in a specific industry, you're probably going to see some news items and updates on that. Tips and best practices, and of course, jobs. A lot of recruiters on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn's a good place for you to really put yourself out there to find that job you seek, that social media manager job. Okay, so here's a breakdown, if you will, of the top 5. Again, in the United States, for those users who are watching this from another country, you may find, I'll be interested if you could get some feedback here, in the comment section of the video. Go ahead and put the social media platform you use in your country. And generally, what do you see on that platform? Do you see food and beverage? Do you see gaming or entertainment? Do you see e-commerce? So share your thoughts and knowledge with the rest of us. So next question, how would you measure social media marketing success of an organization? And this is a question you're likely going to get, okay? How do you measure success? And that's across the board, not just social, but PPC, email marketing, display, affiliate. So really, you're always going to have the right answer if you talk and think about conversion. So with conversions, about tracking content downloads or sales or registrations or lead gen or form submissions, anything where you're going to get something in return. Okay, so to me, that's the general answer here. How do we measure success? Well, it always depends on strategy. But if you're trying to get a sale from Instagram based on your beauty product, or you got a promotion you're running on Facebook and you're running a lead form type ad, okay, are you getting people to enter in details on the form submission? So you always want to track conversions from that perspective. Okay, you also have engagement. Okay, so your strategy may not be conversion. Maybe your strategy is simply brand awareness and engagement. You want to know how many people participate in the conversation, for example. You may post something that's really, hot trend. It's trending, it's political, it could be business, it could be a world affair. You want to be able to measure how many people react. How many people comment, reply, repost, retweet, share, like, etc. So engagement metrics vary across different social media platforms, but basically, when it comes to engagement, you can measure it. It just has to align with the right strategy. You also have awareness. Again, if you're just simply in it for brand awareness, okay, it's all about how many people are actually looking at it, the total volume of people, okay, and how widely your message is spreading. Okay, what's the reach? It could also be just simply traffic to your website. So you can certainly track traffic to your websites by clicks or shares. So it doesn't always have to be about conversion or engagement. It can simply, hey, we want to drive traffic to the website. So 37, what are some things to focus on when advertising on Twitter? Okay, you can advertise on Twitter. Whether you knew that or not, now you know Twitter is a platform where you can pay for advertising. So what do you want to focus on when you do advertise on Twitter? Well, you want to emphasize urgency to make sure users take immediate action. You want to express discounts and percentages. Why? Well, because you're limited in what you can say on Twitter. You want to avoid using hashtags that don't pertain to your brand and product. I know that may sound like common sense, but remember, you're advertising in here. So you got to be really, really, really careful because you're paying. You're paying for somebody to either look at that ad or click on that ad. So some other things you want to keep focus on is your ad copy. It's got to be short and to the point. And then make sure your ads are mobile friendly. Again, just like most social media platforms, Twitter's no different. People are looking at Twitter on their mobile phones. So video ads should have subtitles, images in the proper ratio. So you always want to think mobile. Mobile, because most people are using mobile on their mobile phones, whether that be in the browser or via an app. Okay, next question. How can you use social media to promote your event? Okay, so you got an event coming up. I want to promote it. So you're going to turn to social media, and the first thing you do is have affiliates, fans, and attendees share resources about the event. Okay, leverage your community, in other words. Okay, you can remarket the event to potential attendees using Facebook ads. So you can do remarketing, and remarketing is basically, hey, somebody who's seen it or been there or done that, you're retargeting those people. You can use photos of attendees in social updates. So depending on the event, you can have some really high profile attendees speaking at the event or just attending the event. So use photos to drive excitement about the event. Okay, you can create a uniform hashtag that can be shared across multiple channels. You can mention the event, all social media bios, so don't just limit it to one. Cross promote it on Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. And what you could do is, if you've run other events in the past, create a highlight reel from prior events. Show people, hey, your events are the events you must attend. They're the go-to events because they're popular, they're successful, good attendees, usually good attendance. And then some other things you could do here, share behind the scenes visual content. And again, you could share pictures of guest speakers along with their quotes. Okay, so you want to do everything possible at your disposal, especially on social media, to really pump up the event. Next question, how can you perform A/B testing on your ads? So for those of you that listen intently on the email marketing part, Remember, A/B testing is key with email marketing. What do we test in an email? We're testing subject lines, we're testing layout, we're testing call to action. So the same thing here on social media. You want to do continuous A/B testing to figure out what works and doesn't work. It's very simple. The great thing about Facebook is they got an A/B test feature built in. So you can certainly test different ads. Great thing about Facebook I like is that you can simply start out with an ad by running an A/B test. You could simply test the imagery. It could be a male versus a female. You could test the call to action. A lot of things you could test. So things you can change are, again, color of the elements. You could change the positioning. You could change the audience you're targeting, the call to action. I mean, everything, because the whole point is you want to see which one works, which one doesn't work. So testing can be done initially on broader elements and then smaller, finer details like statements in your ad copy. So you could start out big just by testing the imagery. And so if the female tends to work better than the male, then you know what works in terms of imagery. Well, take the next step and start honing in on, say, the message. And then once you figure out what message works, then you can move to the next element, like CTA. Some interesting questions you may get include, what are some things to focus on when setting up your ad creative? This goes back almost to the A/B testing. You want to use ad creative that's attention grabbing and relevant for your business. So use a primary but bold color scheme. So you also want to stay away from clip art. Okay, so again, align your imagery really is important on social media. Don't use some basic cheap clip art. You don't necessarily always have to use stock imagery either. I mean, it could be imagery you took that's very relevant and unique to your product. But if you do that, don't use low resolution pixelated images. Use images that are well lit. So decide on the aesthetic you want for your creative. Clean and minimal or colorful and bright, vibrant. It really depends on the advertisement, what it is you're trying to promote. Okay? So some other things to focus on here: to create attention-grabbing ads, show images of people benefiting from your product. And Coca-Cola has done this forever. When have you never seen a Coca-Cola commercial with somebody with a smile on your face drinking a bottle of Coke? I don't think I've ever seen an advertisement. So when it comes to food, you should always have somebody in there enjoying the food. If it comes to clothes, you should have somebody looking like they really enjoy wearing these clothes and they look great in them. You want to accentuate that with, some nice coloring, sticking with your brand guidelines. Okay, so imagery really is important here. So you do need to make sure the ad works for your brand without requiring explanatory copy. The image should basically speak for itself. Okay, so let's finish up with content marketing. Content marketing, another big digital marketing channel, a lot of work out there. So if you're going in for an interview, let's review some of the questions you may get asked. Okay, so starting out, what are the essential components of a good web content? Okay, so essential components. Okay, so what do we want our content to do? Well, we want it to be useful. So web content should be written in a way which caters to what the reader wants. Okay, so somebody's not going to read your content if it's not useful for them. Okay, this because it affects reader engagement. Okay, so if it's not interesting, it's not useful, somebody's just not going to read it. Plain and simple. It also has to be engaging. So listen, even if it is relevant to a user, you still have to write the content so it's engaging. So you want to add elements like imagery, videos. Hey, you could even turn your content into an infographic. Okay, you want to do something that's going to be engaging for the user. If it's engaging, they're going to read it and engage with the content. Okay, and then good content should have some call to action. So content must be written in a way that can drive call to action. Okay, so if you're writing a blog post, I've seen a lot of blog posts just simply start and end with good content. But it doesn't leave the user with anywhere to go. So have that call to action. Put some internal links in that content. Give somebody a place to go after they're done engaging with the good content that you write. Okay, so some other things to think about, some other components for good content. Well, credibility. So, anybody can write, but are you writing about something you know what you're writing about? Are you a good talking point, a good expert, or have experience about this content? So you also want to use, information from a legitimate source. Okay, so you don't want to grab something and use it in your content that's just not legitimate, because it does hurt your credibility and the organization's credibility. And then also originality. I mean, write something that nobody else has written. So obviously you don't want to plagiarize, because if you plagiarize, and there are tools out there where people can easily just put their content in there to see what else is out there, see if somebody else has plagiarized it. So it's very easy to find people who plagiarize. So don't be that person. What I would recommend, create a good content calendar and come up with some ideas before you write them. Next question related to content marketing. So what are the types of content you can create? Well, there are a lot of things you can create. Start with the blog. Blog, to me, is always a great place to start. It's a blank canvas for your ideas, your thoughts, your opinions. Okay, that's a great thing about a blog. It accentuates personality. You can create a video. Videos are always engaging. You can create an infographic. Infographics, to me, are, a hidden gem. Instead of somebody reading the same old, you're laying this out in a very visual way that's easy to understand. Create a case study. Okay, so if you're digital marketing expert, done social media for another client, write about it. Show the successes, show that you are an expert, show that you've created successful campaigns in social in the form of a case study. You can create a white paper. White papers are good educational pieces. You can also create an ebook. Okay, ebook, hey, if you have a lot of content, you want to lay it out, an ebook's a good way to go. I mean, you have a lot of choices here when it comes to content, a lot of choices. Okay, so what are the advantages of having a content calendar? So I alluded to that just a couple of seconds ago. So let's really break this down here, because content calendars to me are so important. Well, first of all, calendar part of content calendar allows you to think about dates. So if you're planning something, you're going to have important dates in mind. Okay, so content calendar, it almost ensures you don't miss anything, that's a good opportunity for you to leverage, like, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It's probably important when those days are if you're in e-commerce. So that's why having a content calendar helps. It helps you plan out your content based on important dates, or based on dates that work for what you're trying to do. They also help because you could stick to a consistent schedule. Okay, so if you don't have a content calendar, you're probably just arbitrarily writing content here and there. Well, what if your users crave and really engage with the content? They're going to want more. Sticking to something consistent is going to really get people to come back for more. They know when you're going to post. They're going to be waiting for it. And if it's every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, hey, post it Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. Your users will get used to that schedule. And it does help build up your following. It does help build up your community. And in the end, cultivates a long-lasting relationship. And then having a content calendar also allows you to mix up your content. Okay, so you can see and plan ahead different types of content in different formats. That way it allows you to mix it up. Okay, whether it be a blog post, an infographic, a video about different topics. Okay, some other advantages here: saving time. It just allows you to prepare for the future. When you can prepare, you're efficient. And when you're efficient, you're not wasting time. And so to me, having a content calendar is a must, because a lot of us are busy. Who has time? And especially if you're going to work in a new company, so let's say writing content, you definitely want to have a content calendar, because you're going to want to use that time to efficiently plan. This is a new company you're going to start working at. You want to understand who this company is, what they've done in the past, what you haven't done, and what you want to do. Okay, so all of that helps you plan and prepare, and it saves you the time and effort and hassle down the road. And then at the end of the day, you want to be able to figure out what works. So planning your posts puts less strain on you and your team members, as well as company resources, because when you plan and you post, you're going to get data. And then when you get data, it's either going to work or not work. And if it doesn't work, then in the future, you're not going to put that piece of content or that topic in the content calendar again. It's that simple. Okay, some other advantages: fresh content. Okay, so having a content calendar allows you to always keep content fresh. Again, you're going to be on a consistent schedule and you're not going to be writing about the same things over and over again. So it could be just simply Twitter. If you're putting a content calendar and together for Twitter, well, you don't want to have the same tweets every other day. So it does ensure that you're getting tweets out there that are fresh, that are new, that are different. And again, figure out what works. A content calendar makes it easier to measure results and optimize performance. So you always want to, maybe put some metrics in with your content calendar so you can see side by side content historically that has performed, content that has not performed. Okay, so next question you may get: what type of content works in each stage of the customer life cycle? So you have awareness, engagement, purchase, post-purchase, advocacy. Okay, so let's break these down here. So awareness, okay, so you want people to understand who you are. Okay, that could be a guest blog, an influencer helping you out. It could be a cold email, a video that can potentially go viral, a social media post, introducing a product. You have engagement. So you want people to engage with your content. What are you going to do to get people to engage? Well, you could certainly write an email and have people open that email and go to your website. You can have an ebook where people can actually download and read it. Or you can have a blog where people can comment, or a landing page where they can fill out a form submission. You have evaluation. So with social media, we know there's a lot of engagement going on, but when you're putting content out there, you can certainly open it up to testimonials. Okay, you can generate white papers. Okay, or you can generate case studies. Case studies are a good way for companies to evaluate what you've done in the past. If you've worked for a specific product in the past and it's worked, you certainly want to put that out there for potential clients in that same industry. Purchase. Trying to get people to purchase, what are you going to do? Well, you can certainly have landing pages, a nice, website, a nice shopping cart with some nice content. Okay, onboarding emails. Get those emails out there and get people to go back to the website and purchase. Of course, you can have product and service details as well, meaning, one page downloadable PDFs that describe the product. Okay, you have post-purchase. Okay, so people who've already purchased, you could certainly send out follow-up emails. Okay, you can do blog roundups, give people an opportunity to see what features or updates are happening to the product. Okay, of course, case studies of repeat customers or content types that detail a new feature or service. Okay, so if somebody's already purchased, hey, you may want to send them some content of another product that complements the product they bought. So a lot of things you can do to engage with your user who's already purchased. And then advocacy. You want people to help you out here. So have the user generate the content. You can have exclusive discounts for your community. They're going to be your advocates, so give them exclusive discounts. And then pictures of customers engaging with your products. Okay, who's not going to share that? So you're going to have people share that information. In other words, you can generate content where, hey, people can help you out here and be your advocate. Okay, so how do you decide what topic and subject to write on? Okay, well, going back to the content calendar, that always helps you to see what you've put in that content calendar. But there are some other methods you can use. And you could certainly identify your target audience. And not only identify your target audience, but what their needs are. Okay, so you can write content based on audience. So you could certainly do some research with keywords. Okay, what's trending? What keywords are not trending? Okay, and write around what's trending, for example. Okay, you could certainly take a look at social media, for example, Quora. I always look at Quora. Quora is interesting, entertaining, informational. Hey, people are certainly having conversations on Quora. And you can certainly analyze those conversations because they certainly get in depth, and you can decide, hey, do I want to write a topic around something that really just won't go away in terms of conversing? Quora is a good example of analyzing conversations. They tend to be a little bit more in depth. So some other things you could do, you can look at your competitors and what kind of conversations are happening on your competitors' blogs or your competitors' social media platforms and pages. You can keep track of blogs and articles from subject matter experts, commentators, critics, and so on. Okay, so you can get ideas from them. Another question you may get, which is very important, if you're going to start working for a company, you need to understand the tone of your content, because that is going to fit and be in line with the company you're working for. Okay, so you're always going to have a brand personality. So the characteristics of a brand are the guidelines based on which the content strategy is developed. The tone of the content must align itself to the content strategy. Your audience profile. So you need to determine who your audience is. Okay, and how the brand wants to be seen by that audience. So, if you have an older audience, you're not going to use younger audience, i.e. street lingo or today's lingo in the younger generation. You're going to use language that's going to fit the audience you're talking to. And then, of course, the channel itself. So the content you create must be irrespective of the channel and consistent with brand attributes. Okay, so you gotta pick and choose the channel. If it's LinkedIn, for example, hey, LinkedIn's more business oriented. Okay, so you're not gonna be, as humorous as you would be, say, on Instagram or Facebook. All of these have one thing in common. Again, that's brand guidelines. You have to stay within the brand. What is the brand's personality? How do we want to talk to our audience? And what platform are we using to talk to our audience? How do you promote your content once it's live? Well, that's always a good question. Hey, you doing the work, putting in the hard work to create this, it could be a video, and videos take a long time. It could be an infographic, an ebook. Okay, so send it out via email. Okay, if you have an email list, send it out and let people know this content's there. Put a link in the email or even a piece or snippet or preview of the content in the email. So you're using the email to broadcast and encourage people to, if it's an ebook, get the rest of the ebook. Okay, you can certainly leverage social media to engage with your community. That's the best, just as good as email. Get out there and let people know, hey, I got my book published. Come and download it. You can give a discount to the first 100 people that download it. Okay, you can always promote your content via ads. So whether that be Google or Facebook, you always have an opportunity to be more prominent by advertising the content that you have to offer. So you can always reach out on social media, again, targeting interesting people directly. So you can always interact with people on social. Or you can write for others. Attract people from the web to important pages of your website by guest posting. So you can always go onto a popular blog post and write something and, link it up or have it be relevant to the content you've written. So next question, how can you determine how well your content is doing? Okay, very important. Again, you've done all the work. You've put the content calendar together. You got the content ready to go. It's published. You're promoting it. Social, email, guest blogging, but you want to determine how it's doing. Well, depends on the channel, really is what it comes down to. So if it's organic search, you want to be able to see if it's ranking for the keywords you optimize that content for. If it's social, you want to be able to see if you have engagement, shares, comments, etc. Of course, you can always look at analytics and see how much traffic that blog post is getting or that page with the white paper is getting. Okay, so you can always look at your analytics and look at the traffic. Okay, and again, you can always look to see if there are conversions in the form of an inquiry or lead or sale. So at the end of the day, you want to align the content with the channel and you want to align the KPI with the content in channel. Okay, so if it's social, you're not likely going to get conversions unless you're doing paid ads. If you're posting organically on social, then you're probably going to get some engagement. So you have to align the right metric with the right channel. What are the steps involved in the content marketing process? Okay, so you really need to decide what goal you want to achieve with the content marketing campaign. So that goes back to what I was just saying a minute ago. If you have content you post it on social, then what's the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Well, you're probably going to get engagement and likes. You need to define buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so you're always writing for an audience and you're going to market that content for that audience. So you always got to keep that in mind. Okay, run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. In other words, how did it perform? What kind of engagement did you get with the infographic? Or did that video really perform well? Or do we want to use, a blog post next time around or an image next time around? So continuing on here, you want to choose an appropriate content management system. Okay, so how are we managing all this content? Okay, is it WordPress or is it another platform? Okay, you could start brainstorming for ideas for new content. So again, that goes back to the content calendar. You leverage your content calendar to always create ideas for new content. Okay, then you want to settle on a particular type of content that you want to create. Okay, so once you come up and you're managing your content, you come up with some ideas, then you obviously want to choose the format. And then, of course, you want to publish and manage your content after it's all said and done. So these are the steps involved. Again, just quickly decide on the goal, the KPI, decide on your audience, look at what's worked and not worked in the past, get your content set up in the platform, okay, or get the platform ready to go, I should say. Okay, generate ideas with that content calendar, or ideally go to the content calendar for the ideas. Choose that type and then publish and manage. And when I say manage, I mean, again, going back to analytics or going back to the KPI that you align with that content to see if it's performing or not. Okay, so next question here. How do you target the right audience for your content? It's a very good question. You're not writing content for everyone. Let's be honest here. So you have to collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website, based on who's subscribed to your emails, based on who's following you on social media. So in other words, you have people interacting with you, okay, in different channels, and you need to understand who these people are. So, or do they fit a certain age range or generation? Are they skewed more female to male? Education level? What's their affinity or interest? Okay, do they have a certain income? So you need to really break down your audience here, and you could do that in analytics. You could do that on social. You can do that just by looking at your email list. Okay, all those will paint a picture as to who your audience is.
I hope this helps you in your next interview. With that, we've reached the end of this digital marketing full course video by Simplilearn. I hope you enjoyed this video. Do like and share it. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.